Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
好，欢迎大家来到深渊吧的特别节目《深渊驿站》，我是你们的主持人潇潇。那么这一期呢，我们还是继续要带我们的选手们一起去在广州体验一下带有传统韵味的手工技艺之旅。那接下来也是照例，先请我们的选手们来做一个自我介绍吧。
大家好，我是阿迪战队的咩咩。
大家好，我是 T Shadow。
大家好，我是 AbyssⅧ同玩。
皆さんこんにちは、リジクトそばです。お願いします。
Hello, my name is Ian. I'm from RVR.
안녕하십니까, 제재팀의 NN입니다. 잘 부탁드립니다.
欢迎大家，欢迎大家，欢迎大家。那上一期呢，我们是体验了一下做陶艺，这一次我们的节目组更有巧思了啊！我们在这个制作开始之前，想先让选手们猜一下今天我们要做什么有趣的东西。今天我先给大家几个关键词：传统的点心，Chinese traditional food。
わかんない。
像银铃和恩恩对于我刚才给到的关键词有没有什么自己的 idea？
I think he's making some dumpling for it.
饺子，恩恩呢？
뭔가 만드는 거 말고는 잘 모르겠습니다.
果然讲到传统的美食，大家第一反应还是饺子，有没有什么不一样的想法呢？
包子。
包子，包子也算是一种传统的点心哎，就是大个的饺子嘛。那感觉好像海外的选手可能会对饺子确实更熟悉一些。那淘淘呢？作为东道主，有没有什么自己的想法？
菜是甜的。
甜的。因为广州这边属于是南方嘛，可能很多点心就是甜口味会比较多，这个是又锁定了一个范围。那咩咩，
汤圆。
汤圆，大家刚才给到的答案好像都是，就我个人感觉，我第一反应可能也是因为平常都会吃嘛，饺子呀、包子呀、汤圆呀什么的。但是今天我们的节目组确实是给我们出其不意的要给我们上一课，这个我也没听说过，叫水晶饼。水晶饼都没听说过吗？都没有听说过。那接下来就让我们跟随镜头一起来看一下我们节目组安排的这个水晶饼到底是什么样子的点心呢？好的，在我们正式开始录制之前，先来给大家变个魔术。Everybody, Xiaoxiao's magic time. Please close your eyes. 当当，好，大家现在看到的就是我们一会儿要做这个水晶饼的模具啊！你们也不给我一点掌声，魔术白变了。好，这个模具呢，就是我们一会儿要用到的，都是手工雕刻的这个传统的木质模具。
百年传承，味在细节。今天我们要体验的正是一道承载着悠久历史与匠人精神的传统美食。水晶饼的独特之处在于它结合了传统工艺，用精雕细琢的木质模具压印花纹，让每一块水晶饼都带有匠人手作的温度与美感。经过 过层层工序，咬一口，仿佛能尝到岁月沉淀的风味。
好的，我们的选手们呢已经选好了自己最喜欢的模具，接下来是听听我们选手为什么要选择他们最喜欢的这个模具来当做今天的这个主要目标呢？银铃
It's a land. I think it's after you eat it, you can become more energetic.
like power. OK, cute. 那接下来呢？
일단 물고기고요. 지금 물고기가 먹고 싶어서 고르도록 하겠습니다.
该放饭了，我们选手有点饿。那接下来淘淘呢？
因为我觉得这个蝴蝶模具很漂亮。
就是以美观为主。
是的。
请问一下，soba是为什么会选择这个模具嘞？
はい。可愛いからで。はい。可愛いから。
可愛いのパンダ。
パンダ。
没有人可以拒绝潘达的诱惑。那咩咩是不是也是被这个潘达征服了？
是。
很可爱，对不对？好简洁的回答我的问题，再多说2句啊喂！好吧，i 人我们就不玩弄他了。那接下来问一下 Shadow， 你选择圆形的这个原因，难道是因为跟我一样觉得它很简单？
因为它比较顺眼。
就是万众丛中看到了这样一朵很美丽的花，就想试一下，对不对？那接下来就来看一下我们选手们用到他喜欢的模具能不能制作出既好吃又美观的水晶饼呢？接下来也是进入到我们的制作环节，有请我们的老师登场来教一下我们选手该如何制作美味的水晶饼呢？竟然蒸出来是这样的，来大家认领一下自己的，好成功的。
谢谢。
You're welcome.
OK， 我们现在已经把大家制作的这个水晶饼全部都物归原主了。那接下来就先来点评一下自己的这个作品，然后当然吃的东西一定要亲自的尝一下，把口感和整体的一个感受来给我们屏幕前的观众细细的分享一下。
So, itadakimasu.
还挺有仪式感。This one is your favorite, so you pick
because this one is
ugly.
a heart.
Oh, sorry.
Special.
So it's a heart.
Special.
Oh, special one.
すごい。
すごい。日本語は上手ね。那接下来呢？
はい。
有好多鱼做的特别漂亮。
쫀득하고 달콤해서 맛있습니다.
맛있어.
네.
感觉我有点饿了，我也想先吃一口。感觉大家做的都还是蛮好吃的。然后最满意 ，Which one is your favorite fish? Which one you think is the perfect?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
so.
Yes, definitely this one. 这个整个的形状做的特别的好，特别棒。那接下来淘淘呢？淘淘在制作的这个过程当中还是非常的一波三折的，但是最后有没有出来一个产品你还是挺满意的？
做的最后一个做的还是很好的，我是高手。
给我们展示一下，然后要不要吃最后一个？还是吃最漂亮的那个，还是吃
折中那个吧？
对，这个不舍得吃，然后吃一个，感觉味道应该都很好吃。
很 Q 弹，很甜，好吃。
就是那种口感是软糯糯的，然后又带一点弹性的那种感觉。
对的。
咽口水。但是怎么做到这么多的？你刚才是不是就背着我们在那里流水线生产？是怎么做到这么高效的就刻出来这么多？你最满意哪一个？
这个
这个真的圆满的，就感觉特别棒。那你要把这个留到最后吃，还是打算吃一个这个？
我
不舍得吃的，都不舍得吃，但都是选一个最丑的吃掉。对。我认真的在品尝。Chef， 5星吗？
他什么都没说，但他好像都说了。
就是一切尽在不言中。
5星好评。
5星 好评。好的，谢谢大厨，谢谢大厨。
这个最满意。
哦，咩咩是最满意这个。哎，我怎么感觉那边那个很圆满的那个是最好，但是你喜欢这个扁扁的，是因为这个纹路比较清晰吗？那你要把这个保留下来，然后尝一下那个。哎，会不会就是薄厚的不一样，口感也会不一样？你觉得这个是那种软软的口感，还是硬硬的？软软的哦，还是软软的。也是留下了自己最爱的 panda。好，接下来soba。
Oh, panda is too difficult.
そうですね。
No head.
No head. Small bite.
But tastes good.
Good English teacher.
Yes.
你们俩switch 了是不是？体验完了我们的这个水晶饼之后呢，也是特别开心，在这里再次跟大家感受到我们传统文化的美妙之处。接下来我们的旅程还在继续，我们就吃饼之后下一站再见吧，拜拜，
拜拜。
Bye bye.
觉得他搞成这样子。
应该你们后面应该还有。
第一次参加试映还是挺紧张的，因为毕竟第一次参加这种全球这种赛事，比较害怕自己拿不到一个比较好的成绩吧。
我觉得定个小 flag， 达成10次无伤就。第一次参与小组赛的拍摄还是比较有意思的嘛，然后场景还有那个灯光都很不错。
感觉过了这么久吧，然后又重新再来了，感觉这一年过得很快啊，就是上一年感觉还在昨天。我觉得就是好好发挥吧，争取拿到跟上一年的成绩差不多，大差不差。
我是第一次来参加《深渊的呼唤》小组赛，也是第一次来代表中国大陆拍出征片，我是比较兴奋，但是也有点紧张的。
非常开心，
非常开心。
来说说，因为我给他做了披萨吃。
我给他做了蛋挞吃。
受けて与え選手はやっぱり GG のシアウマン選手とピピシャ選手で、去年負けた時にかけてくれて、でその時に絶対に来年リベンジするっていう話をしたので、そのリベンジを果たすべく2人になって、はい、したいと思います。
ですね、今回グループ戦向けてはどのチームもやっぱり強いんですけど、今まで練習してきたことを生かして1位通過を目指して頑張ります。
撮影の違いはちょっとわかんないですけど、緑が多くていいなって思います。会いたい選手はアレックスさんです。
为这是我第一次打深渊，开始比较紧张嘛。然后这个队伍感到还是非常开心的，然后队员们也很努力，每天晚上找我单练什么的。
When I know people like my reaction, it makes me feel really happy that it was really funny to the fans to see, and I'm really happy to face these teams, and I hope there's more reactions I can have like that to make everyone happy.
Hello, 我是 RBR Green.
你好，我是 Malik.
This is my second time to participate in the COA called the Abyss tournaments, and I've also took part in the 2023 IBS Invitational.
是我来参加，我最想要遇到的选手就是微博的陶安安。其实我长久就是他的粉丝了，这次我很期待跟他一起合照。
今天来参加深渊的比赛，最大的区别就是从普普阵营转变为主神阵营啦。这对我来说是个很大的挑战，请多多期待我们 FT 战队的表现吧。
촬영할 때 저희끼리 이제 누가 먼저 촬영에 들어갈지 그 현장에서 가위바위보를 한 것도 제 기억에 많이 남고요. 제 촬영을 할 때 제가 포즈를 못 정해가지고 되게 당황을 많이 했었는데 그것도 좀 많이 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 모든 팀 분들 촬영하느라 고생 많으셨습니다.
오케이.
MRZ 坐下。
She's almost done, and Seer, such beautiful corner containment. We're gonna force you to use at least 2 of her little Lewis's and 1 stop borrowed time.
Try to use the Gravekeeper skill, able to create a little bit of distance here. Last two ciphers are being moved. This hit, able to register and unable, has teleport actually.
If hurricanes could be predicted, perhaps Father would still be with us. Windmills are born to turn, Wendy. Your storm glass is sure to work.
The heavens are sure to open today. I just know it'll rain any moment now.
Such disasters cannot be avoided. Although, my child, you do possess an uncanny talent for studying the weather. But, Mother, even if I were to pour my very heart and soul into it, before this insurmountable precipice, science turns a deaf ear to my pleas. When evasion avails us not, when destiny ushers towards us a mighty hurricane, I will guide the storm and shatter this ludicrous obstacle. I will scatter the fog and seek the locus where the light converges. The downpour will return, and the truth will be mine to tell.
At dusk, the seagull speaks. We with our red plumage are ill-suited for this age.
For those with noble hearts.
Even in the days when the Volooth name was known from tongue to tongue. All my clan desired was to walk free upon this land, as we were born to do.
Live as the freeborn must, in the wild winds of liberty. Cast thy sovereign soul into the world, and should it not find its place, let defiance be its course.
Resist, as she does, a life ablaze in crimson, never yielding to the mundane. Just as she does, The Vinland, charting her way through the storm of idealism. Yet, the seagull's omen proves true. Those who do not belong are dashed upon the waves. In her exile, the snowfields rob her of warmth, the warmth she lost because of me. Lagerta, what is the meaning of struggling against the tides of time?
Lagerta, this fleeting existence will soon fade to nothingness upon the ocean's surge. Let us dare to face it with courage.
I.
Look, this is Sergei, Natalie, and Violetta. And this is Muro and his companion. This is Joker. And you, Mike, the superstar of Hullabaloo. Come on, friends, join the Hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel, too. With Laughing Mike, the show never ends.
Come on, friends, join the Hullabaloo. We've got laughter, candy, and a carousel too. The show never stops, and the joy ascends.
If a star were to shatter, would it still glow?
Such a beautiful night. Lone.
嗨，又见面了。我想这次奇迹能不能延续呢？
过往的荣耀由我来继承。
今は去年の悔いを忘れて新しい物語を紡ごう。
さらなる高みへ、トロフィーに近い場所に立ちたい。
Dream chasers are ready to rise and shine.
来了就要尽兴，打他们个措手不及。
아직 부족하지만
부족한 데 의미가 있지 않을까요?
我们未曾缺席，梦想也还未实现。
这么多年了，也许就在今年呢。
this is what the competition is truly about.
No matter the result, every step is part of my journey.
第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人月明。下面有请2支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请 AWG 战队登台喊话。
大家好、今天我封印 AXIZ のリベンジャー出します。
有请 AWG 欢迎バトル、ナメコ、ユカキーナ、カエル、ブロンタル、アエジ、スコービオン。下面有请 AXIZ 战队登台喊话。
剑技孝自立义。
有请 AXIZ 战队欢迎阿多、タカコ、リン、ニャン、トゥナ、タカカ、タキリ。今天的第1场比赛由 AWG 对阵 AXIZ， 接下来的比赛让我们一起拭目以待。
Okay, everybody, welcome to our next day. And my hair is messed up, so that did not really work out the way it was supposed to, but that's okay, everybody. Welcome back to our next day of Call of Abyss group stage. I'm Yuleo, joined here with Kuroshiro. I will attempt to fix this as we go along. Yeah, we're back for our 6th day of group stage. We saw our 2 teams enter. We will 4 more matches ahead of us today. This is going to be a very exciting day, of course. Yeah, our first 2 matches, AWG versus AXIZ here. Kuro, talk us through it.
Well, it's going to be the return of IGL League, it seems here. For both AWG and AXIZ side, we have seen AXIZ day 1 with that very strong performance here from both Survivors and Hunter side, alongside with their new Hunter that they have recently just recruited, the Opera Singer, the Hullabaloo, the Ivy, the Goldman, and of course with his recent Clown pick too. He does have quite a lot in store for us as well. Not only that, alongside with the fact that, you know, from the community side, it does seem like he also has a Soul Weaver too that may potentially come out today. But with this Hunter pool, for AWG, it might just be a little bit harder if they move on towards round 3. Brontel is a brilliant round 1 and round 2 Hunter with a Hullabaloo, Goldman, Opera, and Ivy that he has it all covered. However, from the side of AWG's secondary Hunter for game 3 onwards, Yukakina, I don't necessarily think with Wax Artist, with Anne and with Geisha, it's going to be enough to go up against AXIZ. However, once again, another reminder of our prize pool here. It's a total of 4 million CN yuan as a total prize pool, and of course for our calendar it goes from 11th of April to the 20th for group stages, and of course for global finals it'll be from May the 1st to May the 4th.
All right, we also have our groups here. Group A, we have AXIZ and TE currently leading in Group A. Wolves and GG up in the top over in Group B, followed by RC, who we will see if they're able to make that comeback. And well, that was pretty quick, but we'll see if they're able to pass up there. We also saw in Group D FT really dominating in that group. Very excited to see what they're able to do, as they're sort of, I would say, more of an underdog, and they're actually coming out here and putting up one of the best performances we've seen out of any team so far in this event. We see, of course, RVL, the NAU region team, fighting to work themselves back into a playoff, make themselves a playoff contender. They have to go 2-0 in their next 2 matches. They got one today, the last match here versus FL. But we will talk about our first match, AWG versus AXIZ, the Japanese IJL teams going at it here today. Yesterday we saw all Chinese mainland teams with the exception of Sky. Today we're going to lead off with the Japanese versus Japanese matchup. This is going to be very fun. We expect a good match here. I think on paper AXIZ probably has a slight advantage, as we've seen them be very proficient over in IJL. They had a very strong performance throughout this event thus far. But AWG had a very convincing first victory in day one, I believe, or day 1 or 2. So they're off to a pretty strong start as well, currently 1-1 and looking to work themselves closer to that playoff spot.
Yep, and as we see here from this player statistics spot, Toru here with 8,264.2 average deduction points, average containment point of 68.82 seconds, average rescues of 0.8, average decoding speed of, or decoding progress of 136.2%, and escape rate here is 60%. From the side of our AWG survivors, they did already take one win up against Stowe, so they just need another one to at least guarantee top 3 for now. Moving on towards our next survivor here, AXIZ, who is the main rescuer of this team with an average deduction point of 9,965.8, average containment time of 86.33, average rescues of 1.6, average decoding progress of 160.2%, and average escape rate of 40%, with a preferred character as being First Officer and Gravekeeper. Overall though, honestly speaking, for Group A, the stats might seem a little lower compared to all the other groups, but we can't forget that this is one of the more harder groups in our COA group stages for COAⅧ as well, so don't let this really indicate how well the survivors play or how the hunter plays.
Absolutely, it's going to be a very close, very interesting group for sure. We have Namako as well here, average containment time 92 seconds, very impressive 0.8 average rescues. You guys see listed as Enchantress there, which is a character that these Japanese region teams seem to favor in the early rounds. We kind of discussed this a little bit before. Enchantress does have some viability against the round 1 Goatman and Hullabaloo style characters. Against Goatman, you can use those every time the Goatman goes to the cage, ends up close by, use a single stun to essentially act as a flywheel in a way, right? You act as a flywheel, use a single stun to gain some distance, avoid the hit. You use those stuns to kite out a cage, or you triple stack, break the cage, and escape the cage that way. So Enchantress has some ways at kiting out the Goatman cage. Also is a good harassment against the Hullabaloo, since Hullabaloo will take a while to re-down the survivor. You have to hit him at least 3 times essentially. So different opportunities to utilize those characters. We have Kairu as well. Average containment time is 70 seconds, 0.6 rescues per game. And Kairu, again, one of the kiting style players here for AWG.
Potentially speaking, we might be able to see a female dancer coming out up against, Hullabaloo and Goemon for round 1 potentials, right. But this also depends on what map AWG decides to choose here. Yep. Well, the home team was AWG, so they could have quite a lot of favor there in their hands. However, for AXIZ Kakiri, our preferred characters will be Goemon and the clown here, Smiley Face, with average deduction points of 11,236.3, average knockdowns of 6.75, average eliminations of 3.25, average head shocks of 1.5, average time to knockdown is 59.15 seconds, and a 4-man elimination rate here of 25%. Kakiri's hunter pool is very big, and he has yet to show us everything that he actually has, but we still cannot forget that this is his first time in such a professional scene as well, especially when AXIZ was one of the teams that did make it through without actually needing to try and qualify for their regional COA stages. Because of that too, I do feel like there still might be some pressure from his side, but from his hunter pool and from his own experience in rank, and of course being on this team for quite a bit of time now, there is still some high expectations and high potential for this hunter going up against AWG's survivor team comp.
Indeed, we have the 2 coaches there, Toki as well for AWG. Yeah, this will be a really fun one for sure. I'm really excited to see how this does play out. Now, something I did want to bring up before we we are going to look at our map selection here. It's going to be Arms Factory as the first map, as Red Church is banned right away here. I want to talk a little bit about the matches today. Today, for those of you who are from the North America European region, this will be a very fun day. We have 2 teams, we didn't mention this before, 2 teams from NAU competing today. So this is going to be, we actually have a lot of, today's a pretty diverse day. We got 2 Japanese teams first, but then we have RC Japanese team versus Omni from NAU. Then we have RD from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan from ZETA versus ZETA from Japan. And then we have Rival from NAU versus the Japan region FL. So we got a lot of different regions going at it today. 2 NAU matches. That should be very exciting. Luckily, we have the privilege of commentating one of them. That'll be the second one, RC versus Omni. Should be very fun. Yeah, without further ado, we're going to get into this match we have on hand first. Again, Japanese teams AWG versus AXIZ here. I think the keys for this match is, we've known that the AXIZ survivors have usually been pretty consistent. They're usually one of the stronger survivor sides. AWG, on the other hand, they show inconsistencies on the survivor side. The first match of the tournament, we saw them be very effective. I think if I'm not mistaken, they had a 3 survivor escape the second round. I don't remember the first one. I think it was a tie. But then the survivor side in their most previous round underperformed. And this has kind of been a theme with AWG. We've seen them have some consistency issues from the survivors, not only in this event, but also in IJL and qualifiers and things like that. So we're going to see today if their survivors can play like they did in their first match, in which they got a 2-0 victory, their first match of this event, then I think they'll have a pretty good time here against AWG. But again, in theory, I think AWG is slightly advantaged as they have seen more success in the global stage compared to AWG in the past.
Yeah, and I think it's not only that too. AWG does have that map selection advantage for they're actually the home team today, so for them choosing out an Arms Factory, potentially speaking, it could be for their own survivors too. Hullabaloo Goatman isn't bad on maps like these, however, there's still so many resources that the survivors can use when it comes to transitioning, when it comes to supporting, as well as we have seen yesterday between the MRC versus AZT matchups too. So I feel like for our first game in Arms Factory up against Kakiri as well, at least, it's like more of a potential speaking. Maybe it's better for AWG to actually choose Arms Factory game 3 onwards, just so we can kind of nullify the Clown and the Spider picks that he actually has when we move on towards round 3. But I guess when it comes to round 1, choosing Arms Factory probably wants to give the survivor a little bit more edge here, but we'll move on straight towards the PAM picks between these two teams. For now, if Kakiri does want to aim for a win, that mech has to be banned here no matter what. I see a mech go straight in towards the bands of the Hunter.
All right, we're going to see the Gravekeeper and the Puppeteer first as our first 2 picks here for the side of AWG. As Mechanic, as we talked about, being eliminated first. This is a character that we see get banned very often in the early rounds into the Antiquarian here as the next ban. And for AWG, we're going to see the Enchantress. I was going to talk about how we talked about it a little earlier, how this might be an option for them in this early round, and that's going to be the case here. This Enchantress, as we talked about, is an effective kiter against a Goatman. Those single stuns can delay the hits, help you kite out the cage. Triple stun can help you kite out a cage. Enchantress can be a good supporter against things like Hullabaloo. If you're able to balloon hit a survivor, it can take the Hullabaloo longer than normally you just stun a survivor, they get knocked out of balloons, you hit them down immediately. Enchantress makes them so that Hullabaloo has to hit them obviously 3 times with the bombs to down them again. Even Goatman has to waste a cage to redown a survivor. So Enchantress does have some effectiveness in round 1. Acrobat could be the last pick. Pretty standard versatile kiter here for AWG. And let's see what this AXIZ Hunter will opt to lead with here in this first round.
For Kakiri right now, the survivor we have to chase here is Enchantress no matter what, as Ilya have said too. We really can't try and risk leaving that Enchantress out there and being able to harass freely up against any other of the Hullabaloo or Goatman. These 2 characters does suffer quite a lot from Enchantress. However, when it comes to first chase potentially, when it comes to, just being chased, overall Enchantress is still not that strong up against these 2 characters. Now maybe for Goatman we could maybe try Blink, as we've seen yesterday up against a Novelist. However, not necessarily the case that you have to do that as well. I feel like for Goatman here, preferably speaking, maybe Confined Space is not overall a bad choice here from the side of Kakiri too, especially with that many windows here to play around in, especially with the fact that maybe you just want to break the pallets a little bit faster. However, you could still bring fast pallet breaking though at the end of the day, but up against an Ench, maybe you want to bring that addiction on the Persona Web 2, just because if you don't want to risk too much from an Enchantress, especially when you're first chasing her as well. Getting rid of the Psychologist isn't such a bad choice, but this is still quite a tanky team here, as the Goatman will now come out. So that means Ench has to be first chase here, no matter what happens from the side of AXIZ Hunter.
All right, so let's see how this is going to play out. Talking about this team comp a little bit as well. I do think that Hullabaloo is a little bit stronger into this composition. I feel like, at least from my experience playing both these hunters, Hullabaloo is the easier chase against an Enchantress than a Goatman does. And additionally for Puppeteer as well. We've seen these Hullabaloos deal with the Puppeteer pretty effectively throughout this event. Obviously, Puppeteer does delay the down against Hullabaloo, which is very important, but specifically against Goatman, every single if utilized very effectively, every single puppeteer ability can kite out a cage, and that wastes a lot of time against a Goatman. Whereas against Hullabaloo, it's not quite so straightforward. So even Hullabaloo can chase Gravekeeper a lot more effectively than a Goatman can. So I think Hullabaloo into this team comp would have actually a little bit stronger, but Stars of AWG acknowledging that Kokiri wants to play Goatman here. They're going for a Goatman counter comp to the best of their ability, and I think they've developed a pretty good composition here for going against this Hunter.
We're going to be seeing Gravekeeper in middle, Acrobat at the entrance towards Shack. Meanwhile, the Enchanters here at Factory Gauge and Puppeteer spawning by the entrance towards Graveyard. Meanwhile, our Goatman is spawning at the Moon Gauge. Overall though, first chase, there's still a lot of potential there. We could probably try and chase up after the Enchanters first, which will take us quite a bit of time before we actually reach towards it. But at least there's going to be more than enough resentment stacks. However, we cannot forget there's going to be a trumpet potential alongside with Peepers on the side of Goatman, with triple Tide Turner here on both Gravekeeper, Acrobat, and Puppeteer. Ninja Reflex and Flywheel on the side of our Enchantress. This will be a AXIZ versus AWG here for Quad Group Stages, Day 6, Match 1, Game 1, First Half. I'm Kamine Kuroshiro, and with me is Zelayo.
All right, we're going to see the Goatman going towards the Shack spawn here first. That's the location of the Acrobat. Going to choose that as the potential first chase target. And yeah, as you mentioned, 3 survivors here with Tide Turner and 3 survivors with no borrowed time. So they're really just going to, for that, at least get that one escape. Prioritizing rescuing and kiting potential here. It looks like Acrobat trying to hide out in this area, but there is Peepers to work with. As we know, the Peeper will reveal the location of the Acrobat here, so already finding an early chase target. Let's see how Acrobat's able to kite out this cage. Let's see if he's able to utilize this pallet. Still waiting. There's the first cage. There's the switch. Acrobat holding down that bomb. Will we see him use it? He's going to go ahead and use it. Kokiri going back through again, and finally able to get the first hit before the Flywheel is online. And that's a missed opportunity with that bomb from the Acrobat, an early hit here. And he runs back into the Peeper range as well, but a bit of a far cage. Can he still get this hit? Acrobat holding down that bomb, able to go back to the cage again. The switch, and does get the down. No Flywheel utilized here. That is a fast down onto the Acrobat. 2 items already wasted as well. Flywheel never had the opportunity to be used just yet. And the Ciphers are not too far along here, so this is a great start for this Goatman. And that Acrobat first chase ended up being the right target for him.
From the survivor side now, they have to perform this rescue no matter what. Selling just isn't viable up against a Goatman, especially when he has so much resentment stacks on his hands to use. We're going to get Gravekeeper here to go into Shovel to come for the rescue. However, Peeper's selling Ranger. Going to be pretty hard for Acrobat to actually rebound Kai. We're going to have to see how well that Flywheel pops out too. We're going to maybe try and aim for it. That's going to be a no-hit normal rescue as Acrobat already on his way out.
See what the Acrobat can do, holding down the bomb again. Still has that Flywheel and the bomb to work with. Will we see the Flywheel here? No, he's just going to take the hit, actually. And not even going to try to, I guess, not even going to try to kite here. Just going to get knocked down, get away from Cypher Machines, going to die in the Shack area. 2 Cypher Machines done, 50% on the next one, but still not significant Cypher progress here. Gravekeeper trying to rush down that Cypher. Will we see a second rescue here? Most likely, I would imagine yes, with that Puppeteer who still has Tide Turner and Flywheel. Additionally, Acrobat still has Flywheel and multiple bombs to work with here, so I would imagine they're going to try to attempt a rescue. Potential rebound. It looks like the Puppeteer will transition here around the Shack area. Kokiri yet to notice where the survivor is coming from, and it looks like Puppeteer hiding near Shack pallet. Will he transition in for the save? Looks like he is going to do so.
It's a little bit dangerous here. Puppeteer being able to break that cage on time, but Acrobat will be fully denied. No, not just yet. That Flywheel coming out there. We have 2 more balls left on our hands to use. A Fireball and a Mud Ball left, but there's only 2 pallets here nearby. Acrobat trying to connect for as long as we can, but there's so much Peepers there that we can drop down to. For now, the cage will be dropped down as we're able to go straight towards the other side. Acrobat jumping here instantly, but it doesn't really matter since it's such a confined space, and we both come through as the Acrobat finally goes down. We have 1 more ball left on our hands to use, but it just isn't enough. 3.5 Cypher Machines done here on the side of survivors. And now we're gonna have to see who's second chase.
Excellent job from the Goatman as well. He's not getting, you know, we do see some Acrobat players able to kite out the cages using those bombs, and This Goatman is not phased by that. None of those bombs ended up being effective. He's still able to get down. He still gets it down onto the Puppeteer here. And I was going to say, that's crucial that he's able to hit the Puppeteer twice on the rescue. He gets the first hit followed by the basic hit. And the Puppeteer obviously can't use their puppet while Tide Turner is active. That's one of the downsides there to Puppeteer. So he's able to get the Puppeteer to a quarter health, which means when Puppeteer does get chased, he just goes down to 1 hit, which is exactly what we saw here. And so just like that, this is a potential winning position here. Gravekeeper is going to start the last Cypher. Enchantress will be the one who has to come for the rescue. But Enchantress does not have borrowed time. Puppeteer does not have borrowed time. So both of these survivors are weaker as we approach the end game. The question is he going to try to cut off the Enchantress, or is he going to transition to the Gravekeeper Cypher machine? Looks like he will. He's patrolling from a distance here. Maybe caught wind of the Enchantress at this point.
Nameko will be found here as we're going to drop down Peepers here instantly, but from the side of our Enchantress, we can't forget we still have another cage left in our hands to use, so Enchantress, this rescue will not be able to come through. Trying to dash here as much as we can, but there just isn't enough here to use as well. That's kind of the biggest issue here when you're coming up against the Goatman. And from the side of Ench, even if you do perform the rescue, you don't have enough Cypher machines here, and with no borrow time for endgame, it's still going to be a guaranteed trim elimination game as Ench will go down here instantly. No curses used on the side of our Goatman. And with that, we still have a trump card change here if we want to go straight towards the teleport, or maybe patroller at endgame just to guarantee the Gravekeeper to go down. But right now, though, the footprints will be revealed as Great GK. Does seem like we're going to be in a little bit of a spare moment here as we try to contain for as long as we can.
Yeah, we're going to see, just trying to waste as much time as possible here, but with 20% left on that Cypher to go, I don't think it's going to be enough. There's the switch. Trying to block up the Gravekeeper. Gets the block with the cage there, so he cannot transition away from that pallet. Still has a shovel to work with. Both these survivors with self-heal still, but yeah, they're both on the ground here. Looks like he's gonna go pick up the Gravekeeper. Imagine he's not gonna chair. You don't want to let the Enchanter self-heal with a triple stack, so he'll probably just drag the Gravekeeper over to this area here and wait for one of these survivors to get up. Looks like he's gonna go back towards the Enchantress here at this point.
Yeah, we're kind of playing the long game here. I'm not too sure. Well, actually, no. Kakiri did bring Deer Hunt for himself to use as well. So if he's at least nearby, near the Ench, we should be able to at least find her. But for now, the Ench, around 99% self-heal rage, we're going to lock that in just for now. Probably wanting to try go for that slug end game. Maybe wanting to get Enchantress towards 99% bleeding rate, and with that then she'll probably come up, and then GK will be forced to go at least straight towards the Cypher machine here. But it seems like from now, Kakiri not being able to find the Enchantress, it seems like we actually don't have Deer Hunt here applied on the Persona web of the Hunter, and if that's the case, this game will just be prolonged just for a tiny bit longer. But from Gravekeeper's pathing here, we're going straight towards a different Cypher machine. That's not a 79% Cypher machine that he initially primed, but Ench will be found here instantly as we do see the stars above her head.
Yeah, we're going to see the Enchantress placed on the rocket. Oh no, it's actually going to drag him away. Still just waiting for a survivor to use up one of these self-heals here. They're just trying to play the long game. And Enchantress will struggle free, so he's just going to down her again just to reset that healing. There's the switch. Enchantress trying to kite this out. We're going to see the switch back. Enchantress is going to get knocked down, not going to utilize any of her abilities just yet. Yeah, we're still just playing the long game here. Gravekeeper crawling around near the deep sandbags area. And Kakiri looking for the Grave. He doesn't know where he is just yet. His Grave has transitioned away. But yeah, we're just gonna play the long game here. He's just still looking for the survivor, but hasn't found him yet.
There is a chance, honestly speaking, there is a chance for the survivors to actually bleed out by this point, since we're actually not be able to find the Gravekeeper at all. With the Gravekeeper there at the corner, I think what's most likely going to happen is Enchantress has decided to actually not use those stacks simply because of the fact that we want to save them, to allow Gravekeeper to use up self-heal later on, and then potentially speaking, someone aim for the dungeon. Because what the strategy here is, we want to get both Gravekeeper and Enchantress towards the 99%. Ench will not use any of her stacks, no one will use their self-heal, and with that in mind, when they're both at 99%, they will both heal up on time. And no matter what happens here, Gravekeeper has to aim for one of them. And the moment that one of them goes down, Gravekeeper has a shovel to go straight towards the dungeon. Ench has quadruple stacks of curse to go straight towards the dungeon too. But if that's the case, Kakiri now will try and maybe solve for a little bit more time. Potentially speaking, we could force this hunter to actually chair and buy 60 more seconds to look for the Gravekeeper, and that's what we can definitely do as well. But for now, it seems like Namiko decided to not struggle here anymore, as we're going to be able to get down one more time. But if we do decide to down in an area like this, potentially speaking, Namiko can still force the decoding progress to come true, but that's not the right cipher machine though. The 79% cipher machine is at Shaq here instead.
Right, we're gonna see the Enchantress trying to kiting around in this area, and Gravekeeper is about to bleed out, so Enchantress will... No, he's gonna get knocked down. I was gonna say, I feel like Enchantress would want to kite, because now he's just gonna... He might just chair him here. Well, I guess Gravekeeper will... It kind of depends, because Gravekeeper still has self-heal. No, he's just going to drag him back to the corner here. I was going to say, Enchantress could have tried to kite and let Gravekeeper bleed out instead of self-healing, and then try to go for a dungeon. And that could be a play at this point, which we might see her do this time around, now that Gravekeeper's about to bleed out. No, but Gravekeeper will self-heal.
No, because you see, the thing here is, right, we want Gravekeeper we want Enchantress to bleed out. Right now what's happening is we want Ench to bleed out and Gravekeeper slowly make his way in, because the moment, whenever Kakiri here gets the Enchantress down, she'll start bleeding by a little bit. But if we don't decide to actually not try the Enchantress and keep knocking her down, she'll die off eventually just by herself too. But Ice coming in here a little bit too close for comfort is a tiny bit scary as well.
What I meant is, if they let Gravekeeper bleed out here, Enchantress could have gone for dungeon like right now, for example, but it looks like they're going to go for the cipher anyway. We're going to see the down onto the Enchantress. Gravekeeper not able to prime the cipher machine just yet, and he actually can't down Grave. The problem with downing Grave is that Grave will actually be eliminated completely. So if Enchantress is able to get on top of dungeon and he downs the Gravekeeper, Enchantress will be able to jump on the dungeon because Grave will bleed out within the next couple seconds. So Grave will just fully commit to the cipher and let himself get knocked down. That means, you know what I mean? That means Enchantress can jump out the dungeon here. So he has to chair Enchantress then.
Yeah, if that's the case, we're gonna fully pop open the cipher machine here. But there's still so many cages left on our hands to use here. Gravekeeper on his way in. Don't think we can actually
if he can get the rescue, but then Grave dies, that would be a dungeon escape for Enchantress.
Yeah, but Ench is on the chair though, we can't forget about that. And we're so far away from the Gravekeeper too, even if it's knocked back here, he still have to walk towards the... Wait.
Gravekeeper has to take the hit. Gravekeeper takes the hit. Oh, wait, he won't die too, unless it's a... He won't die, yeah, because it's a no cage hit.
Yeah, and it's last survivor out as well, so dungeon takes 5 extra seconds to open here no matter what happens. So GK here will be tanking a normal hit now with no cages. Well, we don't even need to use the cage to actually get the Gravekeeper down. So as long as we can lock this place to confine ourselves towards this place, Gravekeeper didn't really get hit there anytime soon, but that's okay. We're currently playing Ring Around the Rosie now, as Gravekeeper is still trying to buy a little bit more time for herself, but we have to connect 30 seconds here by ourselves here with so many cages left on our hands to use. But Kakiri just has way too much on his hands, and that's a Goatman 4-man elimination. It's a nice try endgame, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, just wasn't enough. What I was trying to say is, if instead of the Gravekeeper self-healing, the Enchantress let the Gravekeeper bleed out, and if the Enchantress can kite to the dungeon in that one area where she was supposed to get, it's difficult because Goatman has a lot of cages, but Enchantress had, I think, 4 or 5 stuns at that time with a flywheel. If she's able to kite to that dungeon, maybe triple stack, get to dungeon, something like that, and they let Gravekeeper bleed out instead of self-healing, that could have worked. Additionally, I wonder if popping the site.
Well,
I wonder if popping the cipher was correct, because if you don't pop the cipher machine, Grave is at half health. Enchantress gets rescued at a core. Because see, here's the problem: if you pop the cipher machine, you give the Goatman detention. So if you rescue, if Gravekeeper makes the rescue by pushing the Goatman back and getting the save off, then the Goatman goes for a no cage hit with no detention. That won't work because no survivor will be down by that. So then he has to use a cage to down the Enchantress off of the chair, which means then she would bleed out on the ground. Or no, then the Gravekeeper. Okay, how do I explain this? I know what I'm thinking, but it's hard to articulate this. Okay, so instead of the Gravekeeper popping the cipher machine, right? Because you know how he popped the cipher and went for the rescue. Instead of popping the cipher, if he goes straight for the rescue, and he makes the rescue, then Goatman has to use a cage to try to hit through the body block of the Gravekeeper and hit the Enchantress down, or else the Enchantress won't die. She'll take a chip hit because there's no detention. But because he popped the Cypher Machine, there is detention, which means he's at no risk of actually downing the Gravekeeper, even if the Gravekeeper gets the body block, because then he doesn't use a cage. He just uses a basic hit with detention. That will down the Enchantress, but if it hits the Gravekeeper, it won't down the Gravekeeper. It'll put him at a quarter health remaining. So he's not actually at risk of getting the body block in that situation. He's forced to use a cage. You see what I'm saying?
Counterpoint is, even if the body block does come true and Gravekeeper does bleed out, 5-second dungeon time is an issue. Because once the Gravekeeper bleeds out, there's still like a 1-second timer before he actually goes, and then you need to wait 5 seconds because it's one last survivor on the field in the map. So the dungeon takes 5 extra seconds for it itself to actually open. From the side of Enschede, potentially speaking, yes,
not on a bleed out. That's on a chair, not on a bleed out. On a bleed out, the dungeon opens almost instantly.
Oh really? From what I know, it's whenever the last survivor is in the map, it's slower since none of the exit gates has been opened. And potentially speaking, they probably did pop the Cypher Machine just because, like, I'm not too sure what the side of mechanics for the survivor side, but I'm quite sure whenever it's the last survivor on the field, no matter what happens, whether they're eliminated or bled out, the dungeon always takes a little bit longer to open.
So basically, when you... So the reason why it takes a long time when it's the last survivor left, it's because when the let's say the rocket chair is spinning off and it shoots up into the sky, right? The dungeon won't open until the rocket's like gone into the atmosphere or whatever. I don't know. But when a survivor bleeds out, they're instantly removed from the game. They're instantly removed from the game. So that as soon as the survivor's completely removed from the game, in a rocket chair animation, the survivor's gone when they are out of there, right? So it takes longer. But on a bleed out, the dungeon will open right away. So for example, let's say you're playing Percy and a survivor bleeds out. That's why the dungeon opens instantly against Percy when the last survivor bleeds out, because the survivor's instantly gone from the game. They're just instantly gone, just like disappear essentially. Whereas with a rocket chair, it takes a few seconds to actually leave the game. And that's why the dungeon takes longer to open. So on a bleed out, the dungeon will actually open within like half a second. It opens super quickly. So that's why I was trying to say that could have been a play there. But anyways, it's definitely tough. That's a really tough position for anybody.
It also feels a little bit weird as well, because Gravekeeper get up on time to try to pop open that Cypher Machine as well, but it seems like from the side of Kakiri, we decided to initially change targets here. Also, well, I think they wanted to pop, because no matter what happened there, they probably thought Ench wouldn't be able to contain any longer because of those addiction stacks. Goldman was recovering really fast from those stuns up against the Enchantress too, so maybe that was another issue at the hands of AWG when they were playing as well, which is why they were kind of forcing it a little bit too. But if we actually really did get the Enchantress down at that point, and even if the Cypher Machine did pop, there was no borrow time on Enchantress as well. So I feel like from the side of AWG, it was kind of rough endgame too. Probably forgot about the dungeon that Eli was talking about as well. However, we'll move on towards our next matchup here instantly. It'll be AXIZ Survivors versus AWG's Hunter here. And with Brontel coming out with quite a bit more pressure compared to usual, but it's okay. It's only just round one. It is a Hullabaloo or Goatman game, this game, if they really want that formal elimination.
Right, here we go. This is a lot of pressure for them to come back here. We talked about how AWG may have a slight disadvantage against AXIZ, but already off to a good start here. Sorry, AXIZ already off to a good start here. AWG gonna need to try to make a comeback, and so we have Tokoko here, average game time 59 seconds, 1 rescue per game, playing that rescue officer and mercenary, 33% escape rate. Yeah, for AWG, just trying to get a survivor out the gate here, trying to win this first round. Already off to a pretty well-positioned situation, and we'll see if they're able to do that this time around.
I'd say from the side of AXIZ Survivors, they do have quite a lot on their hands as well, especially with the fact that if they only need to try and tie this game, potentially speaking, right, first two bands have to be here and mechanic no matter what, but we can still just go another tanky team comp, but maybe we can play a tiny bit more differently. Getting that Professor out just to counter a Goldman isn't such a bad idea, but from what we know from AWG's Hunter side, they do prefer that Hullabaloo way more than the Goatman. So our team comp here will be used more or less to counter the Hullabaloo, but for Tuna here, 5,156.5 average deduction points, 48.59 seconds average containment time, 0.33 average rescues, and a total of 98.83 average decoding progress. 0% escape rate here though, but honestly speaking, Tuna has been doing quite solid for AXIZ as well, especially when it comes to those supports and solo containments by himself. For a player like him, he's more of like the supporter or the secondary container here, as we'll be able to see Nyan here, the main harasser of this team, with Coordinator and Antiquarian as a preferred character, 409.83 average deduction points, average containment point time of 44.79 seconds, average rescues of 0.83, average decoding progress of 155.33%, and average escape rate of 33%. Overall for Nyan, not usually the first chase, but mainly the harasser of this team. Not a lot of people are willing to chase after him though. It's also because of the fact that his character pool and the character that he plays is a little bit harder to chase on that side. So depending on whether the Antiquarian actually comes out or not, maybe Bronto will try and go after him.
Yeah, definitely. But we will have to see here. Bronto on the side of AWG, average knockdown 6.25, average reduction of 10,800, eliminations at 2.75, which is pretty strong, I would say, approaching that 3 mark. In the current meta, I would say that's around average, slightly above average, maybe 25% for elimination rate. So pretty decent all around here for Bronto, but really gonna have to go for a 4 kill this time around. Again, keep in mind there was a 4 survivor elimination on the side of AWG playing survivor. So Bronto, a bit of pressure here. You never, as a hunter, you ideally don't want to have to be in this situation where you have to go and get 4 kills right off the gate, but we're gonna have to see that be the case here. Now the question is, are we gonna lead into a Hullabaloo or a Goatman here? We saw the Goatman. We saw a pretty strong counter comp to Goatman in the first round, and there was still a 4 survivor kill. And that's really interesting how the game's just developed into you have all these counters, these characters that kind of counter in a way, but they don't actually they're still not as effective as you would like. So let's look back into Dream Witch. It's like, okay, back in the Dream Witch meta, we had things like Psychologist, Barmaid, Acrobats here, all these things that are very good against Dream Witch and make it hard to play Dream Witch. But then you get into a situation where it's like, okay, Opera Singer comes out. It's like we have these characters that are good against Opera, like Gardener and Acrobats, Kiter, Puppeteer, things like that, but they don't actually, they're not like hard counters. They're more like soft counters, and Opera can still easily win. And that's the same with Goatman, where it's like Goatman is such a good hunter. Characters that are effective against that hunter aren't enough. And we see that in the last round, and that's just how this meta is. So obviously, AXIZ will pick a team composition, probably best to counter here, but it's going to be, it's still difficult to even get
and like
survivors
it's
out
as you
the
said as well, right? For round 1 and round 2s now, it's mainly based on the hunter scale base as well. So like regardless of how well Survivor does, if we're playing like a top hunter like Hullabaloo or Goatman, no matter really what happens here, the hunter will always get the advantage point on the survivors, as we have seen in the last game too.
Okay, so getting into our band picks here in a moment. So we can talk a little. I guess we can talk a little bit about the how their group is playing out here. So AXIZ so AWG currently at 1-1. AXIZ is at what was AXIZ's second match? I don't recall. They won one. Do you remember the other one?
No, not really, but I'm quite sure they won that one. So AXIZ is currently 2 wins
Should be
up.
2-0, yeah.
I think it was up against Dole, or I could be wrong, but we have to go on straight towards the band picks here, though. It's going to be Mechanic and Explorer here, first 2 bands, as we want to deny those Cypher pressure from the side of Survivors. But it seems like AXIZ with the first officer and the aeroplanist pick. That's a fast decoding aeroplanist and a fast decoding rescuer after he uses his pocket watch too. So no matter what happens here, Bronto cannot chase after that first officer unless he's really willing to go after it. First officer, really hard chase, 72-second share time and an extra free 30-second containment too, with that here becoming the next span on the side from the hunter.
All right, we're gonna see 2 decoders eliminated right away here. He doesn't need to go for that 4 kill. We'll see the Antiquarian is the next pick. Again, trying to work into a counter comp for going against these round 1 hunters. Aeroplanist, as we know, very effective for going against that Goatman. You can use a single jetpack can kite out a cage if utilized properly. Antiquarian can also stun the Goatman to potentially kite that out. We are going to see the Embalmer here as well. Typically, we consider Embalmer to not be very good on a small map like Arms, but in a situation where you just need a single survivor escape, Embalmer is a very ideal situational character for a spot like this. We kind of talk about how it's like, okay, Mechanic, this character is very good for getting a tie or getting a survivor out, getting to the end game. Well, Embalmer has a similar effect, and it's not Cypher decoding speed increase necessarily, but it's what Embalmer does is he can self-rescue, and that does two things. That makes it, one, so the survivors don't have to stop decoding to go rescue, so they can continue to Cypher Rush, and it prevents a survivor from receiving an injury on the rescue. So you keep all the survivors healthy, you continue to promote Cypher Rush, and Embalmer will just waste the hunter's time in the corner of the map away from Cypher machines, and you can continue the Cypher Rush that way. So while Embalmer doesn't directly improve decoding speed, he does make it so it's a lot easier to get to the end game and finish Cypher machines quicker.
And it's not only that as well. Embalmer being able to self-rescue himself simply just means that you get to save one extra TIE turner on the hands of the survivors too. As we have seen last game up against the Goatman, even though Acrobat did win in the first 60 seconds of the game, with 2 TIE turners we're able to finish 3.5 Cypher machines. So this Embalmer versatility pick from the side of AXIZ right now wants to kind of guarantee saying, hey, if you really want to chase after Embalmer, sure, no problem at all. You're going to face up against another triple TIE turner on the side of the survivor side with a Hullabaloo coming out from Brontel, and even for Hullabaloo here, yes, you can get the survivors down fast enough with Embalmer being nearby, with Embalmer being able to get survivors faces fast enough and to embalm them. It's not necessarily such a good thing for Hullabaloo as well. He's going to have to use a lot of trapezes on this map too, with so many pallets, windows, and walls nearby. So I don't even think he might have enough when it comes to trying to catch up straight towards that coffin to initialize that second chase as soon as he can. But from the side of Brontel, it is going to be a challenge now whether or not you can take a vantage point of the map that you have chosen. And we'll now move on straight towards the area selection mode.
The question is, what kind of build are we going to see? Most likely it's going to be a left-to-right abnormal. It is a small map, giving abnormal a very large advantage. It's so much easier to move between ciphers, abnormal ciphers, move between the chair and the Cypher machine when it's a smaller map. We're going to see Brontos take the middle bottom spawn here between the Antiquarian and the Embalmer. We'll see which target that he goes for first. Probably the Embalmer, as it would be the easiest first target to actually chase, although he is in Factory, which is can be a bit difficult, but we've also seen some Hullabaloos lead with Warp. I don't think that's going to be the case here on Arms, so it doesn't really make sense. It's a smaller map. Not as many good places to work for Chase as well. And we've also seen Peepers as well. And Peepers is pretty strong on Arms. There's a lot of high walls that can be difficult to see around. Peepers can be quite good for that as well. So I think it's between Peepers and Abnormal. It looks like it will be Peepers. So left, right, with that Peeper build here for Brontel again, searching for a 4-kill in the second half of the first round of the AXIZ survivors versus the AWG Hunter side. Emilio joined here with Kurshiro, bringing you the live commentary for this Call of Abyss Group Stage matchup.
Our main aim of the game run is to go after that anti-Korean. Yan finally becoming the first chase here with Instance trump card once again with max pallet breaking and panic. For now though, Nyan, very good job with those footprints hiding, but the Peepers will be able to spot out this anti-Korean instantly as we initially begin the chase. That's going to be one fireball there landed on towards the anti and one more mud ball here. We're just missing snowball on our hands to use, but for anti here, maybe we could, potentially speaking, guess the zone on first, but no, that spin just was not enough as anti-Korean was able to put that pallet down on time.
And we're going to see him utilizing this back. He's finally taking the first hit already, relatively early on. Going to go for a stun. Only one hit though for canceling the swing. We're going to see a double bomb here onto the Antiquarian here. Neon not off to an optimal start. We'll have Flywheel online in a moment. Bronto's going to do his best to cancel that out with the red zone here. We're going to see him mind game around the pallet. Neon transitioning away from the Peeper. Flywheel's through but does not get the reset.
Hold on.
As it wasn't a swing. Will he get the last hit here? And does get the last hit to down the Antiquarian. That is a fast down onto the Antiquarian here. And just like that, Bronto already off to an early, strong start here. This is not quite as long of a kite, I think, as Neon would have preferred. Again, Bronto searching for a 4-kill. This is exactly the way he needs to do it. Who will we say first? It looks like it will be Aeroplanist, as Aeroplanist does have Tide Turner sneaking in from that factory direction for this rescue.
Aeroplanes should have quite an easy time when it comes to the rescue, though. We do see Embalmer on his way in as well to try maybe get the face of Anti-Current, so then we can embalm her and perform the second rescue just by herself. But that's going to be Tuna on his way in here. We're going to be able to perform a no-damage rescue as that's going to be hit straight on towards Aeroplanes. But Anti-Current is still getting out here as well. We can't really chase after Bronto here too deep. As now, where's Nyan going? Nyan's going straight towards middle, but it doesn't seem like Atto is willing to look at the face of Anti right now. I wonder if we actually got the face here or not. But can we get it this time? No, we didn't, because that's an immediate lock on that bamboo stick. And with that then, yeah, we'll just go straight towards the corner. We, hopefully speaking, we're not too close near basement, but if we, oh no, we aren't, that's fine, that's fine.
Yep. Now they, Cypher Rush is actually pretty good. They're already onto their last two ciphers here, and that third cipher at 72%. So actually moving along pretty quickly here. Considering Bronto was able to get a relatively fast first down. We still have Coffin in place, so if Embalmer ever gets chased, he will have that as an option. We're seeing Takoko, the officer, come in for the rescue here. Or Takako, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but we're gonna see officer trying to get the rescue. Does get hit already from a distance. There's the pocket watch, still trying to delay this as long as possible, and does get the rescue. Can officer get away without getting double hit? He cannot. He will get double downed here. So nice job from Bronto. Nyan gonna try to rebound kite. Does get that stun though. That is a important stun to make it to this next pallet. Maybe giving a chance for a rebound kite here. There's the pallet drop. One more bomb to work with here. There's the hit back. Does he get it? One more clone here. Flywheel mine in 2 seconds. He misses it. He misses it, and Flywheel's available. There's a chance for a potential rebound. Nyan needing to dodge the black zone here. There's the vault. He does. He flywheels.
Beautiful flywheel.
He extends this kite. The Cypher machines are winding down here already for AXIZ.
But it is still a double down, we can't forget. But at least the Cypher machines here, 4 Cypher machines are about to be done. Last Cypher machine here at 72%. It just depends on whether or not we can find first officer here to initialize the next momentum for Bronto. But even so, middle Cypher machine at 72%. We've only 2 people. Well, we actually have almost 3 people here. So if we want, the moment we find first officer is the moment that we actually cheer first officer straight towards the middle, and then abnormal that Cypher machine. But it seems like Atto here will be found instantly, as Embalmer here initially becoming the next chase. That's going to be a peepers drop down. Seems like we're going to start a completely new Cypher machine. The game is on AXIZ side. However, if Embalmer goes down here way too fast, it can still lead to a 4-man elimination game just because the other 2 survivors here are still at half health.
Right, we're going to see the Embalmer taking 2 bombs right away here. Is he able to not get able to make it to the window? We're not able to. Oh, he missed the flywheel there as well. Getting an early hit here. Now, Embalmer still has Coffin, and the Cypher machine is 85%, but it's not going to be able to be primed just yet. Even though Bronto still has Trade Swap, but they already have 50% on a new Cypher. This Cypher is from AXIZ. They're playing this very well, and Officer is an ideal late-game chase target because he does have borrowed time. So if he's able to live until Arrow primes the Cypher machine, they will have a 3-survivor endgame here. But looks like Bronto, he has to go back to middle. He can't chase here because that other Cypher machine already is 85 at middle. So he's going to go back here, but Tuna pushing the new Cypher over at Shack. Now, keep in mind, Embalmer does not have borrowed time, but he does have Coffin. So if he goes down, he can just Coffin himself. They can pop that Shack Cypher, and they will have a 3-survivor endgame.
Embalmer finally goes down here though, but I mean, right after we actually shared the Embalmer, we could just pop open the Cypher machine here instantly. That's what we're going to do right now, is we only need 1 survivor to escape. Takako being nearby just to give as much pressure here as possible, but he can't be found here instantly. 1 survivor at a gate each, that's what we need. But the Coffin is actually at a factory right now, so it just depends on how fast Bronto can get this down. But right now, trying to look for the first officer here, first officer right in front of our faces. We can get a 3-man elimination, that's what we need. But the Pocket Watcher will be popping out instantly. We have to leave the first officer here no matter what. Atto, there's a dungeon nearby, so we need to get him down as well. But at least first officer is way too far away from the exit gate. So right now, with 1 more snowball here left on hands to use, but Ninja Reflex buying so much more time, that's fighting going to be an Embalmer. Then we do have teleport ready, but just look where the first officer is. He's currently midway through the map, so 1 teleport here is all what we need. Can Bronto find it? Is Bronto going to teleport? That's what we're going to do right now. Bronto goes straight towards Tuna here. Can we maybe try to cut off this first officer, as we don't really have a detention here too from the side of our hunter, but Takako, that's an instant rescue. We're gonna go straight for it right now, but there's also a dungeon nearby, so if we don't perform the rescue here, we can still maybe rush for that dungeon.
Yeah, there's a few options here. I think he does make the save though, and that's going to be very crucial. Making the rescue onto the Embalmer here means that the survivors will still have someone endgame. Bronto doesn't even know what's happening. He sees the rescue taking place, but it's a little bit too late here. Otto off the chair, and he's actually going to chase onto the first officer. There's no teleport available, so even if he commits to officer here, it's going to take him a little while to get the down since he doesn't have detention, and we're just going to see Embalmer go straight for the exit gate. This will be at least a tied game here for AXIZ.
Yes, but we can't forget this is Japan League's Embalmer as well. So if Boss Officer continues for long enough, we have a coffin on Embalmer site. That's one coffin on Embalmer. Can we? Oh, we decide not to embalm. Fair enough.
No, he's not.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he's not gonna get it down. But yeah, that's just gonna be a tied game. Perfectly fine. AXIZ taking a very strong round 1 victory here, 7-2 for the first round, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be AXIZ. As we predicted, AXIZ definitely having an advantage in this match, showing why they're a very strong team and why they're pretty well positioned to be the first seed in their group. They're already 2-0. They're way ahead here in front of AWG with a 7-2 round 1 victory, and they're playing things very well. The Cypher Rush was very much intact, even with the double down on the first shot. Pretty fast, relatively fast down on the Antiquarian. First Officer doubled down, and they still had very strong Cypher Rush. Now imagine if the Officer wasn't double downed. There would have been, the Cypher would have actually been popped by the time the Antiquarian fell. Obviously Antiquarian didn't have BT, so that part wouldn't have mattered, but it still would have been an even easier tie for them. But even that being said, this was still pretty well secured for them. The Embalmer, you see, obviously being a very good character for not having borrowed time. Once he gets down, he can just self-rescue himself. They can pop the Cypher right away. There's no need to go rescue him or anything like that. There's no need to have borrowed time in a situation like that. And just like that, AXIZ winning the first round, 7-2 here over AWG. Brontel had a great start. He really did. He had a great start. He had a double down on the Officer rescue. But from there, AXIZ just playing things very well. Survivors wasting a lot of time after that first kite, and it was enough for the tie here.
Yes, and I do think as well from the side of AXIZ for Nyan's decision making in that game here, we see that his total containment is 107 seconds, but we also can't forget he didn't really use his disarms initially with the first containment that much. He only used it when he reached straight towards factory, when Brontel has allowed him to make that transition point too. So like for Nyan, we save so much flu stacks to use inside factory where it's more of a narrow and tight airspace to guarantee those disarms, in which we were able to kite out that tighter time too. So from the side of our Antiquarian here, very nice decision makings, and from the side of our Hunters, a little bit unfortunate. Yes, we did want the double then, and we definitely did get it, but in exchange for that, that was a very beautiful rebound kite done there by the Antiquarian, and we were able to get so much Cypher Machines done.
Yeah, that wasted time from the Antiquarian that after on the next kite was really crucial. And you see a few things. One, factory, why that's a very good kiting area. He's able to get the stun, get to that factory pallet. And even with the Hunter being able to jump over that, he was still able to contain in that area for a while. He was able to flywheel the triple bomb, the third bomb. That wasted an extra 10-ish seconds, 10 plus seconds. There's just so many little things throughout the kite that he's able to extend. You see 107 seconds overall containment time. And against a Hullabaloo, that's not easy at all. I mean, even though that's rebound kite included, that's still very impressive. We've seen plenty of games where first kite plus rebound is like 70 seconds against a Hullabaloo, something like that. So 107 seconds, very impressive. We're gonna look at our highlights here though for this first round. We'll be back in a moment.
Go ahead.ナイス救助いいしない無理やもういい起こしてほしいな起こしてあげてほしいナイス起こすわ起こしてもうするかいややっぱ起こさなくていい小林神経やってほしいごめん無理
Hey, so welcome back, guys. We saw our first round there, 7-2 in favor of AXIZ winning that first round. And I just wanted to address, someone said, "Hi IDV gang, I've been gaslighted. Do you have any advice?" Go play rank, and then you'll forget about being gaslighted. That's the solution. Go play your rank matches. Maybe hope that your randoms don't throw, and if you get lucky, maybe you'll have a good session, and then you won't be feeling gaslit by anyone anymore. That's always the solution. Just go play Identity 5, and everything's good. It solves everybody's problems. It's a life. What is it? A life? Just like a lifesaver, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know the right term for that, but there you go, guys. That's your solution. Kuro.
Well, or maybe you can go with what I usually go. I'm not gonna start with a crazy phrase I always use. But moving on right towards the second half, though, Eli.
Go play
how
Sculptor.
do we feel about?
I don't know.
Yeah, Sculptor came out yesterday. Sculptor did come out yesterday. So maybe, potentially speaking. But I don't think Kakili has a Sculptor on his hands to use. But like moving on towards the second half, we are currently 7-2. That means Kakili less pressure, AXIZ less pressure. Maybe there'll be more of a different variety pick here from the side of our Hunter. And it also is AXIZ's map choice here. So potentially speaking, if we go a really big map such as Chinatown from day one, or even Ever Sleeping Town, Soul Weaver Clan are still huge potential here. But I do think from AXIZ's side, look, they've quite a lot they can play around with now with Goman and Hula Blue out of the out of mind, out of sight. Round two, go IV opera singer. Who do you think would be the more likely one?
Sorry, I spaced out. For which hunter were you talking about?
For AXIZ's Hunter. Well, like we talked about how big of a hunter pool he has, right? Who do you want to see come out?
Well, I would like to see, when you have a lead, I typically like to see something, well, we see Lakeside Village as the map here. I personally like to watch opera games more than IV games. IV games can be very, we see a lot of IV. It's very interesting to watch IV. And at first I would say going into this, I was like, oh yeah, I want to see IV because it's like, you know, this is a very interesting hunter, very strategic, right? There's a lot of things to talk about, a lot of things to analyze. But we've seen so much IV throughout this event that I've kind of really just liked the watching the opera games and seeing raw kiting. Against IV, there's less raw kiting, I would say, and more just like, okay, the survivor gets ghosted and 60%, and they just get scared and they get hit, and then you're dead. But against opera, there's so much. Opera is more, well, it may be opera maybe a very good hunter that's hard to win against. Opera is similar to older meta, where it's raw kiting essentially, right? And that's what I love to see. We're gonna look at a quick interview here from Nian though.
今回もアキシズの踏み台にさせてもらって勝たせてもらいます。で、AWG を日本に帰国させます。
A lot of confidence there from Nian, and yeah, so far off to a good start. As you can see here, but yeah, I was gonna say I prefer at this point I prefer to watch the opera singer gameplay, and it's just more raw kiting. It's similar to old meta back when, let's take Soul Weaver, old Soul Weaver COA:IT, super fast hunter. Believe it or not, there's so much similarity to that hunter. It's a fast hunter that you need to be able to raw kite well. And back in COA:IT, there was more limited support than we saw, and we saw support start to become more common. Back in COA:IT Soul Weaver, it was about how well can you rock kite the super fast hunter, and that's what we see against Opera Singer a lot of the time, and that's what I love to see. It reminds me of old meta. It really portrays individual survivor skills and mechanically speaking, and I really love to see that, and I really love to see how players can kite, how good their mechanics are, how good their fundamentals are, and how good they're at kiting a strong chase hunter like Opera Singer.
Yeah, and I do think it's not only that too, it's more or less just like Opera Singer games are a little bit more fun to watch now because there's a little bit more action compared to IV. But like in a map we like Lakeside Village, in which it's actually Wave's choice pick here. We have seen a lot of Soul Weavers on Lakeside too, so potentially speaking we might be trying to end this game within 2 games with that Lakeside pick. But from the side of AXIZ, I don't think they're going to throw out their trump card just yet as well. Because on a map like this, it is still pretty hard for the Opera and for the IV. And, you know, on a map like this, we've seen Walkstars come out more, we've seen Dreamwitch come out more, we've seen more or less meta characters, not the big 4, being played because of the, you know, distance between the maps, because of, you know, it's a little bit harder to map pressure, but it is still very doable to get that formal elimination, as we saw from yesterday's games as well between WG and G, or formal elimination and trim elimination on the side of both hunters, even though we're playing such strong characters to counter Opera Singer. So like, it is still a 50-50 scenario here. It just depends on what AXIZ has in store for us, because this is a map choice they decided to go with, and it seems like AWG wanted their hunter to come out first. So Brontel, just a little bit less pressure compared to last game, a little bit less things on his chest. So potentially speaking, he could perform really well here for Game 2 first half.
Bro, how many apples do you have in game currently? I'm curious.
I have 70,000.
Oh, I think you're beating. I have 68. You're barely ahead. I gotta catch up, dude. It's not good. All right.
I don't spend them. It's okay.
Let's see. Yeah, let's see who. So the only thing I got the An accessory. I like the An accessory. That one's really cool. And I got one more. I can't remember what it was. But the An one is always. I've always loved to play An. So I actually think that accessory is the best and accessory. I don't like the one where they changed the carry animation. I feel like that one's kind of weird. I like the red one from
No,
okay.
I liked it. It makes the survivor look like a small angel. But here, as you can see, the cosplayer, that's going to be anti-curring here. OPH from the side of Anti, and a little bit of a cheer here for AXIZ to win. So from the side of Brontel, he's going to have to prove himself here no matter what happens, because if that 4-man elimination comes through, we'll definitely be able to see a round 3, and that's what we want to see as well. Just because we want to see what other hunters that Kakiri actually has in store for us.
Absolutely. No, Chocho doesn't lurk, guys. She just what does Chocho do?
She's overtime queen. She'll
probably,
be here for overtime.
I don't know. She's probably studying. Can you guys believe this? I was like, one time I went to Singapore. I was like, oh, Chocho, let's hang out. She's like, no, I gotta go study. And I was like, dang, you really ditched me like that. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll let it slide this time. She said next time I go to Singapore, we'll hang out for sure. So we'll let it slide this time. We'll let it slide. For those of you who don't know, I will say something positive about her, which is very rare coming from me, because we have a bit of a rivalry, and I can't really give my rivals anything positive. But Chocho is a very hardworking individual when it comes to academics, which in this day and age is actually quite impressive. So shout out to Chocho for being a hard-working academic individual. That's the only positive thing I will say about her for the rest of this tournament. You're welcome. Okay, Chocho. That's it. From now on, we had a this is very unusual of me, but I'll give it I'll give it to her this time. Anyways, we're gonna look into our band pick here. Coordinator and Seer from Bronto. Looks like the Goatman will be banned, and Fire Investigator and Wildling to lead here. Wildling, as we know, a very common rescuer for large maps, as he's a character that is you really can't cut off from a distance. He has that board to make it up to the chair.
And it's not only that too, it kind of counters Brontel's Ivy here as well, alongside with the opera singer. Honestly speaking, Fire Investigator is very versatile on such a big map like this, especially with the fact that there isn't that much pallets in the middle area. We're gonna get that prisoner out as well, just to continue the Cypher progress too. But if that's the case, I don't necessarily think we can actually put anyone in Big Boat, because if we do decide to put prisoner in Big Boat and it is that Ivy that comes out, potentially speaking, yes, you can stay on the stairs, but that doesn't mean Ivy won't be moving her main body during that time too. And Bomber will be banned alongside with a psychologist. Last pick here has to be a strong containment type character or a good enough harass character. Acrobat isn't too bad if you want someone to actually stay inside small boat to contain, but it just fully depends on what AXIZ wants to do here and who they want to recycle for round 3. Or potentially speaking, they can try to take this game in 2.
Absolutely. With that psychologist ban last, we'll see what AXIZ leads into or goes into here for their 4th pick. It looks like it's gonna be Acrobat, very standard character pick here as their last one. Yeah, looking at this team composition, pretty well rounded, I would say. Looking into an opera singer matchup, we have the Acrobat, who's just a very good kiter in general for going against opera. Opera's the reason why opera can actually struggle as acro is one of the few characters that can actually essentially get back over a pallet or a window when the opera switches places with the shadow clone, because he can just bomb back over. Additionally, for the Fire Investigator, just a very good character for wasting time against the opera, gaining some distance. Prisoner has the Cypher Rush promotion as well as the Shock, which can be utilized to slow down an opera singer and extend a kite. Also, if you can actually shock the opera while she's mid-dash between a shadow area, it'll actually set her thing to a cooldown. So you can actually, it can be quite effective there. And it will actually be that opera singer, as we discussed.
If that's the case, it might be a little bit harder here for Ashley to play around. Like, you could try to chase after that prisoner in Big Boat, but I don't think prisoner will actually spawn there too. The best spawn location for prisoner right now is either shack or small boat, just because of the amount of, windows that there can be used, and of course, you can't really shadow dance upstairs towards that small boat area. For now though, with this type of team comp, it's probably going to be more or less everyone bringing knee-jerk reflex alongside with borrowed time. For Bronze Clay, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge. If we don't chase after prisoner, you really will regret it, especially with the fact that he decodes just way too fast, and if you leave him in that one area, he'll continue to rush you like no tomorrow. You can't really map control too with an opera singer on a map like this, so what matters the most here is how fast you can get that first down and whether or not the survivor is able to rebound Kaish.
Absolutely. And we are going to see here in a moment where the survivor spawn. It will be the Fire Investigator at the Big Boat, as you called, prisoner over near the mini boat here. Acro actually going shore. No, never mind. That wouldn't have made sense. I was like, why is this happen? What is happening? But no, Acro's going to go into shack here. The shore spawn For those of you who are watching and play rank, please don't spawn shore in rank. You just trap yourself in a corner, and that's not really a very good place to spawn. You could run to big boat, but the hunter will be chasing after you quickly if they spawn nearby. So maybe don't do that. I would recommend. We're going to see the shack spawn here from the acrobat. So pretty good spawn here from the survivors. Big boat will be locked as well. Because the hunter did spawn farthest away from that big boat cipher machine, and we are going to get into our handshake between the two coaches and our match here. This is we have, let's see, one no borrowed time survivor, that's the prisoner, 3 with borrowed time here, and we actually see a trump card. See, note attention, trump card confined from Brontel. So this is the first half of the second round of the AXIZ survivors versus the AWG hunter side. Emilio joining the course. Sure, bring you the live commentary for this matchup.
Opera will be going straight from cornfields to shack, it seems. Nyan becoming the first chase here as the acrobat, though. There's a lot for Nyan to use, especially in that window area as well, with 3 balls on his hands. Now then, that's going to be the first acrobatic call. We're going to hold on our hands here. We're going to pull this in straight towards the pallet. The pallet will be dropped down instantly. Trump card confined space, by the way, with Berserker, Nostalgic, alongside Wish Wanted Order. We're going to be able to Shadow Dance back here. However, no ball here ready on our hands to use, as it was still in cooldown. Acrobat finally taking the hit, and the unfortunate part is, it's a tie turner Acrobat.
Indeed, Acrobat getting hit a bit early on there, and Blink's not even that close to being up yet. If he's able to get this down without even using Blink, that'll be a great start here for Brontel. Nien, known to be one of the strongest kiting players actually out of Japan. We've seen some very impressive gameplay from him, but let's see if he's able to continue this kite here, going all the way towards the shore area. Not in the most optimal position here. Mind game around the pallet. He may need to bomb over here. There's the vault. Can he bomb back over? He's gonna bomb away. There's the switch. Nien continuing here, but I think he's going to get knocked down. Is going to get knocked down at this pallet. That's a pretty quick down for Brontel. No trait even needed to be used here at this point, and he's going to get placed at the shore chair. So, yeah, Cypher's at 75, 70, and 50 here for that Wildling. Pretty decent start, though, for Brontel, I'd say.
Wildling with his padding here will be found immediately by Brontel. However, I just feel like right now, even if you do perform the rescue here, there's still a very high chance for the Wildling to aim for Brontel to aim for a double down. So right now, Wildling just has to think his padding right after this rescue and to go straight in between the pallets here as soon as possible, because that's what we need to do. That's me immediate hit on towards the Wildling. Wildling going straight towards the next nearest pallet, as that's going to be what our Acrobat is going to do as well. But we realize the Acrobat has no items left to use, so we can just hit the Wildling here immediately and maybe chase after the Acrobat right around now, right after we use our Shadow Dance back. For now, Acro, nice distance pull away. However, it's still operating at the end of the day that we're talking about. Even with 2 balls on our hands to use, it might just not be enough.
Indeed. Looks like we're going to see he does have Blink. Will he utilize it here? There's the Blink. Prisoner shock, and he gets the revolt. Prisoner may take a hit here, but it's going to allow... he misses the hit as well. He's going so far to hit this. Prisoner missing again. Acro flywheel as well. Otto wasting a ton of time finally absorbing that hit, but Acrobat long gone at this point. Brontel's forced to change targets. Wildlings even get healed, and Brontel even misses a dash, forcing a flip and flips into nothing here, as Otto's going to be able to continue the kite in this area, although he's going to get down to the slow vault here, unfortunately. But that is a change of target. Which means that these Brontel first share for this survivor here. Now Tide Turner is no longer available, so that's going to be his advantage. He can farm this prisoner off a chair if they go for a rescue, but that gives a AXIZ a window of opportunity to get back into this game here.
But it's not only that as well. A new survivor on chart 3 minutes into the game. 30 seconds until we do have accelerated decoding too. So that just means for our Wildling right now, we're going to be able to have quite a safe and nice time. A nice trip here straight towards the chair. Even if Brontel does hit you, you'll get that movement speed boost and your dash to go towards the chair a little bit faster. There is, generally speaking, no way that this would be a failed rescue no matter what happens, unless Wildling actually makes a big crucial mistake. Because there's no way an operator can really hit you in such an open area like this. We're going to dash over here instantly. Yes, it'll be an after half rescue, but it doesn't matter. We've accelerated decoding that has just been activated. We have still 20 seconds left on the chair to use, and that will be another 15 seconds for our board time as well. What Taiko has to worry about here is the double down scenario. We don't want that to happen again, but look, it's okay. Pallet there has been dropped in right behind us. Instant rescue here on the prisoner side, and we just have to split up as soon as possible here. We do have we didn't use electrocution, and that will be prisoner down.
That was so close. I barely reached him there. If Prisoner was able to avoid that hit, he might be able to kite a little bit with that shock. But, well, they are down to... well, he gets wanted order on Fire Investigator, but there's no Cypher nearby to teleport to, so he's going to have to dash over there. They will be able to kill the Acrobat. Now, one Cypher Machine remaining. Wildling will have his board back by the time the Opera Singer catches up, so he will be safe. And Acrobat is healed to full. You guys really see why Wildling is such a strong character here. Wildling not only can't get cut off, he's able to make that rescue while with wanted order, which is very impressive. Additionally, he can waste time on the board, and he blocks the dash there to cancel it. So that means he has to waste a flip to get back into to Shadow Form here. Let's see which Survivor he finds next. It is Fire Investigator, which is Tuna. That's better for the Survivors. They'd rather the Acrobat be safer here since he was already on the chair.
But we can't forget, let's see where the last three Cypher Machines location are. It's all in a straight line here. Shack and Beach. Shack and Beach, last three Cypher Machines. Really easy for Opera Singer here to actually map control if she wants to, but we're going to be able to get that airbag out on time. And of course, up the planks here where you can't really Shadow Dance. Takako, as our wedding here, has finally started the last Cypher Machine, but that doesn't matter here because we do have Teleport on our hands to use. For Acrobat right now, we're going to destroy the pallets here in the middle before we teleport out here, preferably speaking, but it seems like we're not willing to do that just yet, as Acrobat here, immediately next rescue, not next rescue, next target, a Survivor each at the Cypher Machine. That's fine. The Fire Investigator is starting the Cypher Machine too. However, if Brontel wants, we can maybe chase after Fire Investigator here as soon as possible, just so we can get him down fast enough so no one can actually come rescue. That's going to be a Shadow Dance back here. Nyan still trying to contain for as long as we can. That's going to be a window vaulted over, thankfully, but no hit right over the window. 50% Cypher Machine decoding progress on the side of Winding here. We're not willing to teleport out here just yet. We want to get this Acrobat down as soon as we can because we don't have the tension on our hands to use it all.
Looks like we're going to see the Acrobat continue to kite in this area. Might get avoids the swing there. Gets the vault off from Nyan. He's going to make the vault again here. He makes the vault again, and Opera misses the dash. He's going to switch and not even into a shadow. Nyan working the Opera around a pallet here, able to get another mind game here. And he is still living around a singular pallet. And now Brontel getting stuck here for a second. Cypher Machine almost primed. Nyan's still able to stay alive. Cypher Machine is going to be primed by the time he goes down with borrowed time here. What an incredible display of just mechanically strong kiting. This is exactly what we were talking about before, how it's against the Opera Singer. It's so cool. He even misses a dash here. And dungeons in the vicinity. So there is an opportunity for a dungeon. It's very unlikely, but it is possible here for Nyan.
That's going to be pallet there finally broken, but it's 60% exit gate opening speed here. Nyan having no items left on her hands to use. It should be at least a guaranteed elimination for Brontel. Tie game is good enough, but we still didn't get the hit over the window. That's such a thick window on our hands to use. And finally, that's going to be the Terror Shock down. A 3 Cypher Machine containment, a full Cypher Machine here containment on the side of Brontel. Brontel teleporting back straight towards the wrong exit gate. And with that, no Shadow Dance left on our hands to use, but that's also still okay. It's a fast movement type Hunter. No matter what Nyan does here, you can't really heal up on time, but if we just got that Acrobat down fast enough, he's already been on chair 1, so there's no way they would have been able to make the rescue and prime the Cypher Machine at the same time. But let's congratulate a tie game here from the side of AXIZ. AWG, we now need to aim for a tie game from the Survivor side too, but this is Kakiri's Hunter we're talking about for second half.
Yeah, that's just a really good start here, or a really good start to this round here for AXIZ. Just being able to waste time around that pallet. You know, exactly what we're talking about, how one of the keys for against Opera is just raw kiting skill. He literally kited this Opera Singer with no items around a singular pallet, not even a strong pallet. He gets around a weak pallet. That's really just, that's just mind games. And, you know, a lot of you guys are like, you know, oh, I'm playing rank, and, you know, when I try to mind game someone, I just vault the pallet and hope the Hunter doesn't think I'm going to vault the pallet. No, that's not how you, you guys can see there, that's how key mind games are in situations like that. You can waste so much extra time. Most people can't waste that much time, but the fact he's able to waste it till the Cypher Machine was primed was absolutely crucial here. And, you know, we talked about how AWG needs to get a tie just to force an extra round. Even if they do that, they're still in a very bad spot. They still have to win the last round 7-2, and we know in round 3 how hard that is to do, especially considering that round 3 is you don't have those high win potential Hunters anymore. So even if your Survivors tie this round, tie round 3, the Hunter has to 4-kill, and they don't have Opera, Ivy, Goatman, or Hullabaloo. So it's really, really challenging for AWG. It's almost as if they need to go for a 3 escape to try to work themselves back into this match, and even if they manage to do that, they would still be behind on points at that point. But getting a 3 escape in round 2 is it's very rare, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not only that too, with that game, well, I mean, we did change targets after all, I guess, towards the prisoner, which did allow AXIZ to actually bounce back from that initial kite dash the acrobat performed. But 180-second containment, 179-second containment here on the side of our acrobat with 48% decoding speed too. That is just very impressive here. Very nice redemption kite on the side of our acro, and with that as well, moving straight on towards the second half. Now that simply just means if Kakili, as long as we tie this, we still have the 8-1 lead from game 1, well, not 8-1, 7-2 lead from game 1. Game 3 is going to be really easy for AXIZ to actually take home.
Definitely. Yeah, AXIZ just has such a large advantage here. Again, when you fall behind that much in an earlier, if you fall behind like first round, it's like, okay, you know, we lost like 5-3, we lost 6-3. Those are relatively easy to come back. But anytime it's 5 points or more, that's when it's so much more challenging, because you can't afford, you're forced to get some sort of 5-point game at some point if the rounds end up in a tie. So like if we ran in a tie for this round, you have to get a 5-point game either on the hunter or the survivor side. So you're asking your hunter to 4 kill, or you're asking your survivors to 4 escape, which is obviously very difficult to do as we get into later rounds. So anytime it's a 5-point deficit like that, that's when things become really challenging. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. So I really think that if you're AWG, you're really trying to play for a 3 escape. Even if you get a 2-2, it's just really hard to come back from. They're really trying to win 2 rounds in a row here, but well, we can see what they're able to do here. It's just you know, even in round 2, we know how hard it is to win. The hunter can easily play something like Opera Singer, and Opera Singer is incredibly hard to win against. We typically see at best you're able to get a tie against an Opera. That's how consistent Opera is. One of the most consistent hunters in the game for essentially not losing, because her chase is just so good. It's similar to Bloody Queen. Back when Bloody Queen was one of the main meta hunters, it's like, okay, you know, Bloody Queen isn't necessarily a win hunter, but she's very good at tying because her chase is so strong. It's so hard. Back in the day, you know, there weren't a lot of counters to BQ, and BQ just downs survivors with 2 mirrors, and you just get a lot of ties as BQ, because it's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna down the survivor with 2 mirrors. There's no flywheel, there's no characters that really counter BQ that well. Similar with Opera, you have soft counters, but Opera is the same way. You just down survivors quickly. Your ability gives you very good chase. You down survivors quickly. Your map pressure isn't quite as good, or your camp rather isn't quite as good, but it's like you still tie games very effectively because your chase is just that strong. And so that's very simple. When you get a situation like this, you can just bring out something like Opera in round 2, and that's perfectly fine. If you want to be more aggressive, you play Ivy. And sometimes we just see hunters play Ivy anyway, because that's something they're more comfortable with. And Ivy as well. It's Ivy. Ivy, I would say, is a little bit easier to actually win against than an Opera, but still Ivy is very aggressive. We're going to see a quick interview here from AWG.
BO2 の新ハンターのかきりさんに引き分けなど3逃げをできたら勝てると思います。で、今アクシズは BO1、2で今のところ3釣り以上しているので、3釣り以上していて、 BO2 はオペラアイビーとかじゃなくてクモなどそういうキャラで勝ってるのですごいと思います。
Yep, that's something else to consider as well. Is maybe we'll just see a different hunter altogether for the second round.
Yeah, we haven't chosen Opera or Ivy yet from the side of Kakiri. I really wonder whether or not we want to use it just to take the game home. But once again, it's still AXIZ that actually chose this map as well. So like Soulweaver, Clown, any other hunter that he has in his hunter pool is still very viable too. Because like it does seem like from AXIZ's point of view, yes, it is a nice map for the survivors when it comes to containment, when it comes to, you know, not allowing the hunter to have too much map pressure. But also at the same time, their hunter works really well on a map like this as well. This is one of the maps where not a lot of teams do play in. So it's going to be quite a difficult challenge for the side of AWG. AXIZ's hunter has not gained less than a 3-1 elimination for the first 2 rounds. So like with that in mind, I feel like as long as they can get this, we'll be able to prove quite a lot.
Absolutely. And I just got to 69,000 apples, so I'm getting closer. I just had to make sure. When you do the extra 200 a day thing, that put me up to 69. So I gotta catch up to Kuro at some point today. But no, I missed the pop quiz. Okay, whatever, it's fine. We'll do that later. Anyways, yeah. So back to our match, and forget about the apples. That's not important now. Although we, make sure you guys are doing that. Oh, actually, we'll just speak on that right now. you do, for those of you who don't know, there are pop quizzes in the Identity 5 in which you can get more apples, 200 for every one you get right, I believe is what it is. I usually have to ask the chat because I wasn't doing a good job of remembering things. So I have the memory of a goldfish, and you know, that's not really optimal for pop quizzes, but hopefully you guys have better memory than I do. Kuro, how have you been doing in the pop quizzes so far?
I have not been doing them at all.
Oh, well, never mind then. Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a nice thing to do. I've done them initially at the start, but
how's your memory,
I kind of just got lazy afterwards.
How's your memory?
Good enough. Good enough, let's say.
Probably better than me then. Mine's not really good enough. Mine is suboptimal, would be the proper term.
No, I'm sure it's fine. I'm so sure it's fine.
Only when it comes to math. Only when it comes to math. Everything else is just it goes in one ear and out the other, and it doesn't stay in the brain. So.
Fair enough. I'm not good with math. But we'll move on straight towards the second band pick phase. Here we go. It'll be Goldman here with a permanent alongside with Gravekeeper, with Puppeteer, and Wish Enchantress Seer, and Annie Curran here first two bands. And from the Survivor side, it'll be Hullabaloo straight in towards the permanent band phase as well for round 2, second half.
Yep, so Hullabaloo will be eliminated, Seer and Antiquary. Pretty standard first two bands here for Kakiri. Looks like we're going to see Coordinator and Fire Investigator. Coordinator, a very common character as we see getting used in the second round. And that Coordinator is a very good character against not only the Opera Singer, it's also just a good character in general. Back when Opera Singer came out, Coordinator ended up being one of the most banned survivors for those Opera Singer players. So if that's something they're considering, that Coordinator will be on the table for that. Also just good against hunters with low mobility. So for example, you know, hunters who rely on just directly chasing, usually like a Soul Weaver, which I believe we've seen that before as well. We can just see a flare gun being activated to buy distance to the survivor for kiting longer, things like that. We'll see Acrobat here, very standard kiting character. Yet to pick a rescuer, so you know, we'll see if AWG where they're gonna go with their rescue route here. Still one more rescuer band to go, probably an officer band for Kakiri here, maybe mercenary, depending on what hunter he wants to prioritize here. But I imagine he has to ban some sort of rescue. Wilding already off the table, so they're not going to have that that very safe rescue option. But looks like mercenary is going to be the last option for AWG here.
If the AWG wants as well, they could opt in for a forward here from Batalu side. AWG is known to play quite a lot of forwards from their Survivor side too. But with a forward here coming in, that just means our decoding speed is still relatively slow, especially with the fact that Opera and Ivy is available for the second game, right? So with this in mind, survivors have to contain for at least 70, 80, 90 seconds bare minimum. We'd say 80 seconds just for more of a safe measure, just so forward can come in to harass. But if that's the case, no matter who you choose here, Opera or Ivy, I just don't think a forward is such a great choice here. It's a potential pick to counter the Soul Weaver, but now the question is, Kakiri, will we be willing to choose someone other than Opera and Ivy?
Yeah, it could be they're considering a few things here. Again, they want to try to play for a win on the Survivor side, just due to the fact that if they only get a tie, they're still at a large deficit going into the last round. So maybe they want to try to play a little extra aggressive. Forward is a character that can save games. You can turn a short kite into a win very easily with good forward support, good forward harassment. And it might also be that they're considering a non-Ivy, non-Opera character by playing that forward, and they're trying to counter that option as you mentioned. But let's say if Kakiri actually goes that route with the Opera or Ivy, if he does, then forward becomes a lot weaker. But let's see what he ultimately decides on. Again, they're really trying to propel for a Survivor victory here. In that forward, we're just going to go Opera Singer here, and that makes forward just so much less optimal, to say the least. Now, in a situation like this, forward can act as the rescue character. You just kind of use forward as a rescuer, use the football, I guess, in a way similar to mercenary elbow pads, because forward harassment against Opera just really is not that good. The rest of the team comp is solid. Fire Investigator, as we know, solid kiter against Opera for wasting time. Coordinator very good against the Opera Singer. Acrobat good versatile kiter in general. Forward's gonna be less optimal here, but Opera Singer I think is just the best pick. I mean, if you get a tie on the hunter side, you're in a great position going into round 3. You have the forward, which the Opera Singer is strong against. I think this is perfectly fine here for Kakiri. I think this is the right pick, and this puts a bit more pressure on the survivors of AWG as well, because Opera Singer is so much harder to win against than a lot of the hunters in this game.
We're going to be able to see Coordinator here spawning by Shaq, Fire Investigator in the deeper ends of Small Boat, Forward at Small Boat, and of course Acrobat here at Big Boat. For our Hunter, COAⅧ spawning in between the Forward and Acrobat, near closely towards middle here, as both our coaches will now shake hands as we move on straight towards our pre-screen to see what the personas that the survivors has been brought. It's me, Trumba Potential, alongside with Blink here on the side of COAⅧ, with a quadruple flywheel, one knee-jerk reflex on Acrobat with a borrowed time, one Titaner on the Forward with a borrowed time. This will be game 2, second half of AWG versus AXIZ. I'm commentator Kuroshiro, and with me is Eli-O. We'll be moving on towards the game.
Okay, so it looks like he is going to go towards Big Boat. This is the location of the Acrobat for this first chase. Acrobat heading out behind the backside, going straight to the window here, holding that bomb. Going to early bomb and force a red, force him to walk through the red bomb here. So he's going to turn off that dash for a few seconds. This gives Acrobat enough time maybe to make it to the window. Not even enough time to make it to the window. That is a really early hit for this Opera Singer. Now, he did miss a dash, but that is fine. By the time he vaults and gets down here, he's already going to have the dash back. And this is a perfectly strong start here for this Opera Singer, trying to get to this paladin area here. But Toru, what can he do? Has a bomb to work with. There's the slow bomb. He's going to be able to use that to make it to this next pallet and continue along with this kite. Coordinator also in the vicinity. Will we see the flare gun support here? There's not a lot of characters in this game that are good at supporting against Opera. Coordinator, though, is one of them. Can buy a lot of distance here. There's a swing and miss, and the flare gun. Beautiful utilization of the flare gun from the Coordinator to give more distance to the Acrobat to get back to Big Boat.
But we cannot forget that COAⅧ here also has brought addiction, so that gun stun time here has been significantly reduced as well. With Acrobat here, not that much distance pulled because of that too. We're going to be able to get a knee-jerk reflex here, thankfully. But even so, there's still Shadow Dance there that we can use. We're going to Shadow Dance over immediately. That's a beautiful flywheel, but even with the flywheel, no blink will be used. Oh no, charge that kiss! That didn't land! As now we're still trying to play around that one window area, but it's okay. Just one more blink left on our hands to use. That's not even going to be used, and it's a 90-second containment.
Yeah, it's still a good kite, but he does get the down without even needing to use blink. So the fact that he's able to get the trade out is pretty optimal for the Opera Singer here. We're going to see him shared near shore. Still a good kite, though. Definitely enough for a tie. The question is, can they get anything past that? And how well can this Opera Singer play this game? He's going to go pressure the Cypher Machine here. Keep in mind, Coordinator does not have any more item to work with. It looks like we're going to see the Forward come in for the rescue with wanted order, trying to cut off the Forward from a distance here. Forward's going to football the rest of the way. No, he's going to try to go for a stun here, but does not get it. Opera Singer just too fast. Forward will be able to make the rescue, though. Clean here, no double down, and Acrobat's just going to take the hit and die away from Cypher Machines.
Forward used half a ball there, but we hit the wall instead, so that's pretty bad scenario here from the side of AWG. At least 3 Cypher Machines are about to be done, but we still cannot forget. Look, Coordinator decodes slow when there's Survivor on the chair, and of course Forward too. Just an overall slow decoder, or 25% decoding debuff. Now then, the next nearest chair is actually outside here near the side entrance of Big Boat, but we finally actually started the last 2 Cypher Machine as well, so there is still a chance for a tie game here no matter what. We just don't have an extra tie turner here left on our hands to use, as that's going to be Fire Investigator wanted order. Very lucky on the side of COAⅧ here. We're going to be able to force this rescue here pretty early on, but that's going to be a blink open here instantly. We do have Shadow Dance here left we can use. We're going to have the Shadow Dance back here, and that's going to be Kaoru. An instant chair stuff, and with that flywheel straight towards the pallet, we did make it through. Forward is nearby as well, so at least we can maybe pull a ball to come in for the rescue, but now both survivors will now retreat towards the side. Forward wants to hide around, but she will be found immediately by this Opera Singer as the footprint will be left open, and that's going to be Forward going down. We haven't even finished the last 2 Cypher Machine towards 60%, and it's already second chair.
He's gone from a tie game into a losing position here for AWG survivors. We're going to see Forward get placed on the chair. The Cyphers are not anywhere near done just yet. Fire Investigator only 25% on the Cypher Machine, going to get pressured down by the Opera Singer here. Can Fire Investigator live in this area? Still has an airbag to work with, so he should be able to live for a little bit. Going to use that speed boost to transition away. We're going to see Opera return to the chair here, as he knows Coordinator's probably coming in for this save. But yeah, Cyphers are just not far enough along. 61% and only 30% on that other Cypher. Forward will get rescued before half. But everybody's going to be injured at this point, and does get the pallet stun, so that's crucial for extending this kite. But Will it even matter? He may just change targets. He's going to go straight for that Fire Investigator. He knows Fire Investigator does not have any more items to work with here.
And not only that, so if we get Fire Investigator down here, in which we
Still
did, that
it.
means one less Cypher Machine that we can prime. Forward is already starting the new Cypher Machine here at the below Big Bull, but if that's the case, no one can still rescue, and we've only Flywheel here left on the side of Survivors to use, so this will at least guarantee a tie game here, alongside with a 3-man elimination if we actually do reach towards endgame. But it seems like for now, Kakiri immediately going for the target change for that forward, who has already been on chair once, and Emiko, seeing that he's still decoding as the coordinator, seems like this game will be an instant wrap-up here for AXIZ. A little bit unfortunate on AWG as well, could not really move on towards round 3.
Indeed, we're going to see him chase onto the forward here. Forward's going to fly well through the pallet here. Is able to football stun into a pallet stun. Does get it. Wow, beautiful play from that forward there. Cypher Machine's going to pop as well. 50% on that Cypher, but he's just going to continue to commit onto this forward. Forward gets the bolt off. Is going to pallet break as he doesn't have the flip available. And forward will finally, get the 360, but it's so short. As the Opera Seeker recovers very fast. We're going to see the teleport back to the chair here. Coordinator unable to make the save, and that will secure the win for the AXIZ Hunter.
For Kakiri right now, his 4-man elimination rate is going up intensely. Namiko here trying to play around this one single pallet, but we can't forget there's still Shadow Dance on our hands to use, and of course Shadow Strike too. That's a charge hack hit to bait out a Flywheel, and then that will be a guaranteed 4-man elimination. No matter what happens here, look, even if they don't surrender, 3-man elimination will be guaranteed. Let's congratulate then AXIZ for winning up against AWG for our first matchup of day 6.
AXIZ with a very convincing victory there. We expected a relatively close match, but AXIZ just complete dominance in this one. The Survivors in the first round showing very good proficiency, almost getting a win, but still a pretty strong tie there in the first round. And well, not almost, but at least having the Survivor position well towards Dungeon. But ultimately a win there. Kakiri on the Hunter side for AXIZ, very strong overall, 2-4 eliminations in a row, and they weren't even that close. He just really dominated both of those games there. And AWG standing very little chance. We kind of talked about before the match the inconsistency on the AWG Survivors. We saw them have a very strong performance in their first match of this event. Second match, they struggled quite a bit. Third match, they're struggling quite a bit here against AXIZ. And that's going to be the key for them. If they really want a chance at making playoffs, they have to have stronger survivability in their fourth match, which will come up in the next 2 days. So today, AWG with absolute domination today. AWG now moving on to 3-0 and most likely securing the #1 spot in Group A.
Definitely, and I do think it's not only that too. I would say it's probably pretty lucky on the side of Kakiri as well. It definitely was aiming more towards a tie game there for AWG, but that wanted order on the Fire Investigator, who initially wanted to come in for the rescue, allowed Kakiri here, our Opera Singer, to actually get that blink hit straight on towards our Fire Investigator, and then a Shadow Dance back. However, for today's match results, it will be 14-4, with 7-4 in Arms Factory for first game, and 7-2 in Arms Factory for first game, and 7-2 in Lakeside Village for the second game. A very dominant win here, 10-point lead on the side of AXIZ.
Definitely, yeah, very, very strong victory here, and AXIZ again moving on to 3-0 in their group. So now this drops AWG to 1-2, and looking into the standings, I literally just had it up. Here we go. So looking into the groups here, with AWG falling to 1-2, that moves them down to 4th spot, right below ITZY. So that's gonna be AXIZ in first T and second. ITZY in third, with AXIZ in fourth. So they're really gonna have to win their last round. It's a do or die win in their last round, and even then they might have a tiebreaker with either T or ITZY. So they're really gonna have to. It's gonna get really really challenging for them here. As their last match, I believe, is going to be against. It's actually against ITZY against ITZY, right? They haven't played each other yet, so that's going to be that will most likely be the winner of that. Most likely will be securing the playoff spot. So it's going to be a do or die win for AWG in that last round. But AXIZ, yeah, 3-0 here. They're pretty much guaranteed playoffs already. The question is, will they be first or second in their group? That remains to be seen. But most likely they're on track to be the first seed here.
Yeah, and I do think whether or not you're first or second, the only difference is whether you're in top 12 or you're in quarterfinals. But I do feel like from the side of AXIZ, preferably speaking, you would like to get Kakiri to play a little bit more games for him to be a little bit more comfortable. Yes, he is right now performing at his best, but we'll move on straight towards the highlights first. We'll move on straight towards highlights first, and we'll be back.
なんかビビやったけど、一応ビビやった。 ニャンさん追ってない。俺。いや、ニャンさんの方も、いや、俺。なんか俺。安定でいいよ。なんか俺。いや、熱い。飲ませて。おらまっすぐ、9割。55。耐えてるガーいらん。なんか楽って。あと10%。影道した。耐えれ。汗でいいよ。
早すぎはい1逃げって意味ないよなあと
All right, we see a lot of positive energy from from AXIZ survivors after that incredible palette mind game from Nien there. That was pretty interesting to see the voice comms there. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounded like my survivor rank. I won't lie to you, especially when you needed that tie game. Well, they don't really need the tie game, especially with the points that they had initially in game 1 and with their hunter being Kakili as well. However, being able to play around just one palette and not even slow vaulting once, by the way, now I've actually seen it once again, is pretty impressive, especially when I think he's vaulted over that palette 5, 6, 7 times.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to mind game around a single, I mean, it's not even like it's a good palette. It was just some random weak palette over the near Big Rock. So the fact that he was able to mind game around that, especially as an opera singer too, is just very impressive. And some people are like, oh yeah, why don't you just break the palette? That's not even a good palette. He should be able to get that. It's a weak palette. There's no reason to break it. You might as well try to get that kill. But the fact that he was able to literally kite around it till his primes, that's crazy, because that is actually game changing. That means they don't have to go for a rescue, and that makes the game so much more straightforward for the survivors. Yeah, maybe you guys can learn something from that, and in your ranked matches, kite around single pallets the whole time, and hopefully you win the game. I don't know. Don't actually do that. But, who knows? Possible.
Yeah, and I think it's not only that too. It's we saw Fire Investigator also, by the way, just standing nearby watching the show. I think it was actually Fire Investigator the one that was really hyped for what he was solo continuing and focusing on too. But with that in conclusion too, I do think for our group stages right now, AXIZ has already played 3 games. AXIZ has really shown their dominance in the group stages too. Because initially we were kind of a little bit worried with AXIZ, especially with the fact that yes, they have won the IGL Autumn, and then they moved directly on towards the quad stages with no practice at all. But with their new recruit of Kakiri and being able to allow Kakaka to come out game 3 if we move on towards game 3, because he has a more extended hunter pool as well. Now it's like AXIZ is fully completed. Their survivors performing really well. Their hunters, they found a really good Goldman, Color Blue, Ivy, and Opera main. And moving on forwards, I too think they're a really strong contender up against the CN teams.
And for this match, again, probably pretty obvious, but MVP prediction. Bro.
For
what do we got?
RC versus Omni. Wait, which match?
MVP prediction for the match we just had.
Oh, MVP. Excuse me. MVP prediction probably has to be Kakiri here once again. I would say it'd be weird if they don't give him his second, or his third MVP here, especially after the continuous, high performance with format eliminations on his side. I do think that will probably be the right way to go, unless they want to give it to Nian for that back containment too.
No, we're gonna, 2-4 eliminations in a row. Yeah, no, it definitely could have been. That was quite impressive, and that was actually the difference in that match, being able to kite to the Cypher was prime. But yeah, 12,000 deduction here with 4 eliminations in both games. Pretty hard to beat, that's for sure. Just an excellent job here from Kakiri. And we see Opera Singer getting a 4-kill. We see Goatman getting a 4-kill, and just keeping this AXIZ team in the lead, not giving the opponents any chance here, not giving AWG any chance to win this match. Very strong performance overall, and continuing along, increasing that 4 elimination rate. I wonder what it's at now. What was it going into this match? I don't recall.
I think it's probably around 80%, because there was one game I think he got 3-man instead of 4-man, but he's still way too consistent at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I do think not only that too, if we just talk about this as well. Like for Kakili's side, 12,000 deduction points, maxing on game 1 and game 2, and not only that as well, like he just has so many hunters that he actually can use for himself too. But we'll move on directly towards the interview phase. We go.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人月明。首先恭喜 AXIZ 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到了卡基利，还有我们的酿来到赛后采访环节，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
まず本日勝利おめでとうございます。まず一人ずつご挨拶をお願いします。
大家好，我是卡基。
欢迎欢迎。
大家好，我是酿。
谢谢两位啊，非常有心的用中文和大家打了招呼啊。那我们今天拿下这场比赛的胜利，也是保持了我们不败的记录啊。也是想问一下酿选手，在赛前喊话的时候，酿说见着小组第一，那我们用实际行動，今天也是证明了自己的决心。想问一下，队伍是如何做到一直保持連勝的呢？
まずニャン選手、本日のバイクパフォーマンスで、グループ1位を目指すと中国語でおっしゃっていたと思うんですが、しかも本日の試合も無事勝利勝てても3連勝果たしたと思うので、もうこの COAⅧ の期間中にどういうふうにこんなにチームの調子を保ってきたのか、少し話していただけますか？
まあそうですね、お互い信頼しているので、お互いにできることを全力でやってます。
他们非常相信他们的队友，然后每一个人也是全力以赴的应对每一场的比赛。
确实打得也是非常的棒啊！今天求生和监管是双向发力了。那我们接下来来到我们的对局中啊，在第一把的时候军工厂，我们卡 KD 选手的这边跛脚羊就发挥的非常棒，是前期直接从舒适区打到了统治区啊。我们有看到前期的节奏其实非常好，但是有一点点小小的波动，就是在最后的最后啊，其实对面的选手呢是开始有一些就是拉扯嘛，也是想极限走一个。那最后那一波时间会有什么样的一个想法呢？会有或者心路历程会是怎么样的呢？因为我们看到最后的地窖其實和那個密碼機離得還是挺近的，想請選手分享一下當時那個心路歷程。
カキリ選手、1戦目の足内の羊、本当に素晴らしい4釣りを、はい、おめでとうございます。で、でもその中では少し危ないところがあったと思いますね。最後の2人がダウンしている状態で、1、2行を目指すそういう場面があったと思うんですが、しかもハッチと暗号機がめちゃくちゃ近い距離だったと思うので、それはカキリさんは、その4釣りをするためにどういうふうに考えてプレーしましたか？
1人を出血ゲージのギリギリまでになんかジェット起き上がるように仕掛けて、もう1人を椅子につって絶対起き上がらないといけないハッカモリを見つける、そうやって見つけて仕留める作戦に切り替えました。
就首先他们因为有2个人，首先要保证他们的流血流到一定的程度，包括是想让那个守墓人的流血先流到极限，然后逼他一定要起，然后挂另外一个求生，最后就是逼守墓人起了之后，在短时间内找到他并且击倒他。
对，我们确实看到卡 KD 选手是选择了最稳健的打法，而且非常稳稳的拿下这个4抓，也是打出了我们的这个气势啊。那接下来呢，到了酿选手这边啊，今天古董和杂技玩的真的非常漂亮，相信观众朋友们和我一样，对那个杂技和囚徒那波配合真的非常印象深刻。当时歌剧是直接闪现出了小木屋，然后接着就是一个囚徒的一个点，想问一下那一波队内是怎么沟通的呢？
続いてニャン選手、苔村の試合で囚人との連携がすごく素晴らしかったと思います。ハンターが鬼没してきて、囚人が本当にまさに隣で手伝ってくれていたと思うんですが、その時の連携はどういうふうに話してプレーしましたか？
お互い無言やったんですけど、その心で通じ合ってるので意思疎通できました。
他们当时语音中其实没有说话，完全是成员们互相之间的心灵相通。
那原来就是心意相通，然后一个默契配合就做到了这一波，真的太秀了！哇，大家的配合真的看得出来非常默契啊。那么接下来我们看到最后的最后，其实囚徒逼着换了一波节奏之后啊，这个杂技再见面的时候，其实道具已经不多了，但是我们酿选手靠自己的实力也是拖够了密码机。那最后的最后发现监管好像没有带挽留，那一波队内语音会有什么样的沟通呢？
先ほどサバイバーの試合でもう途中で囚人が一度竹地にさせて、で最後もう一度曲芸師が追われた状態になったと思うし、しかも、あんまりアイテムがない状態でめちゃくちゃ時間稼げて、無事通電まで稼げて、でその通電後にハンターが引き止めるを持っていないということに気づいた時にみんな何か話していましたか？
そうですね、自分が引き止めるないっていうのを気づいて、引き止めるないっていうのを連呼して叫んでて、みんながなんか笑いながら OK みたいな感じでした。
当他注意到监管没有挽留的时候，他就在语音里大喊没有挽留，没有挽留。然后他的队员们也就非常的激动 ，OK， 然后就趁机的配合，对啊，非常漂亮，拿下那个平局。然后最后的最后，我们卡 KD 选手这边也是非常漂亮的歌剧演员啊。我们当时啊看到这个胡景村20秒就拿下了第一刀，并且空军也是逼着过来陪跑，还逼了一把枪嘛。那一波的其实排兵布阵还有埋下了一个伏笔，就是他闪现其实一直是省着没有用的。最后在首里阶段拦下2员大将之后拿下这个胜利。想问一下卡 KD 那一波的思路，或者说是有什么样的排兵布阵可以和大家分享一下吗？続いて影入選手最後の影村の試合でまず1人目のファーストチェイスが20秒でダウンを取れて、しかも空軍の銃も使わせて、でその後に鬼没も使わずにキャンプシーンの時で使うことになって、しかも2人のサバイバーも救助を仕留めれたと思うのですが、その試合では自分がどういうふうに立ち回りを考えていましたか？
救助シーンで運よく鬼没が残っていたので、救助来てる人をまず一発与えて、すぐに戻って、それでオフェンスともう一人救助来てたの分かってたんで、一旦椅子に戻って冷静に、そして隙を飛ばした後隙をついてオフェンス狙いました。
首先，因为他觉得是运气比较好，留了一个闪现，所以当他有人来救的时候，首先是靠闪现拿一刀，之后立刻回去。包括到第二个就是前锋过来的时候，他其实也是知道就是大家救人的位置的。那所以当把他第一个人挂飞了之后，也找机会继续去击倒前锋，拿到第二个节奏。虽然选手说是因为运气啊，但是其实运气也是实力的一部分嘛，也是留给有准备的人。那也是非常感谢2位的分享。那最后一个问题啊，我们小组赛进行到现在还有最后一把，想问一下2位选手对最后一场比赛有没有什么想说的呢？じゃあ2人ともこれからあと1試合残っていると思うので、この最後の1試合に向けての目標をお願いします。それぞれ。
今3連勝で。残り1戦なんですけど、もう全部勝って決勝トーナメントに1位通過でいきたいと思います。
现在已经3连胜了，而且还剩了最后一场。那么最后一场他们也会努力拿下最终的胜利，以小组第1的成绩晋级最后的淘汰赛。非常感谢。那接下来请我们的卡 KD 选手也分享一下吧。卡 KD 選手もお願いします。
3連勝中で、このままの流れで全勝いきたいです。
现在已经3连胜了，所以要顺着这个气势，最后拿下最后一场胜利。好的，相信大家一定会发挥得更加精彩的。那感谢2位来到我们的赛后采访环节，也是再次恭喜 AXIZ 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。接下来即将进行的是今天的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the gang.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer, driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
Huh?
Welcome home.
各位来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人月明。 下面有请两支战队登台喊话亮相。首先有请 RC 战队登台喊话。
Pete, let's have a dance battle before this match.
欢迎 Kidai、Monopi、Soba、City、Daori、Aka、Shota。下面有请 Omni 战队登台喊话。
巴啦啦，你 now。
欢迎 Lace、Fluff、P-Stopper、Aqua、Agramon 13、今天的第二场比赛由 RC 对阵 Omni， 接下来的比赛让我们一起拭目以待。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, after that, invitation from Soba with the dance-off, it seems like Omni did kind of got a little bit of a stage fright. Just for reference, by the way, in case people didn't know, I'm quite sure what Prince Stoppers was referring to was a cartoon. I think it's a Chinese cartoon, Balala the Fairy. I think that's what he was actually referring to. But I just feel like it's a little bit, I feel like we could have joined in the fun with that dance-off, but we did see as well during the standings that you did see, I think, Fluff and Pit Stoppers doing a little bit of moves. But with that in mind, second half we go. It's going to be RC versus Omni this time.
Yeah, RC versus Omni. Yeah, I wasn't sure, but thank you for the explanation there, Kuro. Again, for everyone who didn't know. And they said Agramon 13. That was kind of funny. I think it's just supposed to be Agramon, but maybe they want the 13 in there. I'm not sure. But anyways, yeah, so here we go. Omni versus RC. Well, this will be a difficult match for the NAU region team here. Unfortunately, this is going to be probably one of their hardest ones. But definitely they're going to do their best here. We'll see what they're able to do. Now, keep in mind, at this point in time, if we look into the rankings, Omni is currently in, let's see, what group are they in? There we go. Omni is currently in fourth with Sky at 0-2. So they really have to win 2 in a row here. They're going to have to somehow beat RC, and then they'll have to beat Sky. I'm excited for the Omni Sky match. I think that one could be close, but for RC, yeah, that's going to be a tough one for sure for Omni, but we'll see what they can do. I think the goal for Omni, we really got to see the survivors start to kind of step up. I've been reviewing a lot of the Omni games, and the survivors' individual mechanical skills have been very impressive. They've actually kited very well, and that's a huge improvement from Omni, but the Cypher Rush from Omni has been very suboptimal. There's been a lot of over-rotation, a lot of excessive hiding that has cost Omni because of lack of decoding. And we're going to see if they're able to work that out and get that Cypher Rush up today. If they're able to do that, I definitely think they can pull out some ties. But Omni yet to get a survivor out the exit gate today. Let's hope that this is the first time they're able to do it. Let's hope they're able to pull something out here against RC. A tough matchup, but we're rooting for that NAU side, and hopefully they're able to compete at the global level against this very strong RC team. And RC getting to the survivor side here. Let's see what they're able to do against Pit Stoppers.
Well, it seems like for Omni here, we decided to get Pit Stoppers to come out first, and of course, RC survivors will be facing off against our Omni NAU team. NAU team's Hunter. But first and foremost, Kiryet will be our first stats: 6,626.43 average deduction points, average containment time of 59.97 seconds, average rescues of 0.29, average decoding progress of 119.57, average heals of 0.14, and escape rate of 57%. Kiryet here, two preferred survivors being the Aeroplanist and the Fire Investigator. On our side, very good container overall. He has improved significantly, especially with his recent he's joined RC over the past 6 months. He is still considered more of a new recruit here, as he still hasn't reached that 1 year mark just yet.
All right, getting our next player here, we do have Rowley as well. 59 seconds of average containment time, 0 rescues, 29% escape rate. This is actually a very strong kiter. It doesn't really show with the 59 seconds of containment time, but Rowley we've seen with some very strong kites in the past before this global event, so maybe we'll be able to do something here today against Pit Stoppers. Has been a bit sick throughout this event. We saw him coughing in a previous match, sneezing today, so hopefully able to feel better soon.
Soba here for our next survivor. Sadly, the 10th dance-off was not accepted, but from Soba's side, more of a support type character here with Priestess and Coordinator as our preferred characters. 6,169.86 average deduction points, average containment time of 646.34, average rescues of 1, average decoding progress of 132.71. Overall though, Soba, very cheerful lad, I'll be fully honest with you on that part, and of course very, he's someone that really does kind of show that, oh, we're in-game support, but we are also an IRL support here with cheering our teammates up here as well. For RC here, this will be quite a fun matchup. And finally, last but not least, City has finally came back from his mini break. It'll be City here as the main rescuer from the side of RC, with the first officer and Wilding as our 2 preferred character pits. 48.22 seconds average containment time, 1.5 average rescues, 138.25 average decoding progress, 0.5 heals, 25% escape rate, and a total of 6,247 average deduction points here. It's nice to see City back as well. However, from what we've known as well, City mainly plays in round 1s and round 2s. Round 3s are given to Monopede to play that forward harass potential.
Absolutely. City taking get a quick nap in before the match begins, making sure fully rested. We will get into the Omni Hunter of Pit Stoppers here. Let's look at the Pit Stoppers statistics for this event. We see 9,900 average deduction. Only 2 eliminations per game, unfortunately, for Pit Stoppers. That is quite low when it comes to the current Hunter meta. We'll see if he's able to, turn that around today and maybe get that stat up a little bit more. We would hope to get that around 2.7, I would say, or higher. That's usually where it is. 2.6 are usually in the current Hunter meta. Still searching for that first 4 kill of the tournament. Been able to, continue along, get a lot of ties here, but gonna want to try to get some wins here in this early round with these round 1 Hunters.
We're going to be able to see the coach here from RC's side. Who will be the coach for RC? Still the same coach as before though, so all players and coaches know each other quite well. There's only one recent addition of Kiria that has just been added in, and Monopede has also been teamed here for a pretty long time too. From the side of Omni now, this is going to be our coach. It'll be Seiro, who is the coach for Omni. We're going to have to see what strategy she has devised for Omni for round 1s and the second half of round 1 too. So I'd say more or less it's going to be kind of obvious that it has to be Goldman or Hullblue. As we see the map band picks here, it'll be Red Church being chosen actually by RC, and Omni decided to ban out the Ever Sleeping Town.
Yep. So Red Church here, the first map selection. This is interesting choice. Well, what's interesting is I wonder if Pit Stoppers will lead with Ivy here. We've seen him do this in COA qualifiers for NAU. We've seen him do this in the first round against, I believe it was whichever team they played. I think it was Wolves in their first match. But unfortunately, the Ivy didn't quite work out for Pit Stoppers. He had a very hard time downing survivors in that match. So I wonder if he'll actually lead with that first here, or if he's going to go into a Goatman or Hullabaloo here for the first round. Looks like we're going to see the Seer and First Officer banned first. Pretty standard, getting rid of that rescue character, getting rid of that Seer option. As for the RC survivors, what hunter do they expect Pit Stoppers to play here? Looks like we're going to see Novelist first into the Airplanist as well. So maybe just looking to prepare for a Hullabaloo or Goatman here.
I feel like from the side of RC, they do have Rowley, who is the decoder of this team. We could potentially maybe see a prisoner coming out as well, but I'm just more surprised that Mech was not one of the highly chosen characters, especially when you want to go up against an Hullabaloo or Goman. But then it'll be Gravekeeper here next ban. If we don't choose a rescuer here, then Pit Stoppers' 4th ban has to be Mercenary here no matter what, because the top 3 survivor picks for rescuers are Gravekeeper, First Officer, and Mercenary. You could still get that Wilding though if RC wants, but it seems like we're going to just opt out for that Puppeteer instead.
All right, so Puppeteer is the next character selection here. Still a rescuer to go Pitstoppers has a choice of banning Mercenary or Wildling. Let's see which he opts to choose here. Considering that it is round 1, well, it's not a large map, so Wildling isn't necessarily as important. I guess it depends on which character he'd rather have to deal with here. So
you know what? I think we don't have to ban.
Well, I guess now they get to choose which rescuer they want, unless they want to play no rescuer and just have Aeroplanist and Puppeteer as main rescuer. But...
That's also fair too. But what I was more surprised is we didn't ban Merc, because if they do choose the Wildling, Hullabaloo can hit past the Wildling Spore and damage him and force him downboard instantly. Yeah. So I'm just more surprised that the Mercenary there wasn't banned from Pitstopper's side.
Yeah, I mean they had he it's interesting because he was going for the rescuer style ban strategy. We see this sometimes, right, where you ban rescuer first, then you ban another rescuer, and then you're like, okay, you're putting him on a clock to choose a rescuer character, and you're like, okay, we're just going to ban out all the rescuers here and leave them with, I guess, no safe rescuer, and we're going to have, that's going to improve our camping, essentially, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, Officer first, Gravekeeper second, Mercenary third, but then he just, interestingly enough, just goes into Psychologist. I don't think RC was going to pick Psych there, so I don't know, but, if anything, it would have been maybe not the Wildling, but even some other sort of I don't know. It's hard to say. Obviously, we're not in the mind of these players, but it looks like RC going with the pretty obvious Mercenary pick there now that it is available, and we'll see how this is going to work out here for Pitstoppers. What hunter opts to lead with here? Are we going to see the Hullabaloo? Are we going to see the Goatman, or maybe just going to the Ivy, which we've seen him do in the first round? Although we would think that the Hullabaloo might be his optimal pick here.
Honestly, for this team comp with the Aeroplanist and Novelist here combined, realistically speaking, that 20% extra pallet stun rate from the Aeroplanist when there's a survivor nearby is absolutely crucial, especially when you want to pair up with Novelist. But for Pitstoppers here, choosing out that Goatman, we have to go Excitement here then no matter what if we want to chase after Novelist. Because really for Novelist, once you get that changeover and the pallet stun, your cage by that time would be over. So we're going to have to be forced to use another 40% resentment stacks just to get the cage up here once again.
By the way, I'm now up to 70,000 apples. I just got my 1,200 bonus for checking in for 5 days in a row. We caught up to Kuro. Let's go, dude. Now I gotta pass you. We'll see. Anyways, we're gonna have Pitstoppers on that Goatman, and so let's see how this works out for him. Yeah, I think this team comp is really good for RC. I mean, Puppeteer, as we know, a very strong kiter against Goatman for wasting a cage per ability. Aeroplanist, very strong kiter against Goatman. Jetpacks are very effective for kiting out of Goatman cage. Novelist can kite out a Goatman cage using the switch, maybe a switch into a pallet. We've seen that be quite consistent. And the fact that they're able to even get the Mercenary at the end there, just a strong rescuer. So for going against Goatman here, I think RC definitely, we kind of talk about which side got the better ban pick, which side won the ban pick. I think RC definitely got the strongest, one of the strongest ban picks they could have gotten in this situation.
Yeah, and not only that, with this area selection mode we go, it's going to be Novelist here spawning right in towards the entrance of Graveyard. Aeroplanist in the middle, Puppeteer at Shack, and of course Mercenary on the left-hand side. We're going to be able to lock the Cypher Machine at Graveyard with Constraint there from Goatman and Redo being trump card. However, Goatman spawning on top left of the map right now. Probably the best chase here would still be Mercenary, even though he does have that mini tie turner for himself, but he is still just that 2-hit character anyways. What the question we have in mind is, 3 survivors will have to rotate in Shack, middle, and of course Mercenary, and the Novelist can just decode by himself without any worries. But we'll move on then. Right after that fist bump from Sato, it'll be the handshake between the 2 coaches.
All right, let's get into our traits here. It's going to be, he's going to bring Excitement this time, so that is in preparation of the Novelist. We've seen this be common before, where Goatmans go Excitement. If they go for the switch into the Pallet, you get Excitement that and still get the hit anyway. Mercenary, no BT. We're seeing a flywheel-tied Mercenary here. Crow, this is going to be very interesting. Only 1 survivor bar time on the Puppeteer. This is the first half of the first round of the RC Survivor side versus Omni Hunter. I'm Elio joining with Crow Sherby in the live commentary for this match.
Well, the revelation has come true from what we've talked about yesterday as well, with, Flywheel on Mercenary. But for now, though, it'll be Throwing Potential alongside Wish Quenching Effect. It seems like we're bringing Exhibitionists here too, Wish Wanted Order and Berserker for Pit Stoppers, Persona and Trace. First chase seems like it would be us wanting to find that novelist. However, so back here, still decoding by himself as a puppeteer. It's just one tie turner on himself, though, so it might be a little bit dangerous.
Here we go. First chase will go onto the puppeteer. Soba will use that puppet. He's going to just go ahead and use that time to break the cage here and transition to the next pallet. Pit Stopper is having another cage ready. Will he use it to block the pallet here? He's going to just take the hit onto the puppeteer. It looks like already getting up to half health. So pretty good start here for Pit Stoppers. Will he take the hit? Oh, yeah, he hits into the puppet. And that allows the puppeteer to get a free cage put out of the way there.
Not only that as well, we do have enough resentment here for our next cage ready, but Puppeteer still has his little Lewis to use, so with this we're going to be able to break the cage on time with only 30 stacks of resentment left on our hands to use. It does seem like this Goldman might just be a little bit too tired to be angry at Puppeteer here with his containment. That's going to be a beautiful attack charge attack hit here, but just not enough.
One more cage here from the Goatman. There's the switch. Can he get the down onto the Puppeteer? I think he's going to get it right here. Does get the down onto the Puppeteer here, so still able to get the down pretty quickly. I think not quite as quick as he would have liked, but still definitely a pretty good position here for Pit Stoppers. Now he did bring excitement, so there's no abnormal, no peeper, nothing like that. Mercenary coming in for the early rescue. Does he see the Mercenary? He sees the Mercenary early, but the flywheel, it would have missed. The hit would have missed anyway, but the flywheel coming in here. It's so funny to see a flywheel on Mercenary. It's just you don't see that animation very often.
And not only that, Eli, it's a chip damage hit there on the Mercenary, so Mercy can rescue once again if he really wants to do so. That's going to be hit over straight towards Puppeteer. We can't use our little Lewis's anymore, but we're still in tight turn time anyway, so it doesn't really matter on that side. But for the second rescue, Mercy can allow Puppeteer to rebound Kai as Mercenary Cypher Machine here closing on towards 60%.
The question is going to be, Pit Stopper's definitely on board for a tie, but how can he propel this into a victory here? Mercenary only at a chip damage. That's not optimal by any means. Obviously, you want the Mercenary to be at half health so you can down them later on. This also means that City can rescue a second time. That is very crucial here for these survivors, as they can continue to promote Cypher Rush while Mercenary saves again. They're already on to their last two Cyphers, and that 60% Cypher the Mercenary has will be the third one. Pit Stopper still holding it straight here. Will we see the Mercenary come in for the rescue? Looks like he will come in for the second save. Pit Stopper's not sure where the survivor's coming from, but he does now see him here. Will he take that out of the Mercenary? He is going to take the hit. We are going to see the rescue, but now, because there's no tide turner Puppeteer, Crow does get that ability back.
Puppeteer being able to do the brilliant little Lewis there for himself. However, we still have another cage already on our hands to use. With this Puppeteer, we're going to be able to go straight towards the other side, but there's a pallet left to play around with. We did not get the hit over the pallet, and now that's going to be such a long pallet mind game there as we both go straight towards the other side. Puppeteer there, not realizing that it was initially locked, and Pit Stopper is going to be able to take that home. It definitely is a guaranteed tie game here, though, but 260+% Cypher Machines.
Yeah, that Cypher Rush is so good for RC here. It's going to be very hard for Pit Stoppers to turn this around. He does have trait, so he has a couple options. He could go for Mercenary, he could teleport away, he could save it for Abnormal. There's a few options he could go here, but those last two Cyphers already with a lot of progress. He's going to double switch into the Merc, but the Merc gets the cage break, although he doesn't necessarily need... Oh, he's going to elbow pad the other way, past the Goatman here. Mercenary holding that flywheel. We're going to see City use the flywheel, but he missed the flywheel through the pallet. He flywheels into the tombstone, and Pit Stopper is able to get the hit there. And just like that, Pit Stopper is getting the survivor on trip. That Cypher Machine is going to be almost primed by the time he gets the chair here. I don't think Pit Stopper has enough time to get to that top broken unless he instantly goes for a teleport, which he is going to do. Cypher's 95. Novelist will go for that switch. And a
little bit hard here to play around with. That's the flywheel coming out, but the cage is going to dissipate here just on time. We can't forget, Mercenary now can go look for an item for himself. He's decoding a new Cypher Machine, but he can look for an item for endgame. Double decoding. Right. Bad news here for Pit Stoppers. We've no endgame potential here at all because we barely any resentment left on our hands to use. Yes, Novelist may be a chip down, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be the exit gate. They're open on time as well. Mercenary already at that exit gate. Novelist trying to buy a little bit more time for himself. We don't have a pallet here left to use anymore. We don't have flywheel, but at least that's still just a down. 40 stacks of resentment on our hands to use. Kidia with one hover jetpack out. We can make it straight towards the other side, but right around now, not looking towards the right direction of where that aeroplane is. Arrow is already
he doesn't get it. Yeah, he doesn't get the trap there. That means Airplane will still make it out the back gate with the Mercenary. That's going to be a tied game here for RC. This is a very good result for them. Again, getting the tie against Pit Stoppers, putting RC in a strong early position. Very strong tie from them. You saw by the time the first survivor went down, the last Cypher machine was already, I think, 75 or 80% of the way done there. And then the airplane just went to rush that, considering he has borrowed time. It's a safe play for him to do so. And everything went quite swimmingly for RC in that match. I'm trying to think about what Pit Stoppers really could have done differently. The Puppeteer just did everything right, fundamentally correct. Used the chip hits in all the right positions. You see why Puppeteer is just a good kiter against Goatman. It just wastes a lot of time and forces the Goatman to use excessive cages to get the down. And then, yeah, that's all that really needed to happen. Also, I guess a couple of missed opportunities on hits where either they're only chip hits. That was especially important against the Mercenary, because that allowed Mercenary to save a second time and not be double downed. And from there on, it made it very easy for the Cypher Rush to stay intact and for RC to play for that tie.
But you also have to give it the props to the Mercenary, though. We saw how brilliantly he actually maneuvered with the elbow pad as well. That 360-degree turn initially just to dodge the very first dash back on Mercenary side was honestly speaking brilliant. However, the match stats, here we go. It's actually so by here with only 88-second containment on Dash Puppeteer. He did have just tie turner in that game, but only just tie turner were able to decode for such a long time too. But you know, moving aside from that, Eli, as we have talked about yesterday, now we finally were able to see a flywheel with tie turner on Mercenary. How do we feel right after that game?
Well, it ended up being fine. Obviously, Mercenary is typically a character that would bring borrowed time, but in that situation, it did help him. I guess I didn't. Well, actually, I guess I didn't really help him. If he didn't have flywheel, I don't think it would have changed much. Because the first time he used flywheel, he hit the tree, so it didn't even matter. And then the second time, he ended up flywheeling into the tombstone. So I get the idea, and I think under certain circumstances it can be quite good, but in that case, not exactly the most optimal. But yeah, it ended up working out perfectly fine for RC. RC definitely getting the a very good result for them here. The 2-2, even though it is just a tie, that is essentially getting a tie on the Survivor side in round one. It's basically like winning as survivors.
Yeah.
So even though it is tied on board, RC, I would say already has the advantage from this position. So yeah, that's gonna put a lot of pressure on Omni. You know, we'd love to see Hunters being able to win in the early rounds, releasing some of the pressure from the survivors, making it a lot easier for teams to win the round one here. But RC definitely already having the advantage. And let's see, can Omni survivors get a tie to tie up this first round? That's going to be the big question here.
Yeah, and I do think it's not only that too. Omni survivors really like to play harass type characters, especially when it comes to, you know, round one games. We have seen this happening before as well on the same map a few days ago, but the only issue is that we were up against a Goatman too. So I feel like for Omni right now, if we really do want to play that harass type of team comp, we need to be able to harass at least early game or during the mid-kite scenarios, not during balloon rescues, because if the Goatman actually comes out, it is still just way too risky. Yes, you can waste 40 stacks of resentment on the side of Goatman, but during chair time, that would be just fully rejuvenated. So it doesn't really matter too much at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. This match, oh my god, the pop quiz, this match lasted how long? It was about 5 minutes, which is a little over 300. It's either 324 or 326 seconds. How am I supposed to know the difference between that? That's so close. What? We're gonna say 24. Oh, no, it's 322. It literally, it was literally, Kuro, it was literally 322, 324, or 326. How long did the match last? Come on, that's crazy. How am I supposed to get that? I mean, I know we have the timer on screen, but even the timer is not exactly the most accurate. Anyway, we're gonna get into Wizard Aqua here for Omni, who, yeah, one of the survivor players for Omni here, and let's see what he's able to do in this match. We saw him kite quite well so far, as well as Fluff as well, another player who's kited quite well for Omni. Average containment time of 80 seconds, rescues of 1. But yeah, as mechanically speaking, we've seen both Aqua and Fluff kite really well, and that's key for Omni, is that their mechanical kiting from both these two players has been very good. It's just going to be the question of the Cypher Rush from them today.
Yes. Yeah, and not only that too, I do think what Omni kind of do miss as well is their personal skill is very good as well, but I just feel like we're missing a little bit more when it comes to the team synergy and the team comp fights as well. Well, like for everyone inside Omni, I do think the main question here is how we're going to be able to play that mid to end game too. The early game is brilliant, as Eli has shown this to us here as well. Alongside with Fluff's actually average containment time being 80 seconds too. And now the main question will be how well can we Cypher Rush? What about second containment right after someone has been eliminated? And not only that too, there's also that communication and team fight that we have to worry about as well.
Yep, definitely. So we have Lays here as well. Lays with a containment time 52 seconds, 0.5 rescues per game. Again, yet to escape. Omni Survivors looking for their first escape today. Let's hope they're able to pull it out this time against the RC Hunter. Not going to be very easy, but we're hoping the best for Omni and for the NAU region. And Lays, yeah, there. First we saw Lays playing that prisoner, playing a lot of decoding characters, and definitely will be doing their best to get that tie here today. I'm trying to think about how this match is. They're able to get a tie here, and that kind of gives Pitstop. I think Pitstop is one of those hunters that actually plays well into later rounds. He has a very large character pool. He's got characters like Dreamwitch with high win potential in the third round. So definitely a player that can win a lot of rounds, but he's still trying to get past that tiebreaker mark. So for the survivors, they're really going to need to try to help out and assist for more points here. Average rescues of 1.5 here from Juan, as Juan is the main rescuer player here for Team Omni.
Yeah, and not only that too, I just feel like from the side of Omni Arena, the biggest challenge here will definitely be up against Akka. Akka's, look, we know Akka's Hullabaloo, we know Akka's Goldman, but his Goldman is more proficient than any of his other hunters currently, since he was actually the one spamming Goldman in rank the most initially when he came out too. But from the side of RC right now, Akka, a little bit less pressure on his side as well. We are going to have to ban out the Seer and the Mech, but with our stats here, it'll be 11,474 average deduction points. By the way, that's very high with 8.29 average knockdowns, 2.86 average eliminations, 0.29 average terror shock, 61.91 average time to knockdown, and a 43% elimination rate. Elimination rate.
Indeed, Akka doing very good so far in this event. 2.86, definitely quite impressive. So let's see if he's able to continue that streak today against Team Omni. Yeah, we're gonna look at our coaches yet again here, or not. Who's the coach for RC again? I don't recall.
Oh, Huhu.
Huhu, that's right. Yeah. And then Seiro as well. So again, the key factor for Omni, we kind of talked about this quite a bit here, and let's hope Seiro is able to help the survivors out in that manner. But it's going to be the Cypher Rush is very important for this team. When we go back and watch some of their previous matches, their kiting has been good. We've seen Fluff with very impressive kites. We've seen Wizard Aqua with very impressive early game kites. But when you look at the overall Cypher progress after these very long kites, it results in the ciphers not being far enough along. As the match progresses, there's a lot of hiding and rotating and lack of cipher rush. Additionally, the biggest thing that's cost Omni is 3-ciphering themselves. And if you don't know what 3-ciphering yourselves is when you decode each cipher machine, so the last 3 ciphers remaining on the map are all in one area, all in the same area. And it's very easy for the hunter to patrol all those ciphers. I think Omni's done it at least 2 or 3 times so far. So it's going to be very crucial for them to have that communication of spreading out those cipher machines and making sure they're not decoding all the ciphers in one area and leaving the last 3 for the same spot. Because as we know, characters like Hullabaloo and Goman can easily patrol those cipher machines and prevent the cipher from being popped.
Yeah. I guess the biggest thing is, right, we know that Omni do like to rotate quite a bit, but it just does feel like their semi-map control isn't the best. They are going to have to spend a little bit more time early game as well with the transitioning too. However, aside from all that, another side step here, we're going to be able to see the OPH skins, cosplay skins here for Cheerleader, Mercenary, Anti-Courier alongside with a Prisoner too. I mean, you know what, Eli, with your 70,000 apples, are you planning on getting that merc or not?
Getting the what? Oh, wait, I didn't even check the shop. Wait, what? The shop?
It's 63,800.
Oh wait,
by the way.
I didn't even see that.
I
literally
didn't even look at the
skin. I literally didn't even look at the shop yet. I was literally the only thing I looked at was how many apples I had. I wasn't even looking at the shop. Let's see. Oh, that's pretty cool actually. I kind of like that. Yeah, I'll consider getting that. I'm trying to see if there's any accessories that would be good. Professor? No, I don't really play Professor. Batter. Oh, but there's the batter accessory, and everybody knows my opinion on batter, so that might be something I have to consider. Also, the first officer accessory is pretty cool. I don't know, the Merc one, yeah, maybe we'll consider it. We'll get back to that later. Kuro, are you just trying to get me to spend my apples so you can have more than me? Is that what you're doing?
I don't know what you're talking about, Eli. No idea what you're talking about at all. Yeah, but like, as once again, like Omni is gonna have to strategize this really well. I do feel like we can kind of mimic what RC chose last game, but maybe instead of just one Titan on the Puppeteer, we could also run that knee-jerk reflex or even that flywheel too.
Right.
But I do think for Omni themselves, they probably do know Akka will definitely run that Goatman just to make it another mirror match as well. And if Akka actually does, I guess we're just really here to prove who is the better Goatman.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see, where the team composition goes with Omni as well. I'm interested. I don't recall off the top of my head the exact sort of compositions Omni has been building throughout the last few matches. So we're gonna see how they pick their characters here today. It's gonna be a mechanic here first. So getting rid of that mechanic, getting rid of that tie character here for Akka. Very standard for round number 1. A lot of these hunters just really want to get that out of the way, and the officer, but does open up the Seer, and excellent from Omni. Gonna pick that up right away, acknowledging, yep, this Seer is a very important character for round 1 here. Very good against Goatman. Can delay the down against Hullabaloo as well. We definitely want to have that as an option since Akka did give it to us. We're gonna go ahead and take that right away here into the Puppeteer as well. Very standard picks here. And the Coordinator band here from Akka. Next is the Aeroplanist. So already a very strong looking team composition for Omni here. I really like the route they're going. With the Puppeteer Arrow, as well as the Seer for extra support here, since the Seer is available, immediately picking that up. And now Akka left to ban a Rescuer here. Let's see if he goes with that Gravekeeper ban. Actually, Fire Investigator. So I guess Akka really fearing that character more. I guess we do have 2 characters with Tide Turner options, being the Puppeteer and Aeroplanist anyways. So he's fine with just giving them another Rescuer. It looks like they will immediately pick up that Gravekeeper though. So I think overall here, Kuro, Omni has picked up quite a strong team composition. I really like the route they went here.
The only one criticism I'll have to give to Omni with their team composition is that if Akka decides to choose Ivy here, they'll have a pretty hard time to actually deal with the first containment and deal with overall map control. Yeah, Gravekeeper is not a bad choice here if you want to try to counter that. However, like, look, if you just look at the whole team combo as well, like, Aeroplanist use Hover, 1 Revelation, can't use it anymore. Same with the Seer, can't look back at all to gain Owl. Same with the Puppeteer, you can't get that 100 stack first with the Revelation and then get a hit, so that's one less Puppet for himself to use as well. So from the cycle of Akka here, are we willing to maybe come out with an IV where it definitely does count this team card pretty hard? Or maybe do you want to just go prove ourselves with our Hullabaloo or Goatman for game 1 second half?
Yeah, I think it's not too bad. Well, as we know, Grave is the best rescue against Ivy as well because you can get knocked out of your shovel with the Scare. So I would say that, I would say overall the comp's not too bad for Ivy. Obviously, Aeroplanist can jetpack out of the, he's gonna go for the hull. I was gonna say he can jetpack out of the Corrupt Zone. Seer can extend kites against Ivy, unless Seer is first chase, which could sometimes be a bit problematic. Puppeteer as well. But we're gonna see, the Hullabaloo here, I think is fine for Akka. I think this comp is just so good against Goatman. That Aeroplanist, as we know, good kiter against Goatman, plus Seer support, plus Puppeteer. I think that would have been, I think it would have been hard for Akka to play Goatman into this. So I think the Hullabaloo definitely is the stronger option here.
Not only that as well, for Akka himself, if he did predict that Omni actually only brought 1 Titan and chases after the Gravekeeper instead, that will be a very detrimental situation for Omni. However, the area selection mode here we go first. It's going to be Gravekeeper spawning by Red Carpet here towards the entrance of Graveyard, meanwhile the Aeroplanist spawning at middle, and Puppeteer here on the left-hand side. For Akka, we could try and maybe spawn in Shack. Yes, that's probably the most optimal way to go, as now you have 3 options, whether you're going to go straight, left, or right. Probably speaking, you know what, Seer definitely would get his Owl back on time before the hit initially lands. However, still at the end of the day, we cannot forget that Seer is such a great character when it comes to going up against like Hullabaloo and when it comes to regaining his Owl stacks fast.
Definitely the case here. We are having the Omni survivors searching for a tie here against RC Akka to tie up this round number 1 by a score 4-4. Akka playing for a victory here to try to take an early lead in this match against Team Omni. We're going to get into our traits here. Looks like we're going to have 1 survivor with BT only, being the Gravekeeper. We have triple Tide Turner as well against the left-right Peever build here from Akka. This is the second half of the first round of the Omni survivors versus the RC Hunter side. At Emilio joined with Kurt Sherbury in the live commentary for this match.
Now then, once again, Gravekeeper. No, we're not going to go after Gravekeeper, excuse me. We're going to be Trump Card Insolence alongside with Max Pallet Breaking here, Nostalgic and Panic. Seer here will become the first chase. However, that's going to be one snowball there landing straight on towards the Seer, as that's the only snowball that we actually can land. Peepers here will be dropped down instantly, so that just means Seer's tight containment will not be that easy. And not only that, the Hulu Blue can land those double stacks pretty early on as well. And that's what we're going to try and do, but we just barely missed the red zone.
Absolutely. See, yeah, gets the hit already onto the Seer here. Very early damage onto Fluff. Kind of trapped back here. We're going to see that vault there. Going to transition towards the God Pallet here at backgate. Akka will have his clones online in a moment. Yeah, already a good start from here. There's the next clone, Red Bomb. What's he going to get with this next one? Fluff is going to Owl to absorb this hit. Getting a double already. Oh no, this is unfortunately already a tough start for Omni. Fluff having a very difficult time getting these hits, dodging these, and he's gonna go down to the red zone. What an incredibly fast down for Akka. That was beautiful with the double hits there.
I feel like from Fluff's point of view there, he definitely should have transitioned a little bit further out, because he was still within that one Peeper's range in which Akka has dropped down initially, like, you know, at Dash spawn location that Seer was originally in. Right now though, we're going to be able to see Juan coming in already, and already inside that shovel as well, but Akka just doesn't really see it because it's a Gravekeeper downing shovel after all. But if that's the case, that shovel will be fully consumed if we're not careful here. Though, we're going to dash in straight immediately. That's going to be an instant hit, and now Seer, a rebound kite definitely is very doable, but we're going to go for a double hit straight on towards Juan. And once again, Seer's owl regenerate there is only around 25%. It definitely isn't enough.
Yeah, nowhere near enough at this point. He's going to have a double speed boost, but that Hullabaloo catching up right away, able to avoid that first hit. Still has Flywheel to work with here. Let's see, up to 70% on that Owl. There's the Flywheel for the first hit, but a double bomb right away. And he just knocks him straight down there. Yeah, that's going to be another fast down and a double down on the Gravekeeper. Cypher progress, unfortunately not far enough along just yet for Team Omni here. And this is Akka continuing along at a very good rate here. And it's gonna be very difficult for Omni. We're gonna see Lay's transition for the next save. He still has Tide Turner, so he's gonna be able to most likely use a flying jetpack to come in all the way for this save here. Akka's gonna go ahead and double dash back here to the chair. There's a red, a white. He's clone is on cooldown. There's the hit. There's the rescue. Can't Seer get another Owl here. He's going for the double hit, very far double hit onto Lace here, finally able to get it. The question is, does this allow Fluff to potentially rebound? That's going to be the key here for Omni. Their only chance at this point is to see a strong rebound kite. Let's see if he's able to find the Owl. There's the pallet break. 90% of that Owl, 95%. I think he's going to be able to get it here, Kuro. He is able to get it.
Ooh, just about on time as well, but still just give it instant hit down.
Wow. Yeah, it doesn't even matter there. The clone getting the double hit. Akka with complete control over this match, unable to dodge any bombs here. That's how strong this placement is from Akka. And he even double downs Lays. He's gonna find him here. They still need a full Cypher machine to go at this point, and this is looking like a very strong winning position for Akka here.
It's only going to be Gravekeeper that has to be one that not rescues, that decodes, but he's such a slow decoder even with accelerated decoding. Aqua here will be found instantly because we do still have double surprise left. Well, maybe in 7 seconds, but right now Akka will be able to drop down that Peepers to find the Puppeteer just on time too. We can't really use our items here just yet, but that's going to be an instant hit straight towards Puppeteer. That's okay, we just want to land a little bit more stacks on towards him. One more Fireball is what we need to guarantee that Puppeteer cannot use it once again.
Can Puppeteer still make the rescue? There's a clone on chair.
We got the rescue. We got the rescue. It's okay, but it's still a double down.
Yeah, it's still a double down. Lays is not going to be along for this world as well. That is, I think, the third double down of this match. What incredible camping from Akka. Now, it was a good. Now, I will say the Puppeteer able to juke the swing because that white clone was waiting on chair to get that hit. So the fact that he was able to juke that and still make the rescue is very important. But a double down is very crucial. We're going to see the teleport onto the Gravekeeper. Just going to leave all those survivors on the ground here and go for the last Cypher machine. Akka playing very aggressively here for that 4 kill. Gravekeeper, okay, able to avoid one more bomb hit here. Is going to knock him out of shovel. There's the white from the full presence. The red bomb, he needs to get a black bomb hit. Gravekeeper able to avoid the first hit. He has to break the pallet. If he jumps back over the blocks, it will be behind him, so he's not able to hit the Gravekeeper. But there's the flip and the down onto the Gravekeeper. All 3 survivors down here, shared on the last Cypher machine as well for Akka. What absolute, what a great show from this Hullabaloo here.
But the issue here is two survivors has used up their own self heals too, and not only that as well, because Aeroplane has used up his self heal second, and he's at half health. That just means that we know that Puppeteer hasn't really healed them at all. So from Aka's point of view, as long as we get them down, we don't really need to go after them anymore. But that's going to be later. Immediate next phase, we do have a mud ball right in our hands to use, and that's an instant down from Aka's side. We're going to pick up on Chair here without a worry in the world, and the last one but not least will be Aqua from Omni's NAU division, and for us here, it's going to be an immediate drop down as we want to get that guarantee 4K. I mean, it's round 1. If you can't get it, you definitely should.
Yeah, and he knows that Aeroplane is, probably doesn't have self heal as well, as he did use it up back in the back about 30 seconds ago. So he's gonna go ahead and change targets onto the Puppeteer here, trying to find out where he's hiding out. He knows he's not on any Cypher machine. He's gonna use those clones to locate where he's... Oh, does he see him here? He does see the trail, I believe, and Puppeteer will get found out. This will be a 4 elimination for Aka here. And just like that, RC winning the first round with an excellent display of Hunter gameplay from Aka. Not giving Omni any chance. Triple double hit on the rescue from Aka, which is incredibly difficult to do. And just not giving Omni any window of opportunity to even get to the end game there. What a great display of Hullabaloo gameplay.
I do feel like with that game, Aka had so many double downs. First chair double down already, second chair double down already, third chair double down, and not only that too, even though Puppeteer having triple Lil Lewis's, well, he only used 2 because there's red zone, but like if you well, no, he only used 1. Now that I think about it, he actually only used 1 there, but we were able to get the rescue still. However, it kind of just feels like Aka was really dominant in that game, like continuous double downs. The Seer chase was also really fast too, but we were at least able to get it out, but it was fully denied with another double surprise stack.
Yeah, Seer was able, he was able to get the owl, but just immediately getting that done. There's also some points where Aka gets double bomb hits with 1 clone, and that's when it becomes very easy for the Hullabaloo to get down. It's sort of like when you, as a Bloody Queen, like if you get, this is just a weird, kind of a weird example, as a Bloody Queen, if you get 2 hits with 1 mirror, or a basic hit with a BQ and a mirror hit or something like that. As a Hullabaloo, if you're getting multiple bomb hits with only a single clone, that's very, very impressive. That's very good. That's very hard for the survivors. As a survivor, the maximum you want to allow is 1 bomb per clone. And even then, you want to try to juke them as much as possible. Juke into a zone. As soon as you see the Hullabaloo going for the clone, you want to juke to the side, juke to one side to try to run into a zone that you already have a bomb of, or just avoid the clone altogether. But unfortunately, Fluff wasn't able to do that. He got stuck in the zones every single time, and multiple bomb hits over and over from Aka, triple double downs. I mean, yeah, it's not much you can do to come back after all those things come into effect.
Yeah, and I do think it's not only that too, as we can see as well from that stats page, it was a nice second containment from the Seer. However, right after after Seer has been eliminated, we were able to spot where Puppeteer was immediately. I feel like from that side, yes, we might want to decipher it, but maybe healing there wouldn't actually have been a bad option too. We also do know that GK has already used up his self-heal initially too, so like, it's kind of like from that point of view, seems like what Omni wanted to try there was to continue Decipher Rush, but like there was just too many double downs. Maybe if we didn't have that many double downs, maybe if we, just had 1 or none, Cypher Machine definitely would be enough. However, Aka, that dominant chair camp that we talked about Hullabaloo before, not having actually any chair camp potential, but getting a double down on a Gravekeeper who kind of shoveled his way in for a no damage rescue, and immediately afterwards getting an instant down, it doesn't really seem like, it was a good it was a good containment from the GK, even though he wanted to get away from that area as soon as he can.
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to think what else they could have done different. I think it's just, obviously the first kite was, Aka was able to get a fast down, and then the double downs were pretty significant. I think that was very kind of the important things. Obviously, when you're going against characters like Hullabaloo, you want to try to get away with only 1 injury. Sometimes we see even players getting no injury rescues, but this time around, yeah, Aka was able to double down all the survivors at that point. So I think part of it as well is some of the Omni survivors, they didn't really try to juke the clones. They kind of just ran straight a lot of the time, and we'll get back to that in a minute. We're gonna look at our highlights for this first round.
Okay. 北壁か。どっかいないかな。オッケー。 4回以内でいいの。6回でフルテク。ナイト。何割？これいったで。いや、いいさ。He got me.
Hold on there. Laser doing this. Laser doing this.
He got me with double.
Okay, heal me. Nice.
Kill Kaidi. One still alive.
I'm alive a bit.
He might die here though. He's right on top of you.
Okay, there we go. There we have it, guys. First round going to RC by a score of 7-2, and an early lead for them here. We were just kind of talking about the maybe what Omni could have done a little differently. I think part of it has to do with the mechanical kiting against Hullabaloo. It's very important to try to juke the clones, whether that's run to a direction, try to bait the hunter into going the clone, then go the other direction, or juke to a zone where you've already been hit. I think the problem is the Omni survivors, they just ran straight a lot, and when you run straight, it just makes it very, very easy for the hunter to kind of just simply place the clone and get the hit. So you want to make sure you're not running straight against a Hullabaloo, especially when he has a clones available.
But however, moving on straight towards round 2, well, game 2, first half. For this in mind now, then I guess from the side of Omni, we kind of want to tie the game for both first half and the second half. It's kind of the bare minimum requirement we have right now from both the hunter and the survivor side. There will be the Goma and Hullabaloo going straight in towards the permanent ban. So let's just see here what the map picks will be from Omni side, since for the first game it was given to RC. For the second game now it'll be Omni. Let's see what Omni has actually in store for us here, with what kind of strategies they want to play. But actually speaking, from Pit's Hopper side, maybe a Dreamish can come out. Oh, what's that, Eli, that you just showed
Someone
us?
was asking about the cow, so I had to show them the cow. This is the cow that I have. So you guys, yeah. This is the emotional support cow. So during Identity 5, when there's a lot of excitement and anxiety and stress and all that, the emotional support cow keeps the matches not as overly stressful and anxiety producing, etc. Yeah. So yeah, emotional support cow. There you go, guys. Right here. There's the cow. Okay, back to our match. I did get the last prediction correct, so I gained another 200. It was okay. So this is the difference in questions here. So one of the questions was how many seconds was the match, which was 322, 324, 326, which is like, that's pretty hard to get. This one was the hunter was shocked how many times this match. Well, there was no characters that shocks the hunter, so I don't think it was any times for that matter. And yeah, got that one correct, 0 times. I guess they were just making sure we were paying attention. So I do recall no prisoners, so that works out nicely.
But from that point onwards as well, we did see the we did see the map selection mode there too, which is the Moonlit River Park area being chosen from Omni side. Potentially speaking, maybe we want Pit Stoppers to either A, play Opera Singer, or B, play Dreamwitch. But like, if you do want to play Opera Singer, RC survivors will be fully ready intact to try and counter you as well. But maybe on the RC side as well, they want to bring Knee-Jerk Reflex and Flywheel just to make sure that they have both grounds covered for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a pretty fun map to play. We talk about how Moonlit is one of those maps where there's a lot of fun play styles you can incorporate with the coaster. But we're gonna look at a quick interview here from RC.
選手がすごくなんか交友的というか、結構撮影の時も僕となんか喋りかけたりしてくれて、めっちゃなんか楽しくいろんなメンバーと交流できたりしてるんで。まあそこらはあるんですけど、まあ試合の時はね本気でぶつかり合いたいと思っております。
Well, there we go. It seems like RC has gotten everything out and ready for us to prove, well, not to prove themselves, but it's also respected the players too as well. They will give it their all here for a second half, so it's not going to be that easy here for Pit Stoppers too. But if that is the case, I do wonder what new strategies we have in mind when it wants to counter both the Dream Witch and the Opera, because Dream Witch is still pretty strong in this map if you actually don't decide to bring Flywheel. Or maybe from RC side, could potentially see quite a lot of Acrobats, quite a lot of Aeroplanists, and quite a lot of, Anti-Currents too.
Yeah, definitely. Also curious to see what character Pitstoppers is going to aim to play. We know he does prefer that Ivy for round 2, so I would imagine that's going to be his character of choice here. He also has the Opera Singer, but not as proficient with that character, so we'll probably aim to go with the Ivy and see what he can do against RC. Now, it is Moonlit River Park. We're talking about Moonlit's a little bit more challenging for Ivy. Large maps are more challenging for Ivy because she prefers to have the smaller maps in which she has she can move the Ghost around quicker, control ciphers easier, and things like that. On a larger map like Moonlit, it can be a bit more challenging, but we've seen plenty of 4 kills with Ivy on Moonlit before, so I would imagine going into this match, RC is expecting that Pitstoppers wants to play Ivy. They will try to countercomp Ivy as much as possible. They prefer to go against they prefer that he picks Opera Singer, since Ivy is the character that he is definitely more proficient in.
And if that's also the case too, most likely from the Survivor side, a Flywheel will be brought on almost everyone except for the Rescuer. It's also because of the fact that the zones, the containment area, the strong containment areas in Moonlit River Park, with the moment they get locked by an Ivy, Flywheel is usually the best because you want to play around, the likes of Godkite, the likes of Tent for quite a long time too. But let's just see what the BAM pick phase will be like for RC Survivor side as we move on towards it directly. It will be Go Back Here Permanband for Pitstoppers, and from the Survivor side, it was Aeroplanist, Puppeteer alongside Wish-Novelist.
Indeed. So we'll see where Pitstoppers goes with his bans first. Again, probably prioritizing Ivy bans at this point, considering that seems to be his optimal character for round 2 here. Looks like it's going to be Siren Coordinator, which actually might be Opera bans. Typically we see Opera Singer would ban this in a situation like this. Maybe try to bait RC into considering that it's an Opera, then switch to Ivy. I'm not really sure. Again, I would imagine Ivy's, from what we know about Pitstoppers from the NAU region, Ivy is his character, definitely preferred character here for round 2, even chosen in a round 1 situation against Wolves. So looks like we're going to see the Prisoner and the Embalmer immediately here for RC. RC really going for this tie strategy. Cypher Rush with the Prisoner, the Embalmer, good for getting a tie survivor. They're really just acknowledging we have a large lead here. We're just going to play for a tie. We're going to make sure that we hold on to our lead at this point.
With the Prisoner and Embalmer pick too, we can't forget this fully counters Ivy as well. That's a first Astro ban alongside with a
they know it's coming. I'm pretty sure
they know it's coming. If that's the case, then let's just see what Pitstoppers' last ban here will be. Preferably speaking, you do want to get rid of one good harasser or supporter, such as Florian, Fire Investigator, but we decided to go for that Psycho instead, so that's going to be the Fire Investigator coming out. Then if that's the case, I feel like for RC here, this is the best team comp that they actually could have came up with. Everyone can contain, there's a little bit of a small support from the side of Fire Investigator, and then now for Pitstoppers, if we actually go Ivy here, it's just too hard. Like, Fire Investigator, you can't really leech on towards him if there's an airbag nearby, and just Prisoner and Embalmer there being a full counter up against the Ivy.
Okay, so Fire Investigator, yeah, it's the last pick. So Pitstoppers, will he even go Ivy at this point, or will he go into Opera? Maybe will he go something else? We've seen him play Dream Witch in round 2 as well, which even so, Dream Witch isn't particularly the best. Fire Investigators, we know, a strong character against Dream Witch. Embalmer, a strong character against Dream Witch. Prisoner would be an optimal chase for sure, but besides that, even Mercenary is one of the best rescues in the game for going against Dream Witch as well. So it doesn't feel too good. It feels like RC seems to have a good comp. They seem to have a good comp for getting at least a tie. They have a good comp for Ivy. They have a relatively good comp for Opera. They have a good comp for Dream Witch, covering all their bases here. So any of the hunters that Pitstoppers could bring to the table here, they seem to have ready. So Pitstoppers really considering this character selection here. Will he go with that Ivy as we expect, or will he try to mix it up and maybe catch RC by surprise? That may be his best bet. He's gonna go, so he's gonna try to take them by surprise. I don't think I've seen a round 2 Bloody Queen in a while, Kuro.
I don't really look forward to this Bloody Queen. The only one you can actually really chase after is the Prisoner. Because, like, if we're going to be fully honest with ourselves, you can't chase after a Fire Investigator who can drop down an airbag and push himself away from your mirror. And, like, the Embalmer self-rescue. So, like, the Cypher Rush will still come true no matter what.
Yeah. No, it's definitely going to come true. Again, Pitstoppers should be playing for a win here, considering that Omni's really pretty far behind at this point. So Pitstoppers going to want to play for a win. Is Bloody Queen the right character to play for a win? That remains to be seen. But who knows? Maybe they didn't bring fly. It could be that this team comp has no flywheel. They don't have any traits in preparation of BQ. Maybe this actually just works out for him. We're gonna have to find out. Again, pit stoppers. I haven't seen him play Bloody Queen in a long time. I know back in the day when he did play Bloody Queen, he was quite effective with that character. So as long as he's kept up his BQ practice, then maybe it's something that could work out well here for him. He's gonna spawn. Although he does spawn into both Merc and Fire Investigator, so that is actually quite good for the survivors, I would say.
If this is the case, then I feel like for Bloody Queen, we're going to have to walk either towards Prisoner or Embalmer here to actually begin our first chase, which just means that Mercenary here can have free decoding speed decoding time at first stop. On that side note too, look, you can't really leave Prisoner alone, as we said before. That Cypher Machine push on such a big map like this, and with BQB having less map pressure on, big maps because of her mirror range, is going to cost her quite a lot here, as we do see now. We're gonna have to see how Omni decides to do this. Probably a really confident Bloody Queening. However, will Orsi destroy his dreams is another question that we have in mind.
We will have to see. It looks like, triple flywheel, so it looks like they are well prepared. Not exactly, they weren't expecting BQ, but these traits will be have an effective kite against BQ nonetheless. This is the second half of the second round of the Omni Hunter side versus the RC Survivors. I'm Emilio joined with Groshuro, bringing the live commentary for this matchup.
We'll be on our way straight towards Northbridge here, up towards where Kiria is, as it does seem like Pitstopper is looking at that Fire Investigator. However, not the best place to use our mirrors just yet. Mirror on the wall. The mirror will not come out, as we're still trying to walk to catch up towards Kiria here. After all, that's going to be the airbag there dropped down instantly, and that's a push out. Oh!
Ooh, he did get the hit though, so that's actually a bit of a surprise there. Fire Investigator, typically a character that's very effective at kiting a Bloody Queen, but no, he's actually going to change targets to the Prisoner, it looks like, prioritizing this character first here. No, he's actually going to break the connection, then return to the Fire Investigator? Question mark?
But the footprints were already found, so Kiria here will be in quite a big danger. That's such a fast down on Pit Stoppers.
He's even going to mirror the Merc, forcing out an elbow pad here. Is he able to get the hit onto the Merc here? Charge attack? Not able to get that Mercenary. Will have to use a second elbow pad at this point to transition away here. This is actually a very good start. If there's any chance for BQ to win a game, it would be after a start like this. And Pitstopper's taking advantage of the Fire Investigator trying to hide here. Good usage of that mirror to get that first hit. Good understanding of that trail that the Fire Investigator left to find him hiding out. And also able to waste items from the Mercenary, giving him a strong early game here. So let's see what Pitstopper's going to do. He's going to mirror the Cypher Machine, trying to slow down the decoding progress. Trying to hit the Survivor, not able to get this hit onto the Embalmer, but at least able to slow down the decoding a little bit. Here comes the Mercenary for the rescue. He's gonna hit into the Survivor. There's the rescue onto the Fire Investigator. Let's see if Fire Investigator can rebound kite here. Blink, double hit onto the Mercenary as well. Fire Investigator wasting the air bomb as well here, Crow, which means he won't have it for this mirror kite.
But we do have Flywheel though, we can't forget. Flywheel, that's beautiful Flywheel there on the side of Fire Investigator. However, Mercenary is pretty far out, and now that mirror will be fully nullified by Kiria. Beautifully done here, as we don't have Blink here left on our hands to use anymore, as Mercenary already went down. Now, with that side note, we can't forget, Embalmer definitely saw the face of that Fire Investigator, so we could still Embalm if we really wanted to do so. Embalmer healing the Mercenary right now. Kiria, the containment will still continue.
All right, let's see if Pitstopper. So he needs to get this down on this mirror. If he gives an opportunity for a kite here, well, yeah, he's going to be able to force him into the open there to get that hit. So double down on the Merc. Merc only with an elbow pad. Fire Investigator on the chair for the second time. Cypher's not particularly far along here. So Pitstopper's in a pretty strong position. If we see Pitstopper's first 4-kill as a BQ, I would be shocked. But honestly, the fact that it's looking like it might happen here would give Omni an opening to get back into this match. We're gonna see yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, but we didn't see Soba coming in, and that's going to be the mirror wasted. That just means that Kitty has such great rebound kite containment here, as we're going to be able to get that no body block though from...
Body block here? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I would have expected a body block since the mirror would have been on cooldown there. RC really struggling to deal with this Bloody Queen here. Not something we'd expect from such a strong survivor team such as themselves. Now, keep in mind, while things do look very good for Pit Stoppers, it is still a Bloody Queen, and there is still an Embalmer with Coffin and a Cypher Rush Prisoner in play. And Pit Stoppers trades on cooldown. So while this may seem very good, it's still definitely possible to see a tie get pulled out of this spot here for RC. Pit Stoppers is going to mirror onto the Embalmer, trying to go for this basic hit. Soba hiding in this area. Will he break the pallet? Soba just, yeah, just not going to give any sort of basic hit here. And he's going to transition away towards the slide.
But near the slide though, we have to get down instantly, because that Bloody Queen with the mirror is not something you really want to play around in at slide, especially when you are a full health Embalmer. However, right around now, City being very careful with a perfume on his hands, by the way, so we will be able to at least tank one of the mirror hits as Pit Stoppers here, still trying to look for some sort of opportunities to take. However, if we see here on the map, last 3 Cypher machines are basically in the same location, and if that's the case, might have a good chance when it comes to, you know, map control now for Pit Stoppers for endgame.
Definitely is the case here. Well, Bridge Cypher a little bit spread out, so there's still an opportunity for this Cypher to be decoded. He's going to switch onto the Merc here. Merc doesn't even need the perfume here. He gets the airbag. Although he may need to use the perfume at this point against this mirror. There's the perfume, and that will help him kite out the mirror image here. So RC positioning themselves very well at this spot. Pit Stoppers is going to just go ahead and break this connection here. Or not. Just going to chase after Soba here, which is... Nope. Going to change again. Going to go for the... Somebody. Trying to figure out who he wants to chase. He's actually going to use his teleport trait, but... to down this Mercenary here. And Mercenary picks up has the elbow pad from the chest, and he's actually able to kite out this mirror, I believe, with that elbow pad. And now they're going to be able to decode that Bridge Cypher machine, which already has 50% progress. So Pit Stoppers using up his trait there. I think it's going to give even more decoding to RC survivors. And RC is just playing this so well at this point. Pit Stoppers had an incredible early game, but RC has turned this late game here, even stopping the heal here, turning this late game here from what looked like a strong position into what could be a tie. Although he does find them healing. Does he snipe them? Quite well from the Embalmer. Mercenary has a wand now, a third item from him here. Going to use that wand, and it's going to allow him to kite out the mirror. Yet again, that's the third mirror that RC City has kited out, utilizing these items very well.
Not only that as well, we can't forget, no matter what Pit Stoppers do here, Embalmer has the face of everyone, so the moment we reach endgame, Embalmer definitely should be the one that is actually priming the exit gates too. We're going to try to mirror straight towards Embalmer, but even if you do decide to do that, it doesn't really matter, because Prisoner is nearby to force the Cypher machines to be decoded. So now it's kind of just Mercenary trying to open as much as chest as possible, as we do see him in Godkite, to prepare for that endgame play too. That's going to be Mirror coming out here, as the hit will be missed on towards the Embalmer, but if we do change over, you're just gonna allow Prisoner to go that 64% Cypher machine, so there's really no map control on the side of BQ, and look, that's a needle on the side of Mercenary.
And now Prisoner's gonna be able to decode for free because he left that area. Merc's even able to get that heal off. Prisoner's gonna push even more of that Cypher. And basically how this game plays out is this is going to take a while, but basically Pit Stoppers will try to go between both of these Cyphers and mirror one and camp the other, but RC's just going to slowly decode both of them, and there's not much Pit Stoppers can do to really stop that. Merc's even going to be able to heal himself for free here, and that's just kind of how this game's going to progress. This is unfortunately Bloody Queen. Well, you can have a incredible start as a BQ. It's just so hard to win because Bloody Queen's mirrors take so long to recharge. It's so easy for survivors to just stop, heal up, and have items to help kite mirror images, a perfume, an illusion, an elbow pad. Each one of those items all will kite in a mirror image. We even see another elbow pad from City here, Kuro. I think that's his 4th or 5th chest that he's gone through this game. So he's going to have yet another item to help him kite out a mirror image.
Not only Dash as well, Eli. For most people's predictions, we've actually put down Omni as the one that opens the most chests, but it seems like for RC here, they'll be taking Dash in towards their own hands as we finally get that hit on towards Soba. However, though, the exit gate the Cypher machine is currently primed. The only issue is Soba does not have the coffin towards the right gate. That just means City actually has to be the one that comes over close towards this area to, you know, kind of help to kind of help the Moron get out of the gate. But for now though, we're going to be able to pop open that Cypher machine instantly, as now Survivor at a gate each as Prisoner now rotating towards that roller coaster. But can Pit Stoppers find him is a question we have now in mind.
Here's the mirror image. He flywheels the first hit, and he's going to be very important. Can he get this hit onto this Prisoner? Prisoner still has the shock to work with. There's the switch. Prisoner is able to make it to the pallet here. The charge attack. Will Prisoner try to push the coaster? Nope, he's going to go to this next pallet. But still has that shock. I wonder if we're going to see that get utilized just yet. Probably trying to save it to kite out a mirror image. Will Rowley now push the coaster? He's going to now push the coaster here, and I think he's going to be able to take it in time here. Pit Stopper is going to have to mirror to this next platform, in which he will able to, I think he's, no, he does not beat the Prisoner there. Prisoner's able to at least kite a little bit longer. There's the shock to get to this next pallet, but, or not even to the pallet, he's just going to get knocked out of the charge attack. But the coffin is there.
There's a coffin. Coffin, Mercenary.
He does have teleport. Mercenary has to body block. He's going to have to body block on the coffin here. That's the only way they can 3 escape this. Mercenary, you see, hiding out. He knows he's gonna have to go for that body block. I wonder if we're gonna see him elbow pad in and try to jump in front and body block with the elbow pad. I think that might be the play. That's why he's hiding out here.
Ooh, beautiful fly from Embalmer, and finally getting out.
Here's the elbow pad. Here's the body block. No,
oh,
it's the Prisoner hit. Beautiful job from Pit Stoppers. Able to get the tie here, but I think Kuro, I think that's not going to be enough at this point. Omni already so far behind from the first round. Just a tie here is going to continue along, keeping RC in the lead. So RC definitely getting the optimal. Excellent job for Pit Stoppers to at least secure a tie from what was almost a 3 escape there. But I think this is going to be exactly what RC is looking to get in this round.
Yeah, and it does. I do think it kind of shows, like, no matter how well you actually do as a bloody queen, like we did see Pit Stoppers, brilliant first mirror onto as a fire investigator, and very fast down as well, being able to find him out, you know, out in the open. That's a huge mistake from Kiria's side. However, with the rest of RC there, like with those type of, you know, side steps, movements, map control, distance control from their Survivor side, there was really no way that the bloody queen was able to actually get anything too. Because like if you just think through that game, Mercenary 4 chests open, and each chest has the item that he needs every single time.
Yeah, the way I see this match again is in this round, because Omni's down 7-2. Realistically, they want to try to win 2 rounds in a row, right? That's the way they make this comeback. Again, it could be done on points if they tie one of the rounds, but it is challenging. So I think the goal for Omni, try to win 2 rounds in a row, and make that comeback. I don't think Bloody Queen's the character to do that. You know what I mean? It's especially in round 3. In round 3, like, okay, we're gonna play Bloody Queen here. That's fine. Let's play Bloody Queen. Let's get a tie. Our survivors can 3 escape their round 300. We've seen that plenty of times in this tournament, where the round 300 gets 3 escaped, as it's so much easier to do. But 3 escaping in round 2 is a lot more challenging. Opera is available. Ivy's still available. All these really hard to beat hunters are still available. So I think the goal here for Omni should have been Pit Stoppers play for at least a 3 kill and the survivors play for a tie. As we know, Bloody Queen is not really the hunter for getting a 3 kill. It's more of a tie hunter. So, and RC acknowledges that, takes full advantage, able to secure the tie here, and keep themselves with a 5-point lead. And RC looking very strong here. So that puts a lot of pressure on Omni survivors to try to play for a win, or even just a tie for that matter, in the second round.
Yeah, but like. With that game, it does, like Bloody Queen initially at the start, it did seem like, you know, it was, well, at the start of the game, it seems like it was a good pick, but at the ban picks, it seems like it was a bad pick. But then, like, as we continuously moved on as well, I do think it kind of does show the current standings of Bloody Queen in our current day meta. No matter really what happens there, like the triple flywheel from the Survivor side was also just to, you know, counter the Dream Witch as well. I do feel like from RC side, they really respected Pit Stoppers' Dream Witch, but sadly, he didn't really bring that out.
Yeah, I think it's, as you mentioned, it doesn't matter. You could have a really great start with BQ, and you'll probably still tie. I mean, we saw he was able to get the Fire Investigator down quickly, only having to use 1 mirror, 1 basic hit, forced the Merc to use double elbow pad, was able to hold on to his blink as well, double down the Mercenary on the first rescue. I mean, everything went incredibly well for him early game. It looked so good, and he even farmed the Fire Investigator on the Embalmer rescue. I mean, he played everything perfectly up until the end there, when he unfortunately wasn't able to get a lot of hits on those mirrors. But the first half of the game, everything went perfectly for Pit Stoppers, and it's just it's just Bloody Queen. You know, it's so hard to win. Doesn't matter how well you go in that early game. It's just really in the current meta, it's just too difficult to get wins with that hunter. So RC, yeah, being able to get the tie from that spot.
RC,
we're gonna look into an interview here from.
I have a strong impression of them. Last COA, when I watched the finals, their survivor gave me a good impression, especially on that Thief match against Opera. And their hunter is very scary too, because they have a lot of character to play, and they're like not very predictable. And their match against their last two matches against Sky and GG, even though they lost against GG, they did good. They could have almost won, and yeah, that's what I think.
Well, I mean, with Lisa's opinion there as well, their survivors definitely aren't bad. Well, especially with what we've seen the past few days with their, solo containment, very brilliantly done from Fluff as well from Seer in round 1. However, moving on straight towards round 2. Now it's a big map. It's a map that Omni has also chosen too. So once again, I'll say this. Look, we can do what RC did last game with their survivor side. Prisoner and Balmer might not be a bad pick, but Aka for himself, he does have that Hermit and Joker too. So if you really do decide to go that, maybe we actually need Flywheel and Knee-Jerk Reflex if we want to kind of, counter all his hunter pools as much as possible.
Indeed. We have some fan support here for Aka in the stands, and Aka was actually the hunter that I predicted to get the best deduction overall for the Golden Apple predictions, which I might get wrong. I think it might end up being Peter, because I think so far Peter has like 12,000 perfect every single game, but yeah, still Aka, a very good hunter here. We saw him getting that 4 kill in the first round. Now Omni survivors have to at minimum get a tie here, just to force an extra round. Ideally play for a 3 escape if they want to win the last round as well and win the series.
Yeah, we're really gonna have to see what team comp they decide to come out here, especially from their coach Seiro too. On a big map like this, like if you really want to go for the solo containment up against the Ivy or the Opera, look, it is Acrobat and Patient, first 2 picks that you really have to get in. You could potentially get the Aeroplanist out as well, just for the extra decoding speed, but Embalmer definitely wouldn't be a bad guaranteed tie type of survivor. However, once again, like, I just feel like Aka's hunter pool is way too big as well. Very similar to the Pit Stoppers, a really big hunter pool, so it's not easy for the survivors here to try to counter everything.
Absolutely. So yeah, Omni looking for that minimal 2 survivor escape here. We're gonna have to something else we are hoping they're able to do here is their kiting has been very good throughout the majority of this event, but the first match Aka had very quick downs. They had a hard time kiting against Aka's Hullabaloo. So let's see how they're able to kite this time around. The other question is, what hunter does Aka want to bring to the table here? Does he want to bring the Ivy? Does he want to bring the Ivy and try to play for a win? Does he want to play the more I guess it's safe to say more conservative Opera Singer, play for a tie, or maybe even get a win, just because Opera Singer does of course have a lot of win potential. Does he want to play the Clown? This is a great map for Clown in a good situation for this, believe it or not, would actually not even be a bad spot to play Clown if you want to just play for a win and try to secure things right here, depending on the team comp of course, but that's also an option. So Aka definitely has a lot of good options here, and unfortunately for Omni, they have a lot of hunters that they need to consider that Aka could play here.
Yeah, not only that too, like from Aka's side, he has way too many options. He really does have way too many options here for himself as well. So it's really just about what he feels best to play. We've seen him play Hermit round 1 as well at the start of day 1, if I'm not wrong. Like his hunter pool is really just way too big. If you want Geisha, Hermit, Joker, really good on a map like this. Reptilian also isn't bad as well, depending on what the survivor team comps is too, especially when it comes to wanting to play around that 1st and 4th stop. However, we still cannot forget, at the end of the day, the hands really are on Omni, because they were the one who chose this map. They definitely have something ready for us to use as well. But directly moving on towards the ban pick phase, here we go then. Permabans will be given towards that Hullabaloo, excuse me, for Aka, and then from survivor side, Seer, Puppeteer, and Aeroplanist will be gone from the survivor side.
Absolutely. We're gonna see how what hunter Akka wants to play. Now, interestingly enough, Priestess and Anti technically could be considered clown bans. So we still have that as an option. I would love to see a clown here. That's something I would be very excited about. The Priestess ban is not something that Ivy and Opera doesn't necessarily need to ban Priestess. So the fact that he's even banning Priestess here does indicate maybe even another hunter here that could be interesting. But let's see where Omni wants to go. He does not have to ban Seer, obviously, as it's already globally banned. They're gonna go with the Psychologist as the first pick here. So and the Embalmer as well. Embalmer is interesting. Obviously, Embalmer is good. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I feel like this is enabling clown though, because with that Priestess first ban, you know.
Yeah, I was about to say that they're opening up a big opportunity for a clown here from Akka, and we wouldn't even be surprised if he played it. We wouldn't even be surprised. Coordinator ban as well. This would be considered probably some sort of Opera ban, but even then, it's also a clown ban. Coordinator is a good character against clown. You can shoot him out of his infinite dash. You can shoot him to allow the survivor to potentially transition to a new area off of a rescue. You can shoot him when if he tries to hit you from a distance and dash for the double hit. You can just shoot and prevent yourself from getting double downed. Coordinator is just a good character overall. Even Mercenary is going to be a character that's fine for Clown. Clown loves to try to early hit Mercenary with an infinite and a slow drill. So, yeah, this entire composition opening up a Clown pot. I wonder if they go any. I feel like they need to have one Clown counter at least here, Kuro. Whether that's going to be something like Fire Investigator, which he's already banned, whether that's something like Magician, whether that's something like Acrobat. Not exactly the most optimal, but definitely they're gonna have to have something here, or else Akka can easily just play Clown in this spot.
Yeah, I feel like Prisoner wouldn't be a bad choice here, but Novelist,
that works.
The recent, that works actually. But now the question is, will they all be bringing Flywheel as well? Because from the Psycho and the Embalmer side, you're gonna really need Flywheel here no matter what. Because I don't think they're able to contain for long.
Indeed. And so now the question is, what hunter does Akka play? Does he want to just play Opera, play the safe pick? Does he want to play Ivy, which go a little bit more aggressive, go for the win here? Does he want to play even more aggressive, play the Clown? All those are options here. Does he want to go something completely different and play a Mad Eyes? I don't know. That doesn't seem too likely. Moonlight's not exactly the best Mad Eyes map, but he definitely has so many options, so many things Omni needs to really consider here. And I'm really excited to see what Akka does pick. I would love to see something a little bit non-traditional here.
He does still have his Hermish. Like, if we think about it right, Nightmare from his regional qualifiers is still very doable too. Because, look, Nightmare can be, if he thinks, all survivors brought Flywheel, Nightmare would be the right choice. If he thinks all survivors brought Knee-Jerk Reflex, Clown would definitely be the right choice. But there's still also Opera and Ivy that we weren't also talking too much about. But from the ban picks here, it does seem like with the Priestess there being banned instantly alongside with the Anticurium, Aha kind of wanted to go with the Clown. But no, it'll be a Nightmare here instead, as we have just mentioned.
That's insane, but we're going to see a Nightmare from Akka here in the round number 2. For those of you who don't know, Nightmare is considered to be one of the weakest hunters in the game, and we're going to see it here in the second round. Now, Nightmare did get a buff at one point where he can break pallets with his jump. I think it's if what is the exact mechanic on that? Yeah, that's right.
If he gets stunned, yeah.
Yeah. But even so, that wasn't considered to be too strong of a buff, making him that much better. But you see, you know what? This will be fun. This will be fun.
Yes.
So.
Yes, the thing with the thing with Nightmare is it's not only just that has been buffed as well. His movement speed boost initially early game has also been significantly increased. He has an 18% speed boost from poaching and from the 8% Hunter's Instincts too. So I feel like for Akka here, it's definitely used to catch up to either Embalmer or Psychologist here for the first chase. However, for area selection mode we go, it'll be Mercenary at Northbridge, Akka out Southbridge as the Nightmare. We are going to be able to see Novelist here spawning by 4th stop, Psycho at 1st stop, and of course Embalmer here in 2 story.
Yeah, if Akko can win with Nightmare here, dude, I will lose my mind. I'll be genuinely impressed. Seriously, Nightmare is that would be insane if he wins this match here, winning the series for RC on a Nightmare pick. that would be one of the the craziest highlights of COA for sure. We're going to see the trump card detention with Warp here up against the Omni Survivor side. And they actually didn't bring Flywheel at all. So if he went Clown, that would have been pretty good as well. But we're going to see the second half of the second round of the Omni Survivors versus the RC Hunter side of Eli Ojourney with Kuroshiru being the live commentary for this match.
Hello, survivors! The Nightmare is going to be on his way in as Lace is going straight in towards basement here. We're at least able to hide away from the Honda. But the question is, does Aka know this mid-tier strategy? Because this has been used quite a lot in ranks before. But right around now, though, Aka still trying to look around to see where this Embalmer is. But I think right around now, he probably would realize that there is someone in basement. Oh, no, we don't. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, Lay's wasting a lot of time here. Aka's still yet to find someone hiding. Does he check the basement? Uh-oh, this is going to be a problem for Lay's here. No, he doesn't see him hiding behind the chair. He can't get the vision on him just yet because he's behind the chair.
Oh, no, we see. We definitely see.
Now we see. Yeah, now we see. We're going to get the hit onto the Embalmer. Lay's definitely wasting some time there, but I don't know if it was enough time wasted. Definitely enough to get some Cypher progress, so not bad, but he can actually just warp and drop down right here, Blaze. Oh, he doesn't even make it to the window, I don't think. Does he? Oh! He does not make it to the window, and Lay's unfortunately going down quickly to this Nightmare. And Aka off to a very good start here. He's even going to get basement here onto this Embalmer. Embalmer may be forced to use the coffin early, but no, it looks like he's just going to go for the chair into two-story here. Aka never he got it down without even using the jump. That's I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I mean, to be fair, we did waste quite a lot of time.
We did waste a lot of time. Excellent job from Lace.
Yeah,
great job from Lace to waste time in basement there, but Aka's still able to get the down. We're gonna see the coffin getting utilized first here as well.
Oh wow. I'm surprised that didn't attack recovery cancel, I'll be fully honest with you, because Nightmare should be able to do that. You should be able to hit right before he reached towards the ground and attack recovery cancel. But for now, it'll be Embalmer down on the ground here once again. We're barely reaching that 3 Cypher Machine Mark 2 as Juan will be instantly rotating towards this chair. But no, it seems like he's going to leave, and with Aqua being nearby... Oh wait, Psycho does have a Titan. Okay then, if that's the case, it might just be a double hit on the side of Psycho.
All right, we're gonna see can Lace get a rebound kite here. Hopefully, oh, no rescue at all. Yeah, it looks like it's just gonna be a Psychologist straight up. Aka acknowledging nobody's saving since 2 Cypher Machines are being worked on here. The chase is going to be onto Aqua at this point. Aqua kind of trapped in a bit of a weak pallet, so he's able to get that first hit. He's not gonna get this pallet stun either. Aqua's gonna take a second hit right away here because of that. Oh, he really thought he was getting that pallet stun, but he wasn't able to do it. Will Aka switch to Blink here and Blink onto the coaster? We might see him do that. Nope, he's just going to warp to... That works as well. Just going to warp straight to the second stop platform, and we'll just knock him straight off of the coaster. Aka getting another fast down here onto the Psychologist, and a Nightmare pick from Aka is actually working out very well for him here.
I feel like Aqua gave too much free hits on towards this Nightmare as well, especially with the fact that Mercenary Cypher Machine here will be locked once again. We haven't even started the last Cypher Machine yet, and that's not only the case too. This is a Psychologist without a borrow time as well. So in that case scenario here, no matter how well you want to do, Mercenary is going to have to body block endgame in order to allow Psycho to at least somewhat rebound kite when there's no one at the exit gauge. For now though, still trying to look at where the Mercenary is, but if Mercy comes into rescue twice, maybe Psycho with that stress mark can do us some good, but even so, Mercenary on his way in, that's gonna be instant hit, instant rescue there. But we could just go for Mercy instead. No, we're gonna go for Aqua instead.
Yeah, can he get this hit? He does have this pallet to work with. He's got the double jumps. I think Aqua's gonna be down here. Yep. Is gonna get knocked down here at this area. I think he needed to transition to the back pallet, not that pallet right there. That was too weak of a pallet there. So we're gonna see him get knocked down there. Working on that last Cypher, and Novelist also has a Crow on him, so we might see Aka teleport to. He's gonna teleport to that Crow, I think. Yep, teleporting onto the Novelist. Novelist is gonna get that switch into the pallet stun here, so that's gonna buy some distance for him. He's gonna be able to transition away towards the back area of tent. And they do have another Cypher Machine already being worked on here, although Akka will have a straight online in a moment.
The thing also is that we can do a double teleportation here, excuse me, as I landed straight on towards the Novelist. However, Fluff here on the Novelist with around 60-70% storybook recharge rate. We could potentially teleport if we really wanted, but we're going to aim for Fluff to get him down as soon as possible, as we did break that battlefield from the Revelation on the side of Akka, but it's okay, we can still double dash it if we want to, and that's going to be Novelist going down. And that's why Novelist isn't such a great character when it comes to going up against a Nightmare. Because it's as we said as well before too, right? That change allowed Nightmare to get a free Revelation stack in which he's allowed to dash through pallets with those charges. So if that's the case, we can maybe teleport towards Aqua now, or get Mercenary down for a double down scenario.
Yeah, we do see that Cypher Machine almost done here, 80%, so Survivor's getting a bit close here. There's the hit onto the Mercenary. Will Mercenary make the rescue with the elbow pad? I think he might just teleport here. He's going to throw teleport.
Oh wait, Mercenary didn't walk through the elbow pad. No, Mercenary didn't get the rescue. He didn't walk through the elbow pad properly there. Not elbow pad, pallet probably there. And that's Psycho already a hit.
I don't think Mercenary can self-heal in time. Psychologist will make the vault here, so he's able to kite a little bit longer. I guess the only chance here for Omni is if Mercenary can self-heal in time and get the rescue. That would be the only opportunity here. It's Mercenary's heal 70%. It's gonna be close here. I don't know. 90%. I think he makes it. I think he actually does self-heal just in time. I think he self-heals just in time here, Kuro. Yep, he does, and he does get the rescue. So, okay, not out of it just yet. That's a very important save here, although it's still going to be very challenging.
Yeah, that 35% Cypher Machine near tense. It's definitely not enough, especially when Mercy had to be the one that used up that self-heal too. But I do feel like from Aka's side, he probably, you know, I mean, to be fair, you know what, Omni did deny that breakdance face-off that Soba was inviting them to. So Aka here will be denying their win in this case, since they didn't really join for that mini party that they were initially having. For now though, we know where Novelist is, as he does not have any storybooks left on his hands to use. He is an instant down. If we just want to teleport over to get him down, that will be a guaranteed 3-man elimination. That just means that Orsi will be able to take the game home within 2 games.
We are going to see the jump onto the Novelist and the down there. Again, Akka only needs to get a 3 kill here, and he will be winning with Nightmare, a hunter that obviously we know it's technically possible to be played since we had seen it one time before, but extremely unlikely. But he pulls out Nightmare, which is considered to be one of the weaker hunters in the game, and actually getting what looks to be at least a 3 kill, maybe even a 4 kill here onto Team Omni and winning the match. We're going to see him chase onto Juan here. The early game was pretty good for Omni. I mean, we saw Lays did waste. He wasted a lot of time hiding in basement. That was an excellent job from Lays there. And he gets the elbow pad canceled on the jump. Novelist is going to be able to get back up, but Akka can just go right back with that crow or with that trait. But yeah, we saw the early game. Lays wasting a lot of time in basement. Excellent job from Lays. I think Cypher Machine was 60% by the time he got found there. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to kite too long as he was trapped in basement.
The locker here that we do see a sticker on the ground, so Akka knows this already himself too. So I would say hiding away from the lockers with blue sticker on the ground definitely would not be enough. But let's congratulate an Orsi here for winning up against Omni. That is 2-0. 2 double 4-man elimination here from the side of Akka, and double tie games here from the side of the Survivors too.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a 4 elimination here with Nightmare. Very rare, almost unheard of, but Akka, he really goes to show how strong of a player he is overall. Yeah, Omni got down to 1 Cypher. They got pretty close there at the end, and they did fall a little bit short. Again, that early, I'm trying to think if it would have been better value to just try to kite the early game rather than hide, because against some hunters that have very good chasing abilities, like something like an Opera, it's like, okay, yeah, hiding is great, it wastes a lot of time, and since Opera can kill me quickly, it's like, okay, let's hide. But against a hunter like Nightmare, who's considered to be just not a good hunter in general, doesn't have good chase early game, and is actually quite easy to kite early game, maybe it would have been more worth it just to rock kite instead of hiding out there. Again, props to Lays for wasting a lot of time in that early game, but the fact that he was able to get found in basement made it that Akka was able to get a quick down and turn that into a 4 kill with Nightmare here. That's one that's definitely an accomplishment that you don't always see in Call of Abyss. That's for sure.
Yeah, but I do feel like from the Embalmer's point of view as well, like, you know, we saw the Nightmare also holding on towards his ability to trying to find a survivor to lock in when he was in the very inner depths of that basement. I feel like for the Embalmer, maybe he could have like walked out during that time too, when given the opportunity, and maybe pulled even further distance out. But from the side of Omni, we just focus a little bit more high on hiding, which is the more safer option. And we did manage to buy quite a lot of time as well, as we see here. Match results being 14-4, 70-2, game 1, 70-2, game 2 as well. But like during that after the first set, I just feel like maybe we were at least going to be able to vault over that window, but no, we got a terror shock down instead.
Yeah, so overall that means RC is going to be winning this match by a final score of 14-4, so very strong, very convincing victory here for RC. We talked about how this was definitely going to be a difficult matchup for Omni. Obviously, we know how good RC is, one of the strongest teams in this event, and Omni coming in as a non-professional team. But yeah, overall, RC with just complete domination, giving no opportunities for Omni to even to make a comeback there. It's just the survivors of RC playing very consistently, being able to tie pit stoppers 2 rounds in a row here. And the survivors of Omni against Akka. Akka's just so good. We see 2 4 kills in a row here. Definitely think that'll secure Akka the MVP spot.
Definitely. And not only that,
I just want to say one thing. If Akka doesn't get MVP for getting a 4 kill as Nightmare, then I don't know what we're doing. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I just feel like in that game too, Akka was probably just testing the waters on Nightmare as well, because like if we think about it, in that game there were some stale moments in where Nightmare didn't really actually do anything. Yes, he was throwing crows out, you know, for, you know, the 10% reduction on decoding speed boost. However, even during those times as well, it was kind of just there, like survivors were still able to Cypher Rush, and not only that as well, like potentially speaking, if we sold Embalmer, it wouldn't be that much of a bad idea too. That's what we did initially, but we probably should have had someone nearby at 2-story to go for that sell, because, you know, Psycho getting down within 20 seconds of that chase, especially as a 3-hit character, is it's quite a bad look as well.
I think the problem was as well, Aqua thought he was going to get that pallet stun, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it. We're going to go ahead and look at our highlights here actually for this match.
Tonight. Still fighting. One still alive.
I'm alive a bit.
He might die here though. Ah, 当たった。
さっきない。
オミする。
やきれない。
ああ、オミ。
いや、これノーカンしていた壁できるかどうかやってもいいな。
Could be TP. It could be TP. He found me. I'm gonna do 2-story. More. Second or third? It's on your third. I'm dead. Third. I still have stress.
Careful about the crows. Oh, careful about the crows.
Going for it. TP? Just decode.
Maybe next year, guys.
Maybe next year. The warp.
So he's going for it. Nah.
Okay, we saw some fun moments there from our match between Omni and RC, in which RC is coming out on top here. Final score 14-4. So now looking into our standings, we are going to... Oh wait, I have to do my quiz. The Hunter's talent was detention. Okay, that was pretty obvious. We got that. Anyways, we looking at our standings here for this Group B, we now have RC advancing to 2 and 1, and Omni falling unfortunately to 0 and 3. So they will be knocked out of contention for playoffs at this point. Yeah, just like that, RC keeping themselves in this competition, moving up to 2 and 1 here, and giving themselves one step closer to qualifying for that playoffs.
As we saw from the highlights here too, I just feel like maybe in that scenario, psychologists probably shouldn't have aimed for a pallet stun, because with that standing too, I think that was probably where the where the big mistake actually came in from. But we also cannot forget that it's going to be Omni versus Sky in just a few days, or is it tomorrow? I'm not too sure, but we'll know the brackets for tomorrow at the end of today's stream as well. However, there's still another matchup coming in right after this too. So like there's quite a lot here in store for us. It's not the end for Omni just yet. They may not be able to qualify for the finals, but they still do have a match up against Sky, and that might actually be the most anticipated one as well. Southeast Asia region versus NAU region for the last matchup of bracket B.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll still see what Omni can. I mean, again, Omni still has a chance at just securing a 4th spot. Getting that 4th place spot is definitely on the table. We don't want to. Obviously, they won't be able to make playoffs, but they will be able to at least hopefully get a win for NAU. Any win for the non-professional regions is always going to be crucial. That Sky versus Omni matchup is one to watch out for. We'll have that up for you guys in a couple of days. I think that's maybe day 9, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure, but that's definitely a match. Obviously, Omni not able to win this one, but still has a chance to secure that 4th spot when going up against Sky. So they definitely want to keep their heads up and prepare for that next match. Never give up in an event like this. So we'll see what they're able to do there. But RC advancing to 2-1. Aka, I would imagine, getting the MVP 2-4 eliminations. One of them being with a Nightmare. So definitely a fun character to see get utilized. And yeah, there it is, the Nightmare MVP for Aka here.
I mean, I would consider him as a nightmare of all hunters during the IGL stages. However, there's still quite a lot of more contenders here from the side of the Japan League too. However, actually, average deduction rate points, of 11,988, average terror shocks of 1, average knockdowns of 9.5, average eliminations of 4, average pallet destroyed of 5.5, and best deductions of 2. Aka, 2 best deductions already in our co-op group stages as well. His hunter performance is still on the very top notch of stages. However, we'll move directly on towards the interview phase. Here we go.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人月明。首先恭喜 RC 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请到了 SOBA 和阿卡来到赛后采访环节，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
まずは本日勝利おめでとうございます。一つずつご挨拶お願いします。
大家好，我是AXIZ的阿卡。
大家好，理事と大学人格部門そばです。よろしくお願いします。
欢迎2位来到赛后采访环节，我们现场观众给到反应真的很热烈。我们这一把也是2-0拿下了这场比赛的胜利啊！其实比赛进行到中期的时候，可以知道，其实每一支战队它都是卯足了劲在打的。那我们对手也是非常的用力在打这一场比赛了。想问一下，我们针对 Omni 战队会做出哪些特别的准备呢？
まずSOBA選手、本日のこれ COA のグループ戦も中盤になってきて、本当にどのチームも全力出して戦ってきてくれていると思うので、今回のこのオムニチームに対して何か対策とか考えてましたか？
そうですね、オムニとはもうやっぱずっと戦ってきたので、ある程度どういうことをしてくるか分かっていたので、それに対してしっかり練習の段階で準備をしてきたので、それがうまく発揮できてよかったかなと思います。
迄今为止，其实RC跟欧姆尼其实有多次对战的经验，那么他也会就是运用这些经验做了很多提前的一些对策。那么今天比赛中也顺利发挥出来，他们觉得特别好。
真的可以看到非常充足的准备啊！我们这2-0收下真的太干净利落了。那接下来想问一下阿卡选手这边，我们在红教堂这张地图上这个喧嚣打的是太精彩了。我们可以知道这个喧嚣这个角色，其实在手椅上很容易被抓到一些机会。但我看到阿卡是个对所有可能突破点都说了 reject 啊，先别来。那我们想问一下阿卡是会觉得自己做了最正确的一些决策会在哪里了？我们看到是打2波双倒，所以想问一下阿卡選手。
赤間選手、1戦目のフラバル戦は、実はフラバルというキャラクターが正直キャンプシーンではもしかしたらサブヤバに、スキルを突かれる可能性があるキャラだと思っていますが、今回の試合で2回ともダブルダウンを取れたので、この中で、一番自分が、良かったと思うポイント、正確な判断とかありましたか？
良かったのは、どんな救助シーンでもダブルダウン絶対取ってやるっていう気合を持って、挑んだことです。
他觉得最重要的还是无论什么时候被救人的时候，都一定要拿双倒的这个气势。
所以在心里先无限的告诉自己，我要拿双倒，我要拿双倒，然后就可以拿到双倒。学习到了，非常感谢阿卡选手。那么接下来想问一下 SOBA， 我们求生在教团这张地图上有非常漂亮的发挥，尤其是 SOBA 用的木偶师嘛。我们看到啊，不管是拆龙还是钻龙，感觉 SOBA 的心思真的有点难猜。想问一下，觉得牵制思路有没有什么可以和大家分享一下的呢？
でソバ選手1戦目の、人形師のチェイスが本当に素晴らしかったと思います。では実際チェイス中に何か読み合いの中で良かったと思うポイントとかも実際チェイスしてる時のどういうふうに考えてプレーしましたか？
そうですね、人形師はその檻に対して1回塁になるを徹底するんですけど、すぐ殴られるんじゃなくて、やっぱ1折1折に対してやっぱ1秒2秒追加で時間がかかるように粘っていたので、試合を通してこのワンシーンワンシーン稼ぐようにして合計で稼げればいいかなという意識でやってたので、そうですね、もうとりあえず粘ってました。
就是他首先要不会立刻放人偶，那其实不是说一次能牵制多久，而是每一个笼子多牵制1秒，多牵制1秒，这样不断积累下来的一个长时的这样牵制。
确实，我们也是看到优势也是在一点点的扩大，打得真的非常漂亮。那么接下来就到我们非常期待这个 BO2 对局了，也是非常惊喜啊！不管是红夫人还是噩梦，都打出了风采。那么首先呢，想问一下求生这边有没有料到对面会打红夫人呢？
第2試合はまずサバイバー戦のバンピック中に向こうのハンター選手が赤の角女王をピックされたと思うので、それは予想されましたか？
もう全然予想してなくて、多分アイビーか、サングリアか、もしくは鹿の3択かなくらいに考えてたんですけど、ちょっと予想外のピックでちょっとびっくりしました。
他们其实完全没有想到，他们一开始还是觉得是割据艾维或者是鹿头这样的角色，但是实际上看到对方拿到红夫人，其实还是很惊讶的。
对，相信观众朋友们也是一样，就是怎么是你？但我们后面看到选点的时候啊，我们又扳回了一城啊，就是在起点是佣兵，然后回头一看又是火灾调查员，也有一种让红夫人选下来就觉得怎么是你俩的感觉。想问一下，当时选点的时候有没有发生什么小故事呢？
その試合で実際スポーン選択の時にどういうふうに考えてプレーします？その始発が傭兵で終点喝采っていうスポーン選択はいろいろどういうふうに考えて決まりましたか？
そうですね、僕がやっぱ血の女王をプレーすることがよくあるので、自分的には自分だったらもうこの編成でこの編成だったら始発を置いたいっていうのをもうドンピシャリで予想して、じゃあ始発を傭兵にして、あとはうまく隠密できるポジにそれぞれ囚人農家を置いて、橋の火災はある程度頑張れば持つよねみたいなイメージで決めました。はい。
因为索巴本身他就是一个很熟练的红夫人的玩家，所以作为他来讲，如果面对这样的阵容，他最想追的还是起点，所以把佣兵放在了起点。那其实剩下3个就是说，入殓和囚徒是放在一个可以藏的、比较可以躲猫猫的点。那最后火灾调查员放在终点，也是说他其实牵制一下，大概就时间是能拖够的，他们就做了这样的一个决定。
确实这个决定也是成功的请君入瓮了。那么我们可以看到这一把其实最开始是有一点点小小的意外的，但是后面的步步为营，环环相扣，我们又把这个节奏运营回来了。我们真的是非常恐怖的一个中期拉扯。想问一下，中期不论是 CT 一直在摸道具还是大家这个状态回来还有无伤救，都非常非常的完美。想问一下，求生自己这边会觉得最关键的一个点、最关键的一个决策会是什么呢？
先ほどサバイバーの試合で、初手の時は少し、ハンターにペースを取られてしまった場面ではあったと思いますが、中盤から例えばシティ選手の加工されたりとか、その無傷救助だったりとか、いろいろだんだんサバイバーペースまで持ち込んだと思いますので、その中で一番良かったと思うポイント、正しい選択とかありましたか？
そうですね、相手が血の女王っていうことで、1ダメージ1ダメージに時間がかかるハンターなので、アイテムを惜しむことなく、もう使ったら箱を漁ればいいので、もう丁寧にダメージが入らないように徹底して落ち着いてプレーしてました。
因为就是红夫人这个角色，她每一刀都是需要花时间的，所以他们主要的就是说尽量不要省道具。那如果说道具用完了，就摸箱子再有新的道具，然后一直这样维持到最后，顺利拿下了这个比赛。
确实，我们看到红夫人是一直中期都没有续上第二波节奏，真的是完完美美的拿下了这一场那我们接下来呢，就到了阿卡这边这个噩梦打的真是太漂亮了。RC 这支战队一直都是给人惊喜的战队那也想问一下阿卡，其中有一波我记得非常清楚，当时是半状态的佣兵过来救人。击倒了这个佣兵之后，他其实还是有一个小小的这个缓的时间的嘛，但是头也不回的就直接去找这个心理了。想问一下，当时心里怎么想的呢？
続いて赤間選手の悪夢の試合は本当に皆さんに本当に素晴らしい試合を見せてきたと思いますし、もうリジェクトは本当にもういつもサプライズをファンの皆さんに見せているチームだなと思っていて、でその中で一つとても記憶に残っているシーンがありまして、傭兵を、負傷している傭兵をダメージ与えた後に、もしかしたら救助できるかもしれないような場面だったと思うんですが、それを全然待ってもいなくすぐ心理の方に瞬間したと思うので、それはどういうふうに考えてプレーしましたか？
そうですね、その心理学者が解読を回していて、多分傭兵の救助狩りとかそういうのを狙っていたら解読上がっちゃうので、傭兵の救助を間に合う間に合わないにかかわらず、心理学者に飛んで解読を止めるっていうのを考えてました。
因为他知道心理在修最后一台阶，而且其实已经修的比较多了。那其实，在这个情况下，无论佣兵他能不能救下来，那其实他都要去阻止心理把这台机开了，所以他就做了这样的一个决定。
可以看出来，阿卡的这个思路真的是在全局掌控啊，非常清晰，也是非常感谢二位来到赛后采访环节，也再次感谢 RC 战队为我们带来这么精彩的比赛。那么接下来即将进行的就是今天的第3场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the gang.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer, driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
Huh?
Welcome home.
到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人月明。下面有请2支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请2D 战队登台喊话。
宝宝们，我真的不是黑沙尔。
欢迎冰冰、咩咩、拼拼、郑恺、幻雪、浅夜、梦幻小迷。下面有请 ZETA 战队登台喊话。
大家好 ，ZETA 加油！
欢迎シナミ、ハメズ、ミコメロディ、ドリス、ピータ、カズネコ、アルファード。今天的第3场比赛由2D 对阵 ZETA， 接下来的比赛让我们一起拭目以待。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to match number 3 of day number 6 of this COAAH 6 global group stages. My name is Chocho and joining me is Posh Spice, and we'll bring you the live commentary of this match, and I hope you guys do have your stress balls with you. But Posh, how do you feel about today?
I don't have mine with me, but I am excited for today because especially this second half, because we have 2 teams that will be going up against, I would say, the favorite in their groups. First things first, RD versus ZETA is going to be a good one. RD saw 1 victory and 1 loss. ZETA has gone undefeated thus far, and we are kind of rounding things out. And I'm especially excited for the main event because we will have RVL gracing the stage. But as for now, ZETA's looking real strong, Chocho. I don't know if we're going to have differing opinions on this one or if we're going to be on the same page or different pages. But what do you think of this matchup?
For match number 3, you mean?
Yeah, match number 3.
I do feel that this is leaning a little bit towards more on ZETA's side. ZETA's performance has been quite consistent throughout the group stages as of now. So yeah, actually, you know, I was comparing the performance amongst all the best hunters in these group stages, and I do feel that ZETA Division and AXIZ Wave might potentially have the best chance here coming into the global finals, and they seem to have secured their spot as well. It's just we'll have to see if he's able to get first or second spot in their own groups.
Yeah, I think it's best if you're able to secure yourself the spot in the upper bracket going to the playoffs, because more chances of winning would be the case if you don't start at the lower bracket, which again, you're going to be kind of playing for your life the entire time. But let's say what's up to chat, because everyone is here. It's been like, what, 12 hours? Not even 12 hours since our last broadcast that we paired up in. We have the name of Jocho and Cho Spice. I have no idea. There was a name that they threw out with us. Our hunter name as Joseph and Chocho and Watch Spice. Joseph and Cho Spice. But anyway, Joe Spice. But what's going on? Tanzer, Happy Eyes, Hand Sharks, Anoni, Candy, Didi. Who else we got? We got Nat, Pocket Rat is here. Got Two Bros Kisser, Viren, Happy Eyes. It's me, Goldie. And also big shout outs to you guys, because I think we saw one person tag us in their stories that was on their way home, and they were like, it was traffic, and they were listening to our chaotic commentary. So shout outs to you. Hopefully you got home safe.
Of course. And let's head back into the matchup. We have RD members introduction here. We have Bin Bin, Mie Mie, Han Xue, Zheng Kai, Pian Pian, CY, and I believe that's Hajime over there. And also for ZETA Division, we have Shinami, Hamitu, MK Midi, Dolisu, Peter, KZNK, and Alpha. But honestly, talk to me about ZETA Division's performance, because I know they have been dominating their own group.
Yeah, and not to mention, Peter has been one of the most consistent hunters thus far. And if we're talking about the group stage, they are definitely leading that charge here in that group stage. But before we talk more about ZETA, let's introduce the survivors of RD here. Pin Pin starting things off. Again, great containment time. Had a great outing in his first match. Again, they did have a 1-win, 1-loss record with his Antiquarian, with his Seer. So do rely on Pin Pin to get those, just get the attention away from the hunter, just so that they'll be able to decode properly.
Of course, and Pin Pin already has his first MVP when they went up against Team ZZ. MVP, I think he was on the Seer. Yeah, so
yes.
amazing stuff coming from Pimpin. I love how the way he kites, and also against the clerk at Lakeside Village in the shack area, just going round and around non-stop. Able to capitalize on the terrain that he was given. So great stuff coming from Pimpin. But next up we have CY coming into the mix here. CY played the Embalmer First Officer. So thing kind of like a mix. If you're asking for if Zheng Kai is kind of benched out, he will be taking on the rescuer role. So that's the kind of situation we might be seeing from CY here.
Yeah, very flexible too, because during the qualifiers as well, he did don the Puppeteer, the Prisoner, and here you see the Embalmer, Gardener. You can go that rescue role if needed. So you gotta love the flexibility on RD's side. A stat that's very interesting also is that RD survivors kind of shine a lot more in round number 2. So I guess they're that type of team as the Hunter pool diminishes, or maybe they're more in tune with the Opera Singer and Ivy meta, that they are more comfortable as survivors in round number 2. Now moving on to Huan She. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Okay, Huan She here. He has been known as a flex type of survivor as well, but in the qualifiers, he did use the Knight total of 3 times, and Psychologist, as well as the Coordinator. But here, you do see he has an Airplanist and Fire Investigator. Above 60-second containment time, 60% escape rate. What more stats would you want from an excellent survivor like Huan She?
Yeah, you would definitely want him in your team to kite out, to decode, and also do those very safe rescues, and also guaranteeing a escape as well. So for the side of RD, as of now, we will be seeing their last member could be Zheng Kai as a rescuer, but they've also allowed Mia to come on stage coming into BO3 previously. So yeah, we do have our odds, but Zheng Kai will be seeing him with the amazing highlights still matching the team color. So Zheng Kai as a rescuer, we've known him for a long time. Gravekeeper, played the Gravekeeper, but you know what? That he also has the Wilding First Officer to work with. So you name it, he can do it. But what will be curious as to whether he will be able to easily save against the ZETA's Hunter, Peter, who we'll be introducing later on.
That's definitely a test for any rescuer or main rescuer, right? If you're going to go up against a franchise player like Peter, Zheng Kai definitely will try his luck in trying to go for those rescues without those terror shock situations. So hopefully we'll be able to see that. And what I see in chat is one of our fellow commentators, Nello Mello, is joining us. Hello, Nell. Hopefully all is well. He is in the abyss right now. As he said, he's kind of benched for now. We will be seeing him later on. So do give your love and support to Nell, as we give our shout outs to once again to Peter over here. Look at that, just 100% for elimination rate, 12,000 on an average deduction points. It's terrifying to see the stats, and he's been dominating this group stage thus far.
Yeah, not just with the Goatman as well as the Hula Bulu, the 2 S-tier hunters we're seeing here, but also with the Ivy. So yeah, getting 4 kills win streak coming from Peter. We don't expect anything less from him coming into BO1 matchup here. So question still remains as to whether RD is prepared to go up against their division, and whether preparation would be enough, because when it comes down to execution, we've seen that time and time again. With the execution still is not up to par, they do still fall behind.
Jojo, I have a random question. Do you get like manicure pedicures?
Oh no, I don't do that.
Oh, because like I'm looking at cuticle care when it comes to the hunters or survivors. They seem to have a little longer nail. I don't know if it's like a French tip or maybe it's easier to control, but they have a little longer nails than you. I don't know. I'm not sure.
All fingers or just one finger?
With Kuga, I noticed it was kind of all fingers, or like mostly the thumbs. I'm not sure if there's like a strat or something with long nails and like mobile games. I'm not sure. But I mean, I just want an excuse to get some cuticle care. Anyway, yeah, take care of your nails, folks. Going to Leo's memory, by the way. This opens up some explorers. This also opens up a lot of aeroplanists, since this is round number 1. But for sure, we are going to see the meta hunters come out. Possibly, we've been seeing a lot of Goatman compared to the Hullabaloo as of late. But I think when you're up against Peter, you have to be prepared for either of them.
Yeah, definitely. And as we head into the ban pick phase at Leo's memory, yeah, you mentioned the Explorer. This is definitely the opportunity for them to pick that up. For Zeta Division, I am not too sure if they do have that. Because as for Zeta Division, we do know that when it comes to kiting, they're all very confident. They perform very well individually. So
Ooh.
choosing a kiting character.
Sorry, I'm just shout outs to the people that are talking about cuticle care now. Salt TV doing the nails right now, and shout outs to Nix. I'm a hunter main and I have acrylic so real. Okay, all right. So I need to get some cuticle care going on, or some I just need to get some French tips if I'm gonna be a hunter main. But Explorer coming in here, locking in. I think it's pretty standard, or like ever since we opened up the Call of the Abyss group bait stage, if it's Leo's memory round 1, you might as well use the Explorer in this map.
Yeah, and one of you guys, I'm not sure if the person is here in the live chat, but one of you guys screenshotted me this X tweet about how to, against a peddler, what's the solution? And then Explorer is the solution because you can't chase what you can't find. Same case here for Peter.
Very true.
I think already maybe they're going for that same strat. You can't chase what you can't find. Wise words, honestly. Wise words coming into this matchup.
You've been dropping like wisdom bombs like that one, and don't be choosy. Just commit to whoever you see. Just commit, bro. That's what Chocho says. 2025. Anyway, Puppeteer making its way into the mix here. Would you happen to know, like, Peter played 2 matches, right? Round 1. Did he opt for either the opera singer, or sorry, not opera singer, the goat man or the hullabaloo?
I think there were times where he decided the majority of the time would be hula baloo. Yeah, I think he's more comfortable with the hula baloo, but then again, Leo's memory works well with that goat man as well. So I think he's just gonna look at the team comm and then be like, okay, yep, if the goat man suits the team comm, then he's just gonna go straight for it. But as of now, as we see the novelist as well as the puppeteer, I don't think the goatman would be a wise option here.
Yeah, we did see how the puppeteer could just eat those hits. We also saw how well Team RC was able to counter the goatman with the novelist strat. So maybe hullabaloo could be the option for Peter here. And note that, yeah, Explorer can hide out, but with the double surprise too, he can kind of spot someone out within the area, so maybe that could give him a little bit of inkling where the Explorer could be at. Again, I'm in Team Explorer. I don't want him to be found out, but if you're Peter, you want to be able to down the Explorer ASAP.
Yeah, and we might not be seeing the Explorer spawning at Factory because as of the rate of Explorer getting found, right, if he spawned at Factory is actually quite high because you don't have enough time to rotate out of the Factory and find a good hiding spot against Hunter, because Hunter's going to catch up easily. Yeah. Especially if it's a Goatman, the cages.
I remember there was one match we saw where the Explorer was just had to kite out. Like, he had to go at the second floor and just kite away from the Hunter. And that is possibly going to be the case if CY wants to get first chase, but going up against the hullabaloo, you definitely want to prime your ciphers accordingly. So yeah, maybe give Explorer like a corner spawn or somewhere where there's a grassy area, just to make sure he hides away before a first chase could actually happen, so he can get those pages.
Yeah. Maybe spawning at the center, the most dangerous place could be the most safest place for the Kurt to hide.
Wow,
such a big
Eye of the
area.
Hurricane? Like, you think that the center of a hurricane is the most, the safest spot?
Exactly, that's how it works.
Okay. Oh, look at that, Chocho. Big Kurt Explorer here is going to be at the center here. Nice prediction there. Easy predixies from Chocho over here.
And I'm trying to think of a Hula Baloo times Peter name. What should we have here today?
Peter Baloo.
Peter Baloo. Yes. We have Peter Baloo in the mix here. That's such a great name.
Peter Baloo. Okay. So, talk to me about the spawn. The persona build here, because we do have Warp, Insolence, and Confined Space on Peter.
Yeah. Right, Peter Baloo, we do see the confined space, right? So usually we might see a trump card for him to potentially play out the late game better, but with the Warp, maybe it will share that same effect. So it's gonna be Leo's Memory BO1 first up between RT Service versus Zeta's Hunter. My name is Chocho and your memory is Posh Spice, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Peter making his way towards the center where CY is actually at. But guys, keep quiet in chat because you don't want the Explorer to be found out. But Peter already making his way. He's trying to look on the ground to see if there's any Explorer here. And it seems like, Chocho, He might be
Stop
on the path
running!
to CCY. Oh,
Stop running! Just hide. Oh, but luckily enough, Peter did not see him at all. Luckily,
hang
but
on,
we
he's
did.
still running, Jojo.
My goodness, CY. Oh, when it comes to the mental preparedness for that, it seems like he kind of panicked there, which allowed him to actually become huge form and then just
Yeah.
run in the open. The blood traits on the floor, CY. So he will be seeing the
Yikes.
first chase here,
Mhm.
less than a minute into the matchup, but still no damage on him.
So, I'm sorry, Explorer 101 from Chocho, stop running. Just don't run and just hide away. CY, unfortunately, did already get hit. A warp here just for him to be able to go through this pallet. So, very aggressive start by Peter. Unable to down him just yet. He's going to have the trapeze. He's already built up enough, I would say, presence for him to be able to be threatening behind this pallet here. Gets a double surprise, and just like that, under 2 minutes in, has already downed our friend the Explorer here.
Oh, seems like the prophecy where you can't chase what you can't find is not happening here. But then again, we have Pinpin Novelist getting a wanted order, so kind of forced to come for this rescue early on. So this is gonna increase a lot of pressure in terms of the cipher progress. And Pinpin, let's see if a free hit can be given here.
Oh my god, he flywheeled. That was a very costly. Oh my god, he's gonna go for a double down situation here. CY needs to hide it out. Chat, be quiet again. Okay, be quiet. We have to. Shh, stop running. Oh no, he's still running. I think he's gonna find him out.
Why are you running? Don't run. Just become small. Don't panic. Just hide.
Oh wait, hang on, Chocho. I think we were able to hide away here. We're not seeing CY, so this aggressive start might have played off well. CY is out of sight, out of mind. He's already behind. I don't know if I don't know if Peter's gonna find CY here. So there we go.
Stuff. Good stuff.
Approved by
Good choice
Chocho.
to run, CY. Might be my calling. But Zhengkai will be seeing the Hunter's target now is a full health first officer, and he's utilized his first watch, so it shouldn't be a fast down. Luckily enough for CY, he lives to see another day and will be able to pick up those 50% pages on the ground.
Okay, RD back in this matchup here. At least they're able to threaten that page pop, but having the first officer be chased here is going to be a little detrimental. At least the Explorer can get healed up and go for a rescue because he does have Tide Turner, but Zenkai has to be very careful. Didn't pop the watch because he did get silenced, and now he does fall down. Second survivor onto the rocket chair, though, but it's still their first chair, so it's still all good.
All good, definitely. And Novelist once again has the wanted order, but this time around he seems to be far away. CY, if we see him.
Oh my god! No, it's fine. He's still running, Chocho. He's still running. Stop running! Oh no! CY gets found out, the first target, and now he's gonna get spotted out without even using the page, I believe. We're still at 49.
Oh my goodness! What a I mean, I think he kind of caught him out because of the pages that it kind of popped up from the ground. So now the 49% will be
At
left
least on the ground, yeah.
Yeah, whoever comes for the rescue will be able to pick that up. So still a opportunity for them, because look at the ciphers, 3.5, including the cipher progress from the Explorer is gonna be 4. So 5th cipher is also being worked on. Let's see Huanxue. Is he able to come for this rescue? A puppeteer though.
Yeah, he can eat some of these hits. I like that he used the puppet form right away so he does not get silenced, but he's gonna have to eat that hit. Another red bomb could silence him, and he couldn't get the rescue. Oh my god. And now Huanxue out in the open here. He just needs one more black mark for him to fall down, and Peter relentless with his offense.
My goodness. And so 49 page is still on the puppeteer. They need to somehow pick this up and like go for the cipher, but all of them are half health. They have not prioritized healing at all. Focusing on that cipher rush, but still Peter able to capitalize on the situation that he's in, and ultimately with this kind of build on the hula balloon that we don't usually see, he's able to still pop off very well.
Honestly, I haven't even seen the confined space be used, but trust in Peter Baloo over here for him to be able to pop off with this this type of build and this type of hunter. There were those opportunities, those windows of opportunities for the survivors to be able to kind of swing the hunter, swing the favor, but I don't know how he was able to predict that the Explorer was in that spot. That warp just finding CY was kind of the checkmate scenario for him to find his first survivor that he did chase out. And like you said, the survivors didn't prioritize healing up, so this rescue attempt is going to be very dangerous for either of these two. Pinpin is trying to force that cipher because it's the last one, but we do see that Peter now is faced with 3 survivors. All of them are injured. And this last Cypher is at 74%. So we're going to see them try to rush it with the page, and they're able to get it.
All right, so this kind of opens up an opportunity for them to get potentially a 1 escape. So both gates should be rushed now. Now Peter, a bit lost in the action, but will prioritize on sharing Zheng Kai as of now. Both gates still untouched, guys. So the room for a 4K is still definitely on the table. We do see that the back gate is being pushed by, I believe, Huan Xue. So Pin Pin.
Oh, Pin might get cut off here, but the warp is actually gonna catch Huan Xue here. He's gonna have to stop. He's gonna have to move on away. The good thing here is they're still injured. So, well, one of them is injured. Huan Xue, he can actually eat a couple of hits before he does fall down. This allows them to actually open up the exit gate. Nice use of the puppet. He does get silenced here. There is a pallet to work with, but the rotation has not happened yet. First officer gets saved though. 3 survivors. Endgame still Chocho.
Wow, this is so lucky. Now able to negate that one as well. Another red mark and black mark. He will be down. Huan Xue really kiting for his life here. Helping his teammates bring out some time to open up that gate and exit. So this actually opens up so much room for them to tie this round against Peter. Huan Xue.
Okay, oh my gosh. So now Peter has to be very careful here with how he's going to play this. But I feel like, can he actually make it? He has to go for a double surprise, but everyone is injured. So one more trapeze would do it. They're actually going to open the gate, so now they can be able to go. And just like that, Peter, his 4K streak has been struck down by RD because of that page.
My goodness, what a turnaround coming into this matchup. We saw an instant down scenario coming from the Explorer, but somehow Huan Xue still trying to fight for that chance here. Does not have anything to work with rather than the puppet. But he keep getting negated because of that red zone.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. But hey, you know what? RD getting a tie game here is actually huge. And this is up against Peter. He was actually the big performer of Team ZETA getting the 4Ks. And the fact that they were able to do that, they made it actually very chaotic to the point that Peter, I like what they said in chat here. They said that Peter's overextension or his greed to get the double down might have cost him a little too much there with how he was trying to just get more survivors down and not just focusing on one and just tunneling one survivor. I think it all started with him trying to opt for that double down after the rescue happened, and he lost track of CY, which ultimately led to the very end of him actually getting a page and allowing them to actually go for that pop. Oh, I'm zooming in and out. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, and we can really see the power of Explorer, right? Even if he's gone from the map already, we can see how much weight he pulls just with that single 50% page. And also the reason why he's, been increasing in popularity coming into these matchups. But I think still overall, good job, well done for the side of RD Survivors. Able to tie against a S-tier hunter, that's one thing. Second, ZETA Division's hunter.
Yeah.
So amazing stuff coming from Team RD, but looking at our containment time, we can see there's actually not a lot. It's not a lot. Actually, you know what? It's the fact that C was able to hide it out and, dig out a single page. I think he's really done his job as the Explorer here.
For sure. Even though getting chased out early on, it was totally fine. It was really the overextension of our friend Peter over here. So we, towards the middle part of the game, it started to look quite dire for the survivors, but the fact that they could pop that Cypher was actually really good. And B-Knees did bring up something here, that the confined space, confined space has been popular as of late, like in Lakeside, but you don't really see it pop off. Like, it's nice to have, but in moments like this, you can kind of wish, like, dang, maybe I should have brought a trump card. Maybe I should have brought another trade. Because unfortunately, pallets played more of a factor than windows in this matchup.
Yeah, and if we kind of recall from what happened yesterday from WBG's Alex on Opera Singer at the Lakeside, he also kind of brought a same build, right? And then if he had a trump card, we do feel that the things would have been different there. It would have been a different gameplay, maybe a 4-man situation, belonging to a BO3 over time. So yeah, so many what ifs coming into this, but this is a tournament we're talking about here. And ZETA Division, actually, they do have opportunity to potentially lose a match. If they win this, I think they will be top 1 coming into Group C. So yeah, even if they lose a match here, I don't think it's gonna hurt them in terms of like unable to qualify to global playoffs then. So we'll see if RD is able to come back though, because we do know that RD's hunter Hajime is pretty good at his wait. He's very good at the hula baloo as well.
Hula baloo. All right, chat. Your task now is to come up with a name for Hajime X Hullabaloo. That's too much syllables. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. But yeah, you know what? A big shakeup would actually be if RD is able to take this. Again, we're stepping on a little too far of territory here since we're still playing out this first half of round number 1, and ZETA has been very consistent as the rounds go on. So if that does happen, man, RD's confidence is going to shoot through the roof, because this is ZETA that we're talking about. Yes, Alpha has been taking a hiatus here, but they're still very strong when it comes to hunters like Peter and survivors like Shinami, one of the backbones of the team with his rescuer role. 75% escape rate here. You definitely can rely on Shinami to be able to make those clutch rescues happen. So look out for Shinami, folks.
Yep. And as we wait for the next member, I think just to give you guys a little bit of context for ZETA survivors, they have yet to lose a single matchup against any hunter.
Bro.
Yeah, they've at the very, very least tied things out and won 2 out of the 4 matches.
Can you read what chat has wrote down for the
Hajime Blue?
Hajime Blue. Hajime Blue. Hachichulu. Hajibu. Oh, Hajibu.
Hajibu's cute. Hajibu.
Anyway, let's talk about Delisu first before we read more of this. Chocho, talk to me about Delisu.
Delisu, a very pro player here. Has been a long time. Has been with ZETA Division for a very long time as well. Novelist, Magician is those characters that he's played in the group stages, but we also spot a Seer as well as Divine Investigator. When it comes to kiting, Delisu is definitely the man. So you guys gotta keep a watch out for him, and maybe Hajime might not want to chase Delisu coming into this mix.
Right. And that's the thing. They need to hide this one out just to be able to push for that BO3. I know you said that they've been constantly winning, but I'm sure Hajime has studied up. But we're gonna move on to Hametu. Hametu over here, escape rate of 75%. Has been using Gardener, has been using the Knight. He's also brought out his Prospector during a couple of key moments in IJL and during Call of the Abyss. So I'm excited to see what Hametu can bring to the table, especially since they're still on that win streak on Survivor side as well.
That Hametu actually has also been performing very well in these group stages here. I'm very excited to see his performance alongside with Delisu, but of course we cannot forget about this man, Kazuneku. Whenever I think about Kazuneku in the group stages, I can only remember his Painter, Chinatown against an IV, able to kite for so long, effective usage of those paintings, and that's the thing about Kazuneku. He's able to kite for so long. You want to chase him. You want to chase him, it's gonna take a long time. But if you don't chase him, he's just gonna decode all the way. We saw that 202 seconds, 202% of decoding progress. Super good.
Yeah, what's scary about Kazuneku also, he's the type of survivor to not stray away from stunners as well. I mean, if he wants to go back to his greatest hits of Call of the Abyss 4 or 5, he was so good on that forward, Antiquarian as well. So Hajime, Halu Hajime.
Anyway. He brings in a good man.
I can't think of anyway. I was so interested in seeing the Hullabaloo, but Hajime does have access to the meta hunters, and also did bring an Ann at one point. He just needs to tie this one out, Chocho. So I hope that he's able to do that, because that's going to be a huge statement coming from RD if they're able to force a BO3 in this matchup, because RD go up against ZETA. They are the underdogs in this matchup.
Yeah, they definitely are. Quite surprised, in fact, for RD to even tie things off with ZETA Division. We've seen ZETA Division's Peter go up against ACT survivors, right? And it was just a massacre at that point in time. 4K coming through so easily, by the way. So Peter, it seems like his greed is a little too much for him to even potentially come back from at that point in time. So coming BO2, I think he will play more conservatively.
And the fact that's ACT, they recently just 2-0'd MRC. So if we're looking at power rankings, yeah, that says a lot with Peter. But then if RD, I mean, this is IDB maths we're talking about, because if RD beat ZETA, ZETA beat ACT beat MRC. Therefore, RD beat the IVL champions. If you think about it like that,
It's almost like math, you know? Like it kind of reminds me of like circles plus circles is this, triangle plus triangle is this. So if I mix these two together, it gives this. So who will
why are you
ultimately
adding
come out on top?
shapes in math, bro? Oh my god.
Eli
Making
is
math
infecting
even
me.
harder. Oh no. Eli's whistle. But hey, we still have to actually nominate like an emoji for these two teams for RD. Oh my gosh, hang on. I thought he was gonna the mercenary was gonna elbow pad away. But what are we giving for Zeta and what are we getting for RD here? Because they're both blue teams.
Is there an elf emoji?
An elf? Like an elf.
ELF. If there is, then to honor
let's see.
a king from
Oh,
Zeta Division.
there are elves, I guess. But yeah, I guess. Okay, to honor the king. What? Okay, who's elves? Who are elves?
Yes, our king that we are hoping will be able to come back maybe in future tournaments, but as of now we won't be seeing elf at all.
Okay.
But for RD, what do we have?
RD is realized
Realized
dream. So sleepy. Like.
Oh, the
they're
dream
dreaming.
emoji? The dreaming
What are
emoji.
they're dream emojis? Let me check that out. Dream. There's no dream emoji.
Oh.
Sleep. There's
sleep.
Sleep. So bed. We could go sleep for RD and elf for I like the elf for Zeta because of their king Alf here. Okay. Oh, Zeta's lightning. You want to just do that instead?
Oh, then lightning, sure. Let's
Lightning
do
and
this.
sleep. Lightning and sleep for realized dream, folks. As we head towards the picks and bans here. Batting out the airplanist. I like that. And also no seer and mechanic. So Hajime is not going to have a hard time. Unless Zeta picks up an explorer in the mix. But they opted to go for actually some stunners in the group and a puppeteer. So leaving the explorer wide open. And I have to say, like when it came to the first match, the explorer really came in clutch for that last second pop. So not allowing that to happen. I don't know if Chocho is going to give the blessing in this team unless she sees an explorer come out here.
Not on me, not on me. It will be on Hajibu or Hajiman, whoever he decides to pick here, coming BO1. But it seems to be, at least that Zeta Division, they are going for... We don't usually see the coordinator so early into the matchups. So it could be possible that Zeta Divisions are trying to garner more than a tie game here against Hajime. You know, because since Peter has fallen slightly shorter, let's see if Zeta Division is able to get potentially a 3 escape, but would be a huge ask coming into BO1. And we see the Enchantress, so them potentially expecting the Goatman here.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Enchantress get picked up. Man, our Hajibu thing is not going to happen. I think the only person who's going to call him Hajibu is his significant other. But anyway, Enchantress coming into the mix here. This definitely solidifies that they've been using Enchantress as like a core member in their team or like in their lineups for the longest time. This is IJL, right? They've been really banking on this character, and the fact that they saved Enchantress for even round 2 and 3 says a lot. But compared to the compared to RD Survivors, Chocho, how do you like this lineup versus RD Survivor lineup?
Could be a bit biased since I love Kurt.
I knew it. I knew it. Bias, Chocho. I'm kidding.
But if we look at it into perspective, both sides had a novelist. Both sides had a novelist. There's no designated rescuer here if we're looking into perspective here, Zeta Division. So that could be one of the liabilities we're looking into. But if nobody goes down on the ground, there is no need for a rescuer. So really a lot of Cypher Rush in this team comp here. Zeta Division trying to potentially gain more than a tie.
Okay. Wait, they have more Cypher Rush than having a Kurt on the team? Without having a Kurt on the team? Like, I'm asking comparing it to the previous one. I think maybe the previous one has more Cypher Rush or the threat of that. While here, yeah, hopefully no one falls down because they have that sustained. But for me, it's like they want a team fight. And that's what's scary because Hajime could, I don't know, it seems like the top tier hunters, they thrive well in team fights because they want you to get close because they can put you in their area of effect, which is going to be in the Goatman. So, sorry, Hajibus. Goatman. Haji
Goatman.
go Jeffrey. Haji. No, I can't think of anything. You got anything, Chocho?
The chat said Haji Man.
Haji Man.
Yeah, so
Oh.
they cancel out the goat, so Haji Man.
Haji
Since-
Man. Okay, he is the goat. Okay. Huh. Okay, so now that they did bring this out, how are you? I mean, I guess they really drafted for a goat man since they have this enchantress and as well as the novelist.
Zeta
No
Division.
silence.
I do feel it's quite risky to not have a designated rescuer, since they do have more sustain when it comes to kiting and also easier to hit towards rescues. But
Yeah.
we have our coordinator at a very safe spot in the factory area, puppeteer at the center, enchantress in the shack area. So Goatman could potentially go for the enchantress at the start, since she does not have any stats
Right.
to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Puppeteer, we've seen Yan being choosy with the puppeteer, right, against the Goatman.
Yeah.
But the puppeteer kited very, very well and got MVP at the end, Zien. So
Yeah, I think you brought up a good point. Like, since there's no rescuers, this is kiting. They're relying on no one to fall down, because I guess you could say coordinator could bring a tide turner, but not really sure if they're gonna use that in their persona build. But we do see Hametu and Kazuneko on with the tide turner here, but Hajime did bring himself some excitement just to protect himself from the stun, a trump card, and detention. So he just wants to secure himself at least a detention down. But folks, this is the second half of Zeta versus RD. I'm Pod Spice with Chocho. We are your commentators for this matchup.
Hajiman heading straight for the center. We do know that the puppeteer has a tide turner built, so would be an easier chase here if we look at this in paper. But Dolisu, we see that he's hiding. You see, that was what CY was supposed to do, but no, what Dolisu did that instead.
Dolisu should be, not an enchantress, but has to be an explorer. But Hametu not wasting any time, already going for the puppet form, absorbing a little bit of that hit, forcing out the attack recovery, and he will go back into regular form in just a bit, forces another hit here as he is in puppet form, but this is feeding a lot of presence, and 2 hits have already happened before the 1 minute mark did grace us.
Wow, a pretty early half health already coming into this matchup. I don't think Zeta Division was expecting the puppeteer getting chased here, especially with that Titan build we see there. So Hametu, let's see if he's able to kite it out again. Able to use the puppet though, trying to force Hajime to hit him. But Hajime is just really patient at this point in time. No blink to work with.
Whoa! Oh my god, and the excitement able to actually counter that pallet slam. So at least now they know it is already an excitement trait that they have. This is actually open season for the coordinator or the enchantress to get those stuns in, but it seems like we are going to see the novelist on the lower left side of the screen make his way for this rescue, since he has expended that trait. Doesn't have to worry about a blink, a teleport, abnormal, none of that, while everyone's 2 other survivors work on the ciphers.
Yeah, Kazuniku slowly but surely coming for this rescue. So should be a pretty stable one. He's able to get within the range as well, so we'll be able to get this regardless.
Flywheels through just for him to cancel out the cage, gets the rescue, and also gets the body block in the process. So nice work by Kazuneko, not just a kiter, but also a stable rescuer. But have to be careful, Hametu does get the last effort, so quite unfortunate there. The rebound kite does not sustain up until the tide turner ends. But 2 ciphers already done, Chocho. Now it could either be the coordinator or the enchantress to make second save.
Yes, but what is interesting here is that I thought that the 59 cipher was on Kazuneko's cipher, but it's not. Shinami is gonna come for this rescue. Dolisu cipher might be interrupted here. We do see that there was a little preemptive let go just in case, to prevent a free hit. Now Shinami is here with the gun. He knows. He knows.
He knows
Excitement's not ready just yet. Yeah.
I guess he doesn't want to trade off a hit here just so he survives and not. Oh, sorry, the puppeteer not having any tide. He's able to actually use the puppet form and now gets cut off in the process. So now can he break it in time? Goes through once again, and the down is gonna happen. So Hametu, unfortunately, will be sent back into the manor here. No more coordinator gun. We don't have any stacks on the Enchantress. And Hajime doing a great job just tunneling down the survivors because he still has detention for endgame.
Right, so creates a lot of opportunities coming into this matchup. Yeah, so Dolisu will be seeing the Hunter now. Excitement probably won't be used unless it's a 3 stack, but Dolisu still trying to farm those stuns, but the hit is not registering onto him, so it's going to take a long time.
Yeah, so these cage placements so far working in favor of the Enchantress. We do see Shinami in the area. Swing and a miss so far. So nice kiting by Dolisu as the Enchantress. Does have 1 stun, but Excitement is already online for Hajime. It's going to be harder for him to actually go for chases here since he does not have Blink. He can't go for like a teleport. And Kazuneko is tiptoeing around the area.
Yeah, preemptively, like, you can go off that Cypher. So good idea coming from Zeta Division. Hajime, that's the thing about Goatman. If you don't have vision of your survivors, you're just going to be wasting your resentment on absolutely nothing potentially. So great hiding coming from Kazuneku, and Dolisu able to capitalize on the opportunity and try to decode, but the teleport happens onto him.
Okay, so now Dolisu knows he has no more Excitement to work with. Gonna try to break this cage just so he gets a stun to move on along here. He does have a pallet, but he's gonna get punished as he drops down that pallet. Does get a stack to work with, but he needs to survive a little longer if they want to prime that 81% Cypher.
Yeah, and we do know that Dolisu does not have borrowed time as well. So they just gotta pop it. They don't wait anymore. And
able to actually get the down here, and I think they're just gonna go straight up and pop it. Detention end game for Hajime. He's already used up the the teleport, so now they can actually escape this with a 2 survivor escape. So Chocho, your OT Queen reign continues because we are gonna go BO3, baby.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Hajime starting to get towards the other side, but it seems like it will not be enough, which helps, yes, exactly, secure that 4-4 situation here, confirming a BO3.
Jojo. BO3 Queen over here. Let's go. I'm actually gonna get that title soon. I've been commentating with you a lot, so we're BO3. We were BO3 commentators at this point. Shoutouts to Eli and Kuro. Doing first half. But talk to me about how this match played out, because it was quite intense, and I guess, you know what, now that we saw how the match played out, I think they're just kind of just going for that tie game from the get-go, because they didn't really bring any dedicated rescuers, and they were just kind of sacrificing Hametu and not really putting too much stock into like getting more than just 2 survivors out.
Yeah, and I think ultimately coming from B1, we can definitely see that how prepared RD is for this. They've definitely done their research, and when it comes to execution, it was almost near to perfection from the survivor side, of course. Hajime also falling a little bit short, but then again, this is Zeta survivors we're talking about. So him able to get a tie, I don't feel that he had wanted to get more. But then again, Zeta survivors, they did play the endgame pretty well, just popping it and just going for that tie rather than to potentially maybe turnaround situation, get 3k, 4k there, which is an even dire situation to come back from.
Yeah. I think still getting a tie is all right, at least. But what's scary is that you're getting Peter around too, and I think he's going to tighten things up. But at least it's, I mean, that could have been the opportunity, but this is the position that was presented to himself, to them. And I think it was a lot more of a stable game than a frantic game. So I think he was contented with also getting a tie game. Who knows? Maybe they thought of a strategy to overpower their survivors come round 2 or 3, or give Hajime like an advantage with an and come round number 3. But we just have to wait and see as this BO3 happens. Chocho, I think you dropped something in chat. A crown, queen. You are the BO3 queen after all.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thanks for the congratulations.
Sorry.
But I'm glad that I'm doing it with you, Posh, and also with the live chat that's here.
Yes.
Thanks for tuning in.
Yes.
Today is just gonna be pretty intense, man, because we still have NAEU's matchup coming in the 4th round of the day. So really, all the NAEU teams are seeing today. So you guys don't want to miss that out. But as of now, BO1 able to tie things out. So things are looking pretty good for RD to potentially, you know,
Yeah. Are we jumping ship? Like, what do we think? We're still thinking it's gonna be
No.
No.
I'm still with Peter Ballou.
Peter Ballou.
Right, I'm still Peter Ballou.
Well, it's
so-
Peter Opera Singer or Peter Ivy.
Peter Greer.
Peter Greer.
Then
That's a funny one.
Center.
Center.
He
needs to center himself for him to be able to get this victory, guys. So while that is happening, we're going to take a short break. Let us know what you think with a Peter X something or Hajime X, whatever hunter that's going to be. Let's check out the highlights and be right back.
我也是，没事。
书剪的吗？
他剪了。能灌吗？
换不了。
那我等到。何したら向かうわ。
はい。いや、こう。
オッケー、小説級で興奮クール小説どうするこれ。じゃあ釣りツ
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to witness a best of 2 game here, and all scores are even. This is going to go until the best of 3. Welcome back if you're just joining us. And also, big shout outs to everyone in the chat. Shout outs to Feral Shroom, Hinks, Rennie, Tanzer, Raphael, Snooty, Sublime. Shout outs to you guys. And also the hashtag Loyal Queen Chocho. Let's go. She stays loyal.
I'll try my best, guys. I'll try my best. But as of now, still
try your best.
Still with Team Zeta. I do trust in Peter, and in fact, when it came to the groupings, right, didn't really expect them to, able to tie things up with their opponents, because actually this is their first tie in all their matches against in Group C. So seems like RD surprising us with their performance here. So coming BO2, I'm excited to see if there's any other interesting strategies that they are going for the Survivor side.
You gotta admit, actually, if all the semi-pro teams have been leveling up, and they've been giving us highlight moment after highlight moment. FT, tomorrow's match, guys, tune in for that, because they're going with the GR. Anyway, aside from FT, you have RD rising to the occasion. You also have RVL, you know what, going BO3 completely with GR, and you'll see them again later in their match. And also Team Omni having an amazing time as kiting for as long as they can against Wolves' Hunter Chongai, and also Pit Stoppers trying his best to be able to go up against these professional teams. So you gotta put some respect on RD's name, that semi-pro team in the HMT region.
Yeah, definitely. And RD, things are looking pretty good for them, because coming later rounds, right, in BO3 especially, we will be seeing the Survivor side, potentially being stronger than the Hunter side.
Yeah.
So more of a Survivor matchup rather than a Hunter matchup. So coming BO2, we still will be seeing the usual Ivy, Opera Singer, the moment Hula Baloo Goatman gets banned out. So, yeah. Excited to see what's it gonna be. And also, Zeta Division, they also have another Hunter, MK Meaty, but we have still yet to see him. So maybe a potential Hunter swap up here could be possible.
Possibly. But I want to get your thoughts, Chocho, when it comes to, I'm going to bring up, it's that confined space once again. We saw it in Leo's Memory, and we saw it in Lakeside Village. Do you think those type of maps have or need that? Because I do know there are other maps as well, like let's say Arms Factory or Red Church, where you can be like, wow, those window areas are really annoying. But I don't know, like we've seen like 2 cases already where they brought it just in case and it didn't really play out well, and they were kind of stuck without a trump card and no teleport or no endgame trait or no persona build to work with. So what are your thoughts on this phenomenon that we are seeing with confined space?
I do feel that, I get the idea of using the confined space, you want to prevent them from kiting in the same area over and over again, especially in Czech, right? We've seen how our teams were on RD's Pinpin, able to use the seer to keep running around and around the window against a clerk. That's exactly the case that we saw. They want to bring the confined space to potentially negate that, forcing them to transition and potentially getting a hit while transitioning. So I very much do get the
Lakeside,
idea.
bro.
Oh, I do get the idea. This is giving me PTSD at this map. Like legit. Yesterday it was like
Terror Shock PTSD. There's the Terror Shock. There's also the confined space. The Blink one also. Oh man, the miss Blink, that hurts. Hopefully we'll see some like tight Hunter gameplay in this matchup, especially for Hajime over here, guys. Again, let your voices be heard in chat. RD or Zeta. Shoutouts to Rosita, by the way. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will try my best, but we'll keep it here. I'm saying the word punish because of the palette slams. But Zeta, though, I think... Okay, so they saved the Enchantress, Chocho, which is kind of interesting. Yeah. They allowed the Puppeteer to get chosen, Coordinator as well, and who was the other one? There's one more survivor. Novelist, okay, you can kind of give that up because Goatman's not going to be in the mix anymore. But how can they draft this lineup now going up against the Ivy or the Opera Singer?
Well, I mean, there is still the... We'll hit to the interview phase before we hit back to RPG.
緊張せず落ち着いてプレイできているのでとてもいい感じかなと思います。そうですね、自分はサバイバー側なんで RD のはじめ選手のフラバルがめちゃくちゃうまくて初めて見た時にめっちゃびっくりしてすごい警戒しているので、うまく対策して戦えたらいいなって思ってます。
Keeping a close eye on Hajime's Hullabaloo, the Hajibu. That's Jolisu, folks. So you were saying, how can they draft this lineup now?
And there's still the psychologists that work very well. We've seen, honestly, there is the blueprint, kind of like a blueprint coming from AXIZ Waved performance today. We saw how they kited out the Opera Singer. Great kiting route coming from, I believe, AWG's Batoru in the big boat. We also saw how, who was it? This from AXIZ Wave, the Acrobat, AXIZ Wave Acrobat at Lakeside. Single-handedly just kite out the Opera Singer with a pallet that was already slammed down.
Yeah, I forgot the name. Oh, that was actually a good moment.
I kind of wrote it down. Just 1 second, guys. Just 1 second.
While you say that, also, I got to give my shout-outs to Juan of WBG, performing very well as in Lakeside Village, just buying so much time and forcing Jin to miss so much swings in their matchup. So, were you able to find out?
Yes, Nian. Okay. Nian from AXIZ Wave.
Okay.
Super duper excellent kite. We can hear how chaotic the VC was during the highlights. Amazing stuff coming from AXIZ Wave. And honestly, if we're just gonna look at it based on performance, I do feel that Zeta Division survivors are might be a lot more stable. But when it comes to AXIZ Wave Hunter, Kakiri, my goodness, he is not giving any chance at all. Their hunters are not even tying a single matchup.
Yeah, and what's interesting, I remember day one, we were like, where's Kakakai, you know? But then Kakiri, giving us the meta hunters, and round 2 surprising us with his clown, with his soul weaver, and, then he went, in today's match, he went regular hunters, he went with the Opera Singer, and it's so deadly. But yeah, Kakiri is a very feared and revered hunter you have to be aware of, folks. But we'll talk about AXIZ Wave more once we're able to see them, because right now in front of our screens, Hajime really thinking about his next move here, because obviously they're going to ban out the Hullabaloo, and the globally banned Goatman is going to be off the table.
All right. So, Lakeside Village,
Hajgria? Ivy Sangria. Haji Ivy. Hajgria. Ivy me.
Ivy me. What?
I don't know. I'm running out of things.
It's okay, because if we're gonna look at based on what they've played before for Team RD's Hajime, he's played the... we have yet to see his Opera Singer and Ivy. Yeah.
What does he bring out round 2?
He's... Somehow, people give him the opportunity to bring up the Hullabaloo or Goatman round 2, but then we also saw the Sculptor and the N.
A Sculptor match? Are you kidding me? And Kuro's not here.
Please.
I feel bad. I feel so bad.
And we have a BO3 confirmed, so highly the chance, right? That kind of opportunity to bring out the Sculptor.
Don't do this to our boy Kuro. Oh, man. Well, it is what it is. Oh my god, the Painter. We're going to see Kazuneko's Painter potentially here in this matchup. So he might add more to the highlight reel with his Painter stuns and his Painter kites. But we are going to see a Knight to start things off with the picks for the survivors.
A Knight. Okay. If it's a Knight, I would feel that maybe it's towards the Opera. But we've seen KZNK kite the painter against an Ivy. So when it comes to kiting, I have no doubt that ZETA Division is going to do great. But just now, I do feel that it was a little bit lackluster in their BO1 matchup there with the Puppeteer. Down pretty quickly, 1.5 ciphers into the match only.
I think the reason that it was a bit lackluster is because they were kind of just playing for that tie. But right now, might be going for the GR type strategy, using up using up the unconventional survivors now just to power up their BO3, since that is confirmed already. Magician, folks, come into the mix. We don't see that much Magician. I think the last time we saw the Magician was day 1, or when ZZ brought it out, or was it RVL that brought it?
Yeah, I think it was it Schmitty or another player, but they also brought out the Magician, I think, if I remember correctly.
That was a match you did cover, so I trust in your memory, Chocho, and we are going to get a first officer to round out this lineup. So at least they have a dedicated rescuer in this mix.
Yeah, this time around, I do like the team count. It's a lot more stable, but the first officer, actually, you know what? I would have loved to see them. They both have its pros and cons. The mercenary here, he'll be able to easily rotate around the map when it comes to rescues. But when it comes to kiting against the Ivy and the Opera, maybe not so much, because he's just gonna waste out all his elbow pads in a swift instant. So the first officer will be a better kiter here, but first officer would then need to get out of the cipher and rotate early for that rescue. So that's the only con I can see from ZETA Division's rescuer pick here.
True. Unless the kite is godlike and the first officer could pop their cipher before going for the first rescue. So they might be banking on that, and usually when teams kind of just go with one strategy, you can kind of see it fall apart if the hunter is able to spot it out and just change up their plans. But ZETA's been a team that knows how to roll with the punches. But this is Hajime we're talking about. He's had an amazing first round just to tie things out. So hopefully we see a little more, I would say, urgency or tenacity in him to be able to get more than just the tie, because this is the round 1 and 2 are the only moments where you really know that the hunter can do a lot of damage or can score a lot of points. Round 3 is when you kind of have to rely on your survivor team, and he is gonna go with the opera singer.
Sanjimi. Alright, so Sanjimi coming into the mix here. Going against his team comp, I think KZNK is just gonna have a fantastic time, man.
Oh yeah.
He's able to kite out the Ivy easily, so against Sangria, I don't think it's gonna be a huge problem here. And the Magician, able to make Hajime kind of lose his weight for maybe a split second or so. Yeah.
People were asking for Mad Eyes. That would be Majimi. Sorry, I'm having fun with his names. But I don't think, we're going to see him bring out something too unorthodox just yet. People ask for Clerk as well. But guys, if you want to root for Hajime, this is his best possible opportunity to bring out the opera singer. Even though it's not tested in a big stage like this, opera singer and Ivy still demand to be respected because of the current meta of the game. So now a corner spawns on both 2-2 each, a 2-2 type spawn, giving the Magician access to the big boat here. So yeah, spawning at the center, but who is he going to chase? Actually, wow, he's going to go in corner shore area here, Chocho.
Yeah, which means that he's just gonna head straight on with that Magician at the big boat area. And one thing that I hope not to see here would be the confined space. I would love to see more of the Trump Cup, because Trump Cup really brings in so much potential in the later round, in the mid to end game, right? If the ciphers are suddenly, you need to switch to an abnormal, there is the opportunity. Teleport as well, and then maybe you can have a blink at the start for a better chasing experience. So let's see what it's gonna be for Hajime.
Okay, there you go. So Hajime bringing the same type of trait, except not the excitement. He does bring blink, detention, trump card, so he's gonna have to rely on at least a trump card mid to end game. Well, we do see 2 flywheels, a full kiting build on Kazuneko's side, full kiting build as well on Delisu's side, and just 1 tide turner on Shinami. So folks, this is our first half of the second round. Poch Spice and Chocho at your service for ZETA versus RD.
And Jimmy heading straight for the magician here, but it's Dolisu that's on this magician, so don't think it's gonna be easy at all. But making a misstep at the start.
Oh no, on the cooldown already, allowing Dolisu to actually wait it out for him to be able to go for that Windows Evolve speed boost here. But we do see he's already back on the Shadow Dance form here. Dolisu actually kiting away from the boat area. Once he gets that hit, he is going to just try and kite back, but he's doing a great job so far, not using any wands just yet. So Nerves of Steel on Dolisu's side. Oh.
Finally able to force Hajime out of that form, so still able to kite out within this area. And when it comes to mining game, Dolisu really at the top of the game.
Wow, yeah, not even dropping down pallets here, just forcing another it's that Magician wand here and forcing him actually to break this pallet, so really starving him of presence. Cypher Progress moving by pretty well here. He's gonna have to walk this ship down because there's no shadow involved. Dolisu, one magic wand left and a lot of pallets to work with. Oh my god! They're shocked!
Dolisu, why? You had such a great start. You could potentially just take a hit and vault over. I think he must have misclicked that. There was no way Dolisu would have vaulted that. So now we are seeing Dolisu on the chair earlier than expected. Now 2 ciphers into the game, definitely a lot a lot better start compared to BO1 second half we saw of them. But Shinami coming for this rescue.
This map is cursed, Chocho, for survivors.
For real.
The terror shocks, that was insane. But now Dolisu has a chance here. Oh wow, I thought Hajime was gonna try to go for a double down situation. Dolisu unfortunately has to eat this next hit. So incredible start, but just one terror shock really swinging the favor in Hajime's side, and all that kiting is going to go out the door because now he's kind of building up that presence. Dolisu unfortunately is already injured. Imagine if he didn't get that terror shock, used the window, continued kiting, would have been a really hard time for Hajime because he still didn't build up that first presence. So now they have to roll with the punches.
My goodness, my goodness. Zeta Division coming in with a costly misstep there. So Hamitu is in the vicinity coming for this potential rescue, and there's no more tight turners in the map. So it's just to buy out some time here.
Okay, does get rescued here. You have a little bit of a tide turner onto the Knight just to provide the Magician a little bit of safety. So now they're kind of going back and forth here, eating a lot of these hits. So the Knight able to actually silence Hajime, just forcing him to not use any skills or go for any hits. But this next kite needs to be godlike for Dolisu. But you see Kazuneko in the mix here just for any support on the painter side. Doesn't have a painting up just yet. Dolisu forced to use the magic wand. So now he's really on his last legs here, Chocho.
Yeah, and Dolisu tried to bring Serdik. That's why the fly was on cooldown, and Hajime still unable to get that hit, doesn't want to expend the blink, and will get the hit eventually. This blink still not used a single time in the map. So
yeah.
I'm not sure. It's a very difficult matchup to see because currently we will be sending Dolisu back to the mana. We have 3 stars on the map. Painter luckily have an image of the hunter, so he will be able to be safe, able to at least cut a 60 seconds before he's down. But the other 2 survivors though, they all have health.
So I think now, well, Knight is actually prioritizing Cypher decoding. The first officer does have both of them have borrowed time. Forced to use the pocket watch here just to provide a little more support. The Cypher, thankfully, is not close to where he's kiting at. He might have to drag him a little further away from that Cypher just in case. But we do see Kazuneko able to actually rotate to this area to try and support. Good pocket watch here just to provide a little more kiting time for Shinami here.
Yes, but Shinami able to vault over as well. So when it comes to kiting the opera thing, it seems like Japanese divisions, they do know what they're doing here, but Shinami will still be seeing the ground here. 2 ciphers are being pushed here, like you've mentioned. But who is coming for the rescue? Painter should be the one.
Kazuneko, yes. Kazuneko is going to make his way towards this rescue. He's already positioning himself at the 2nd floor here at the corner spawn here. Will Hajime actually go? Okay, he's going to stick to this area. Drops the painting down just to provide a little more time and forced to break that pallet. This allows a pretty safe rescue onto the first officer here. So now they go for that endgame pop, and Kazuneko is going to be drawing another painting, so he's going to be open up 2 exit gates here. Shinami has to be able to get it, but just stands there. So quite unfortunate, forcing Kazuneko to not be at that exit gate and try to rotate away from this side. At least the first officer still has that second chair, though.
Yeah, and this might not just end in a tie, guys, because there is still that trump card for that teleport. Both gates has yet been opened, and Kazuneku is just running up there. Hajime knows that he saw Kazuneku when the cipher popped. So Hamitu will try to open the back gate, so helping to secure potentially just a one escape. And the dungeon is here, guys. So
okay, Kazuneko is the saving grace for this team. Can he get this tie? Drops down the painting. He's already used Blink? Oh my god. And now this actually allows Kazuneko to make a rotation happen, Jojo. First officer is not yet out of the game. Could this be Kazuneko's way to be able to get some vindication here for them to get the tie game? He does have a flywheel. This is going to be very tough for him to be able to get.
oh my goodness, Hajime, can he get the hit onto KZNK, hitting it out of way? But the flywheel! And we see the dungeon escape from KZNK. Zeta Division able to clutch that tie game.
God, the way he was able to manage that. I'm actually kind of shocked he used the blink in that situation. But I mean, I guess he was just making sure that he was able to get it. But if he was able to change things up, it was just split-second decision making, right? But you got to give it up to Kazuneko when it was so clutch. He was actually able to get that escape using that flywheel just to make sure. Again, it's kind of crazy how we're so hyped to see a tie from Zeta, because we were thinking like, yo, Zeta, they're more than capable of getting more than just a tie. But for me, it all started with that Terror Shock. What are your thoughts on the matchup? So like, break it down for me, Chocho.
More of the story, you better use your blink early. If not, you're just gonna like end up like all the other opera singer hunters with their blink. Remember, right, the other time at the small boat area, that chair, oh my goodness, what a costly misstep there. But this time around, seems like if I do feel that if he manages to, you know, hang on to that blink, he don't use that blink at that point in time, maybe
could have downed. Yeah.
Yes.
Ouch. Yeah, you're right. You know what? In that T-walled area, he could have blinked through that and just downed Kazuneko. But man, when the dust is settled, the tie game is still all good here for RD.
Is it
well,
though?
You're not giving stuff away. And now it's time for the... I mean, it's better than getting a three-man escape. That's what I'm thinking. So we're still down to 0, but it's quite unfortunate that the Hunter has not been able to get scores, or at least been able to get the advantage for the team. So
yeah.
And now we're going to get Peter or MK Melody. But I'm a little scared if Peter has faced adversity and now he's back with a vengeance. So
I think he's
never
back.
seen that side.
He will definitely be back here. Oh my goodness, I was looking at the match stats, right? Dolisu with 111 seconds of containment time.
Bro.
Can you imagine, guys, if he managed to not get that terror shot, he's gonna be able to kite out for another hit and still has a magic wand again to work with. Maybe 150 seconds could have been possible here. A full 3 Cypher Kite, maybe even a 3 escape that you mentioned could happen here.
Yeah. Oh, that Terror Shock. This matchup, I would have to say, we did see scrambly situations when it came to the survivor side of RD, but now seeing these scrambly situations come out from survivors of Zeta. So I wonder if Peter's going to play more of a aggressive build, or he's going to make chaos happen, or we're going to see that greedy side of him to get make sure that double down situations happen, or is he going to play a lot more cleaner, more standard with either the Ivy or the Opera Singer? Or we might see the Sub Hunter of Zeta. We're not really sure.
Hard to predict here. Zeta side, there is still an Ivy. The Ivy is still at 100% win rate to... I think we see Peter. Yep. It's still Peter.
That's terrifying, seeing Peter. Like, I need to be able to get that 4K and live up. I want to be able to make my stats maxed here. It's safe to say that all these players are quite competitive, so they have that competitive drive. So I'm sure that not just Peter, but also the survivor side of RD want to be able to be the ones to break the streak of ties as we've been seeing thus far.
As we get ready, as we look at them getting ready for this matchup here, RD survivors against Zeta Division Hunter Peter. Speaking about Peter's Ivy, another 4K Hunter that he has in his arsenal.
Sorry, I'm looking at chat. And someone's asking about the trump card that he brought. He still stuck to teleport. I still stuck to blink, right? We're talking about Hajime. Dang, it's another case of like bringing a trait or persona and not being able to maximize it, just having it as backup just in case. It's kind of crazy how you think like, okay, I'm gonna bring this because I know the matchup's gonna be in this favor, that I need confined space or I need the trump card. But man, it just, I don't know if these survivors are big brain enough to know like, oh yeah, he doesn't have confined space, we can do this, or oh, he has this and that. But oh, we're gonna see Zenkai stats now. Okay.
We've seen Junkai stats before in the last round, so quite curious to see why they decided to have Junkai again.
No. They didn't show his stats. They just showed him.
Oh, so now
because I was looking at his
they're
hair.
like,
Yeah. Like, hey, by the way, this is Zenkai. Yeah. So there you go.
There you go. There you go. So
Sure.
actually, right, I think one very good point pointed out by one of our live chat viewers, S. He said here he had unused trump card, right? Maybe he wanted to change to excitement immediately and use it, but missed click instead.
Oh, he unused it. Oh no, yeah, that happens to the best of us. Well, actually, to the best of these guys. So I mean, it happens to us common folk, but in the highest levels of play, there are those instances where it happens. But let's listen to this
日
interview.
本赛区就是都公认ZETA应该是他们的第一人队，但我们家监管者也是不遑多让，加上他们这次有加入新的监管者，就是那个 Peter 嘛。那 Peter 就是大家都知道他是一个追击天花板的屠夫，所以我们求援者压力也比较大一点，就看 BOE 能不能跑一个。他第一天比赛的那个喧嚣熟练度真的非常可怕，所以压力应该是蛮大的。
They were trying to aim for a one escape, but guess what? No, RD Survivors got a tie against Peter. So seems like RD Survivors, they are prepared. They said they were terrified of his hula blue, but still, I think they really came in prepared here. I am so glad they did. But we will be heading into our ban pick phase between RD Survivors versus Peter. Most likely gonna be seeing the Goatman being banned out here.
Yeah, for sure. And there you have it. Goatman is not on the table, but they will have to prepare themselves for either an Ivy or an opera singer. Going for a prisoner here. So I'd say I like RD's strategy of attacking ciphers. I mean, the first round they went with the explorer, and now the prisoner in the mix. Really gonna put pressure onto Peter here to get more survivors down. Maybe they want to harp on the fact that they want him to like make rash decisions and like go for double downs where it's not really that needed. And they top it off with a coordinator pick.
So very, as of now, looks like a very strong team comp for them, except for the prisoner, of course. They are trying to balance things out with hard to chase and also very easy to potentially chase characters here. So yeah, I do love the prisoner pick. You're able to give that long distance decoding, preventing that final three ciphers from being what do you call it? Stuck at one side of the map.
Yeah. That's true. You can't get locked down. I mean, we've seen how well, like, I forgot, a Jin's Hunter was able to, the opera singer, just cut off one side of the map completely. So now last pick is the Patient. Actually, we haven't seen Patient in a while, so I'm excited to see how he's going to be playing or how he's going to add value to this mix. Patient in this map is quite good. He can grappling hook his way from small boat and big boat. Like, there's a lot of good grappling hook spots. He could play as either a kiter or a rescuer. Really just depends. Hopefully, Pinpin will take the strategy of hiding and just hide away and just make sure that he's going to decode for the rest of the game, because Prisoner definitely does not want to. I mean, you can get the first chase, but you're not just going to see the value of his decoding.
Yeah, and also, regardless of whatever Hunter Peter picks here, right, there is going to be that mind game coming to spawn locations, because we have seen a lot of opera singers spawning at the shore, and then they always chase the person at the big boat. They're not scared. So will they decide to have Prisoner spawn in big boat? Or do some mind game, have Prisoner spawn at probably the shack or the small boat area, where most likely RD Survivors, they might out mind game Peter in that aspect. But Patient at the big boat actually would work quite well.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of strategies of using the window at the boat area just to kite away. And then once they get that first hit, or the kite's going their way, they transition back into the big boat just to provide more, I'd say, distractions from the hunter. So no surprise here. We're going to see the opera singer of Peter in this matchup. I can't wait to see how well he's going to be able to manage the cooldowns of this hunter, because we did see a little bit of a misstep on the side of Hajime. He was off the cooldown, not much. It was just at the start. So I wonder if Peter has to warm up to this type of hunter.
Right, so Santa will be spawning at the center, right next to the email, actually, in fact. So, yeah, we do see that mind game happening here at the spawn locations. It is right that the prisoner will be spawning at the small boat area. So, question remains as to whether he's just gonna go head on with the patient at the big boat, or is he just gonna turn around, hit for that prisoner at the small boat, because over at the area is still pretty strong.
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
would be good to go against the prisoner since he's the fastest decoder there.
Boz over here says, is it Pitaivi or Ivter? We'll find out in just a bit. Same build on the personas for Peter here, so hopefully we'll see that blink come online. But we do see that RD did bring a borrowed time build here from 3 of the survivors, so they are expecting to pop that last cipher. Once again, folks, Poch, Spice, and Chocho, your commentators for second half of round number 2.
Amazing build coming from Peter. Let's see how is he gonna be expanding his blink coming into this matchup, but heading straight for the patient Huan Xue that's on this, able to successfully vault down. So there is that pallet downstairs to work with. Let's see how is he gonna rotate. Just gonna grappling hook over.
Wow. Okay, smart rotation here on Huan Xue's side. Still hugging the actually dropping down, and he is able to actually catch him off guard. Huan Xue now has to use his grappling hook just to make his way towards the shack area. So doing a great job. Interesting route too, but he's actually gonna get himself caught in a bad spot here. So actually, I think this spot cuts himself off from good grappling hook locations and away from the big boat, which is where you want to be. Now we're gonna see him just go with a shadow dance and hits him through the pallet, Chocho.
Yeah, and now looking at our ciphers, actually a start compared to ZETA Division, this seems to be slightly on the more worse end. So, RD, let's see how are they going to be coming back from this. We've definitely seen even worse situations coming into the group stages, and Cirrus are able to come back from this. So let's see, Zheng Kai is coming for the rescue, and that blink hit early on. Can he teleport back? He cannot!
Actually, we see that he's able to actually cut out Zheng Kai here before he's able to get on his boar. So now this rescue attempt is not going to happen at all because the boar is still on cooldown, and that was actually an excellent call out here for him to be able to use that blink. Okay, Peter's mad, folks. He's going to get a double chair? Holy smokes, Chocho.
My goodness, you thought that it was bad, now it's getting worse. So we are seeing the kind of situation that Peter is potentially having the upper hand here, gearing for that 4K in fact. So CY does have a gun, he knows the blink has been expanded, so there's no excitement. So getting a very safe rescue here, I could potentially see the gun shot here to help his teammate.
Okay, he's gonna try to force it out, able to get it in the nick of time. Oh my god, if he was able to get that hit and trade off with the gun, that would have been a tough game. But we do see that 4 survivors are still out and about. This bought so much time for him since we're still sitting on 5 ciphers. Luckily, there is a prisoner to help with the decoding here, but Huan Xue back to the area of his spawn here. He's on the big boat. He switched already to teleport, so this window is actually going to be very strong for him to be able to work with, but he's going to head to the second story.
Oh, look at that speed.
Huan Xue, the speed is insane, and now we see it down onto the patient.
And this patient will be standing back to the mana the moment he's on the chair. So looking at our ciphers, still not a single one popped just yet. One of them will be popping though, so as of now, still looking like a very dire situation. Dungeon still not at all in the map.
Yeah.
How are they able, will they be able to even come back from this?
We'll find out. You know, RD has gotten themselves in a tougher situation before, but now is a different type of adversity that they have to face because they've expended already their flare gun. They've healed up, which is good. But now it's a 3v1 while we're still trying to push ciphers. At least the prisoner was able to connect, gets the zap just so that he'll be able to head through this pallet. Note that the trump card was already used for teleport, so this chase is going to have to continue on foot. Able to get that hit though, so Peter looking to down the only decoder of the team.
Yeah, so... Oh, Pimpin, let's see, he's able to vault over. Seems like he will not even be able to vault over that area, so... as of now, ciphers looking super bad actually. We are only at 3 ciphers and the other two, if you add everything together, right, it's almost as if the fourth
Yeah.
and fifth still has yet been touched.
Yeah, you still got to give it up to RD, like fighting till the very end. The semi-pro team going up against one of the best and most decorated team. They're still trying their best. Zenkai now on the wildling. He's gonna have a safe passage to get this rescue attempt going, and he also has a tide turner. So you have to be very careful here. Just gets that hit, and now tide turner is in effect for Pin to be able to try and go for, oh my god, the last effort. So maybe try to connect the ciphers or just move away from this side, just for them to push it. But Chocho, the numbers game is definitely not in favor of the team right now because Peter is constantly on the offense.
Exactly, and it seems to be that early survivors, they are very prepared for the hula blue initially in BO1, but when it comes to BO2, falling slightly short from their own expectations. So coming into this, let's see, our ciphers are actually progressing pretty well. Coordinator has a magic wand to work with. Let's see if she's able to be spotted out here.
Oh
And
my
a pallet stun.
god, nice. Coordinator able to catch him off guard, so now this allows the transition to get a little bit closer, and the magic wand as well. So might have to eat a hit just to get the rescue going. And while this is happening, Chocho, there's like two ciphers that are about to be primed, but unfortunately out in the open here, there's not much Pin could do. So it just seems like a numbers game at this point. Peter injuring everyone. 2 ciphers still remain, but he's gonna be going for CY, and might be a checkmate scenario where Peter lives up to his 4K name here.
Yeah, I think he's probably really angry that in the BO1 where his hula blue, very well known hula blue, got a tie game. So Peter trying to potentially chase CY here. No flywheel to work with, only a magic wand. Let's see how effective it's gonna be used here now. This is that
Nice.
pallet that Nien was able to kite an opera singer. Let's see if he was able to replicate that.
Oh, trying to go for a back step there. CY doing a great job so far. Vaults it and now corners him for the down. Now it's going to be a battle of the exit paths. He does have teleport, so he can cut across the map. And fortunately for him, it's Zenkai, so he does have that wildling and he does have that whistle too. So it's going to be hard for him to try and find this wildling if he hides accordingly.
But surprisingly, ciphers are actually a lot closer to the end as compared to what we expect, especially from the very devastating start, and then afterwards the denied rescue. We would think that, they would be quite far away, but no, 75% into that last cipher. But the thing is that the moment they touch that cipher, Peter is just gonna teleport over and it will be GG's. So...
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that it's stuck at 75. It was close to priming. That would have been good, and he already used the trump card. So CY still knocked down. Zenkai is gonna just try his best to just avoid getting the 3 best friends flying around his head, but Peter's so close. If he turns to the right, he'll possibly be able to spot
Don't stand
Muro.
up.
Oh
my goodness, RD and their impatience, so
sound like an
always
aunt right
just
now.
like popping up their head, and then when Hunter hasn't even seen you,
Chocho scolding,
Zenkai.
like, dang it, guys.
Oh no, I'm not
Like,
scolding. I'm just like, oh no, just hide. But Zenkai will.
It's
be
coming
able
from
to...
concern. It's coming from concern.
Yes, concern.
Chocho. 'Cause she knows how to hide, so that's why. Zenkai unfortunately gets popped up a little. If not, I think Peter would have seen the Muro's best friend over there. But this could be the beginning of the end here, forcing the down here onto Zenkai. CY now does have exit path to work with. Has not used it just yet, so it's just going to be a matter of time. Oh, he's actually going to go for a chair here. Or no, he's going to bring him closer.
Yeah, have the 2 servers close to each other, so if they decide to suddenly stand up, at least you're able to catch on pretty quickly, especially this is an opera singer, not a walking bloody queen or something. So CY is trying to crawl far away, but Peter, let's see, is able to spot CY. I think he does here.
Oh, yeah, able to see him right out in the open. Just gets the pickup, and it's only a matter of time. He's going to chair here, and then the chair time of a coordinator is quite long, so he's going to have time to go back to Zenkai and get the chair as well. So GG's. ZETA, Peter, able to break the tie streak here with the opera singer. Zenkai, though, he can actually force a rescue. He does have his boar ready, and it seems like he's just going to make sure that he's not going to get caught out, but at this point, yeah, just one more down. It's going to be it.
Oh, able to the tinnitus. Oh, finally popped out on the top left-hand corner. But making a misstep here in the shadow form. Let's see how Peter is gonna be playing it out here. Able to teleport back as well. Let's see if the wilding though. Will he be able to survive all the way where your coordinator flies back to the manor and head towards the dungeon? That could secure that one escape.
That could. But man, coordinator takes so long on that rocket share. And this board time is not gonna last any longer here, especially after he gets that one more hit. So he can actually force a rescue, but no, there's not gonna be enough time, and also he's gonna get cut off. Just like that, folks, Peter able to swing the momentum in ZETA's favor. So it's gotta feel a little vindication after that.
Yeah, great. May not have a great start for Peter's side in BO1, but coming BO2, he's definitely a lot more fierce and prepared, not too greedy. We don't see the greed anymore. We see him securing the kills that he needs. If the double down situation gives him the opportunity to potentially capitalize on that, he will do that. But I think if we're gonna be heading back to the start of the matchup, I do feel that when it comes to the patience rotation, I like the grappling hook where he just hooks all the way back, but the opera singer really caught up really quickly. So it really begs the question whether maybe a change in kiting route could have, helped him prolong that first fight.
Because what we've been seeing is that a lot of the survivors kite outside towards the center. To the side is all right, but I think when he got caught out in that shack, that's mini shack area with that pallet, there's really nothing to work with there. And he couldn't grappling hook his way back, so the first hit and the second hit unfortunately collided next to each other, or like it happened unfortunately at the first early minute of the game. I think though, be careful what you wish for, Chocho, because we were asking, okay, he's gonna bring Blink, make sure it counts, and my god did it count, because he was able to actually stuff that rescue with that Blink and get a double chair in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and I think from the side of RD survivors, they need to play a little bit more conservatively, like play more safely, because Cheng Kai, it seems like he did not also potentially predict that, oh, Hunter is just gonna blink me immediately. Maybe I should be getting on my board. Getting on your board and then wasting a lot more time in that aspect would be a lot more beneficial for Team RD rather than a dire situation that forces CY, the coordinator, to come over for the rescue, because at that point in time, that means the ciphers are a lot more slowed down.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Marcius of Mello saying Peter my goat, and Epica saying opera singer, and Peter operator. It's right there, guys. You guys are so good at it. You guys should be copywriters or like writers. But yeah, it is Peter to actually break the streak here. And I think this is the best possible time to do it, because come round number 3, you're not going to have access to the S tier and A tier hunters. So it's really going to go to the survivor side. And now you're going to have to force the survivors to get a 5-point game, Chocho, because that's the only way for them. I mean, you can win in terms of 3-1 and tie it out, but if we go to points, there's still a 5-0 deficit that you have to answer ultimately, or that pound of flesh you have to repay back. So unless they win both halves 3-1, 3-1, but that's going to be a little hard. But we'll talk more about that in just a bit, folks, because we're going to head towards the highlights. So we'll see you guys after this.
Wait, nice.
あ、焦らっちだ、焦らっちだ。開けなくていい、焦る引いちゃって。中間待機だから。2、1、0。ナイス。
你开枪吗？对，你回大船吧。道友吹哨。哎，好砸，好砸，好砸！去吧，拜托。哎呀。
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with our BO3 versus between RD versus ZETA. We just saw a pretty intense one. We saw Peter with that 4K, but Posh, we had that VC, right?
Oh, yeah.
In the highlights.
Nice.
Seems like ZETA Division, they weren't expecting the dungeon escape as well.
I think the way Hajime was playing, like, I think that would have been I think they were expecting to at least get a one-person escape, but a happy Zeta team for Kazuneko to be able to get that escape. Yeah, you can't help but feel happy for them. But we shift things over to RD side. It's kind of a dire situation that they're in because come round number 3, there's a lot of pressure coming to this match. And can I just say also, like when the cams are on the survivors, it'd be kind of cool if we capture a Hunter moment, like when they pop off, they're like, yeah, like them by themselves and they're able to just
I think
pop
they can't
off a little
hear
bit.
because their hands are like, stuffed with the phone. Yeah. How are you supposed to hear?
Do you remember, I forgot, back in IVC 2023 when you were there was a player there. Oh wait, no, you weren't there. You were there 2022. I forgot his name. But one of the survivors, he's now a coach in IJL. But he was saying, because like he gets so nervous, that's why he's a coach now. When he was playing a survivor and he was going up against Godjay, he was like shaking. He was like, oh my god, while he was kiting, because the Thailand, the crowd was so intense because they were definitely backing up GH, right? So yeah, I can respect like Hunter players being so nervous that they can't pop off until they remove their headset. So there's that.
Wow. Yeah, imagine as a survivor player, you're just like shaking there with the phone. But imagine as a hunter, you're just sitting there all alone. Kuga probably has the experience now, right? As a hunter shifting to survivor, he knows now. As of now, he has a team that is with him, backing him up.
He does.
So
I bet his nonchalance level is through the roof compared to his other survivor team. Well, we keep talking about FT, but hunters transitioning over to survivors probably are the most cool and calm and collected. Because like, guys, I did this alone before, and now that I have you guys here, let's just relax. Like we're fine. 4K, that will be fine. Our hunter is gonna win it back for us, but it's easier said than done. So do show some love to your hunter players and also your fellow survivors, because it takes 2 to tango. It takes 2.
it takes 2 to clap.
To clap. Yeah, it does. It really does.
Yes, but also tango. Yes, of course, tango. But at the same time, I think as of now, yeah, you did mention that coming BO3 already somehow needs to either hunter side get a 4K, but now we don't have all the 4 S tier hunters anymore. We are gone from there already. Now we are left with all the comfort picks from the hunter side to see, potentially a sculptor, an N. But I think we've seen RD played at the Sacred Hospital.
Yeah. Oh, we did? Oh, yeah, we did. Oh my gosh. But it seems like we're banning out Chinatown and RD picking Red Church.
Yeah, and there is definitely opportunity for them to come back, because BO3 would be RD's map selection. They picked the Red Church, and Survivor side of Zeta Division, they have allowed that faction to come out first. So yeah, I guess if anything does go wrong here with the Zeta Division survivors to potentially not perform as well, Peter is still coming in the second half to get all those points back. So yeah, for Zeta Division, let's see if they are prepared for this Red Church. I have yet to see a Bloody Queen, right, in group stages.
We actually, Pit Stoppers brought out his Bloody Queen in the previous match. So
in the Moonlit, yeah,
it did go for a tie, but we definitely want to see more than that from Hajime. So I wonder if he will bring out the Bloody Queen. He's still got his choices. Sculptor. I mean, we saw Sculptor yesterday on this map that did GR was able to perform extremely well against the Sculptor.
Alex, yeah.
Unfortunately there, but we'll see how this one is gonna pan out.
All right. So, other than the 4 SG hunters at Red Church, what else can we see?
Okay, Chocho, putting commentary and biasness let's put biasness in the forefront. What, as a fan, what kind of hunter do you want to see right now?
Joseph. Right?
No hesitation. I like that. I saw someone in chat like, Joseph's too strong. He's banned from Call of the Abyss. That's true. Joseph. Man, wouldn't it be wild if we see a Joseph in this matchup?
Would Hajime risk it though?
I could see Peter risk it if Zeta Division does very well. Like maybe he might go a little unorthodox, or maybe go for a bit off meta type picks. But Hajime, I don't know. I
feel like Peter. Okay. I do feel that Peter, you know what? There is a chance for him to pick it because Explorer has already been globally banned out. But for Zeta Division side, they still have the Explorer. Yeah. But then again, we've rarely seen Zeta Division, right, with the Explorer because they all kite very well. The thing is that they can definitely stand the kiting, you know, they can definitely stand it. They work very well against all kinds of hunters. So.
Oh, wow. You got the chat saying Joseph now. I hope you're happy. There you go. Joseph. Me and Nell were talking about certain hunter reworks for them to be viable. Do you have any like wish list of a character to be changed in a certain way so that it'll be more viable? Like I was thinking a rework for Joseph could be when he takes a picture of the mirror world or the camera world, they're after images, right? Like when they go back into the real world, there's like they have like a hurt box. Like every 5 seconds, the survivor is like there, and you can hit the after images in the real world just to down them. So it'll not make them want to go in the mirror world. But what's like something we're also thinking something for violinist as well. Like the notes do like a bit of an attraction thing, like Ivy. If they get hit by the notes, they go closer towards Antonio. But do you have anything like that when it comes to hunters?
Maybe okay. Wow, this is a bit difficult. If I see Wu Chang, maybe, because since you guys already talk about violinist and Joseph, for which character did I just say?
Wu Chang.
Wu Chang.
Oh my god.
I think they've already done reworks on him though. That's why. But it's still not that strong. That's the thing. Maybe.
Would you change like his cooldowns on his abilities, maybe, or would you?
The thing is that I don't even think the
faster
cooldown is gonna
swings?
matter. You know, like even if you like give him like 10 seconds cooldown, he will want to commit to the chase, right? If not, it's just gonna be like no commitment once again from the hunter side.
Okay. Well, why you think of that? I'm gonna say what's up to chat here, and they're saying Joseph is meta. I'm sorry. Yes, Joseph is meta. How dare I? Sorry. He's so meta that he's not even like he's banned from Call of the Abyss because that's how good he is. And we only saw the last time we saw him, I think it was Call of the Abyss 3 or 4, because it's too strong, too OP. But like you said, what's up? Okay, you got something? Maybe.
All right, you can lower the cooldown because now you can just like maybe in the area where he threw his fan, right? Anybody that's under that fan, right, even if he doesn't fly over, right, will be immobilized. You can't do anything. You can't decode. You can't
move.
You can move, but you can't decode. You have to get out of the area. Yeah. So basically,
okay, I like that.
You can
So it's like camping. Yeah.
So maybe if you're
slow
chasing
down.
someone, you can use it on that area to prevent him from even like kiting, like placing out any pellets.
So you're saying the umbrella where he throws it, you can't interact with anything.
Yes.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be crazy if you think about like putting it next to windows or putting it next to pallets, and he could just have. But he's gonna have to recall it for him to get the hit, though. So it's more of, I'm guessing, or can he hit while in that area still?
Sure, let's do that. Let's do that.
Sure, let's do that. Let's add that in there. Anyway, hopefully the developers are listening to us. We're giving you $1 million ideas here with how to rework Wu Chang. But what we are going to see is the Seer and the Aeroplanist. So they did save up the Seer for this moment for them to be able to pick it up in round number 3. And Aeroplanist, I feel like, is one of those characters in the right hands, could just work himself into any team composition.
Yeah, and also we do see that Hajime is not banning out the mechanic as well. We've seen the win rates for mechanics. It's been pretty good, very, very high. Every time she comes up, when it comes to Cypher Rush, it's gonna be super scary. So from the side of Zeta, we still don't see any harasses. This could be the chance for KZNK to pick up the Prospector. I mean, Habitu also plays Prospector as well.
You're right.
So I'm excited.
If any Hunter players comes across either Hametsu or Kazuneko's Prospector, they do have to be very careful. And especially in a map like this, there are a lot of good areas for him to drop the magnets down. Hopefully we do see that. Just to reiterate the global bans: no Coordinator, Puppeteer, Novelist, Knight, Painter, and Magician. So now, last but not least, we do see, yes?
It could be a Psychologist. If they're playing it safe, a Psychologist. Yeah, because Prospector...
Entomologist. We never see Entomologist, but in Red Church, it's pretty good.
Entomologist. What do they think is gonna be? Entomologist. Sculptor. Yeah,
I
Sculptor.
don't know.
Actually, against all the other hunters, the beast support is actually pretty good. You can place it at the center. You can use it at the entrances each so that you can push out the
Yeah.
hunter, gain more distance for your teammates. Could be possible here, but question still remains as to what Hajime is going to be picking here. I would actually, right, if he picks a Bonbon here, right, it counters
my.
the Ento Seer as well as the Gravekeeper.
That's true. He could go Bonbon. Ugh. I'm actually a little scared if he goes Bonbon for the survivor size of Zeta, but I think they just have to rely on the rock kiting and nothing really counters. No skill technically counters the Bonbon unless they're able to kite him very well. A lot of good windows also for them to work with for Bonbon to be able to. I mean, I guess when it comes down to mobility, that's his bane, right? Or that's his con. So yeah, not sure if he will be bringing that out. We're kind of manifesting Joseph or Wu Chang or any of the off meta, the super off meta, but if he's gonna bank on something. Man, he did bring out Anne before, but Anne doesn't really promote a 4K or at least
Not good.
a 3K. You need to get at least a 3K because a tie here, that's a no bueno. That's not gonna be a good thing because there's a 5-point difference.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, he really needs to try and gun down that for escape, for kill.
Whoa.
Yeah, because RD survivors against Peter, right? I mean, there is definitely the opportunity. I'm not saying there is no chance for that. But we will be seeing the Sculptor here. I would love to see the Bonbon though, because Sculptor still, you can still get blocked by the beast, right? You get pushed back. A basic hit from Seer spectating, it will also happen. Bonbon gives more opportunities for you to bomb the beast.
Bomb the
bird.
Bomb the
and
bird.
then bomb the Grave Keeper out of the ground.
So much bombs.
Yes.
Chocho dropping so much bombs with her fire insights here. Anyway, yeah, I agree with you. And the cooldowns also, right? I'd say Bonbon may be a little more reliable because the statues, we see how well that they're able to kite it out, especially before the tier 2 happens. And I'm pretty sure Zeta kind of sniped this one out because they picked up that entomologist. So the entomologist could definitely help like push, keep the chase going without using the chisel form. And it seems like, yeah, just spawning straight at the middle just to provide that B support to whoever needs it. So first chase, Chocho, who are we thinking?
This is gonna be difficult. Whoever he chases here, because Gravekeeper, he has the shovel to work with and the speed boost coming from it. But with the spawn at front gate, he could go for the Seer potentially. That's the thing, right? Potentially, because this year, is it on Dolisu?
It might have been, but what I see in chat is, yeah, their heart's going out to Kuro because again, Chocho, this is the second match in a row that we're commentating. Whenever Sculptor's in, who's Kuro? Never heard of him. What's going on? Like, seems like Galatea does not like Kuro to commentate the match, but we are going to see a very respectful bow and handshake from both the coaches here. So, Chocho, give me your thoughts on this.
My goodness, this is on Dolisu? Really?
On Hajime, by the way. Look, check out the persona onto the hunter side.
Okay, Insolence. So playing really the early game and no late game potential. Potentially. He does have the chisel. He does have the warp. So let's head into this matchup and see what's it gonna be at Red Church between RD versus Zeta. My name is Chocho and joining me is Posh Pies, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of this match.
Stay hydrated. Sculptor in Red Church, folks. Hajime betting it all on this Galatea for him to be able to get at least a 4 survivor, well, not really at least a 3 survivor elimination to stay alive in this tournament. Hajime now has his first survivor about him. I believe this is the Seer, Dolisu. So now just making sure that the hunt trait continues on. Dolisu has to be very careful with the statues. Nice avoidance. That juke, able to get it. And another one as well, just to get towards the window side of this church.
Yeah, and we see the B support as well, and yeah, just really being a nuisance coming into this matchup. Hajime and Dolisu's distance, let's look at that. So huge, and the bird is on him already. Flywheel will be ready by the time he hits there, but Hajime lost the seer.
Oh my gosh. So now Hajime unfortunately lost the track to the seer, and now it seems like he might have to go for another target. Dolisu, though, unfortunately, wants to still get that going, so he drops some pallets down. Pre-drops the pallets just because he wants to be able to get this chase going. Really starving him of presence. Look at how he's able to do this. And now, oh my god, the bird able to actually call it in just so that he can be able to vault. And he's constantly looking back just to make sure that he's building up another owl.
Yeah, he's constantly looking back, that's right. So as of now, we see that he is only at 10%.
Whoa.
And the flywheel so negates that hit at the same time. And the B support coming in again. But it seems like the Bs will be a little bit short, coming in a little bit short here. So Dolisu, the B is pushing him back.
The B is pushing him back, but the warp is going to be called in. We do see that the transition is unable to happen on Dolisu's side. He does get chipped out. So I would say Hajime doing great so far. He wants to get the tier 2 statues just so kiting would be a lot harder. A nice chisel just for Hamed to respect that and move on away from this cipher, but we don't see any statues just yet.
Alright, so I mean, for now, as of now, there is no second skill, so we won't be seeing the cross-section happening just yet. But Shinami, let's see if a very safe kill can happen here. If a Terra Shell happens here, it could potentially open something up for him, but a very safe rescue regardless from Zeta Division side. And Dolisu, I think the bird still not quite enough in the second skill. Wow.
Okay, so now Hajime really cooking here with the Sculptor, able to down the Seer without even forcing out a regular attack. And we do see that ciphers are moving along pretty well, and they do have their last cipher. Note that Aeroplanist can come for that save. They might have to rotate away from that cipher just to get this going, and it seems like actually Kazuneko might be the one to take over the cipher while Shinami tries to go for the rescue, I believe, or pressure it.
Shinami. Just trying to be out of danger, which is a very correct play coming from Shinami.
Whoa!
But if rescue happens...
Oh, and also getting a hit onto the Aeroplanist, so now he's working his way for a double down situation. 2 ciphers remaining. Aeroplanist is going to fall down, so now it's all up to Dolisu. I'm not sure Dolisu has enough for an owl just yet. He does get hit by one of the statues.
Almost Dolisu! He does have a bird, almost. He just needs a little bit more, but...
no! That was so close, but now Dolisu gets sent back to the manor. Last cipher is going to be worked on. We do see some healing happening on the Aeroplanist side, or actually not the Aeroplanist side. I think the Gravekeeper is actually getting healed up. So we're still stuck at 73%. Kazuneko has to be the one to kind of move away. Nice dodges on Kazuneko's side just to avoid the tier 2 statues. And Chocho, it seems like a 3-survivor last cipher kite here.
So as of now, at least Cypher is alright. But we need to know that Hajime coming to the end game, he does not have detention, so he needs to get as much damage onto the survivors. But even the second skill damages is not even... actually, it seems like it's not a huge pressure onto Zeta Division's survivors. It seems like they can easily dodge it as well.
True. Especially Kazuneko, the way he was able to do that, and now forcing Hajime to actually change targets. Now everyone's all healed up because that's what you kind of want, especially when you lead towards endgame, for those chip damages to not even be a factor. Even though you have borrowed time, it's still all good to just have everyone healed up. And as they do that, they're also opening up another cipher.
Alright, so Shinami able to get that first chip, missing the second one fortunately, and we'll eat the second one, third one at the same time. But luckily enough for Hajime, for Shinami, there is no more statues as of now, so he will survive for at least another 20 seconds. So Cypher progress, KZNK opening up the graveyard 50%.
Oh, it's actually at a standstill now, so I think they're kind of rotating back and forth of who's going to pop the cipher. But Shinami, unfortunately, he's going to get caught out here. I thought he was actually going to try to go for that pallet slam, and the statue was going to be able to hit him. But last cipher already primed, while Kazuneko can go for that rescue. Note that they both have borrowed time.
Oh my gosh!
Able to actually try to block him out and also get a hit here. So now they're gonna have to be forced to go for a push onto the bees to go for the rescue. It's okay because they do have that last Cypher primed, and now he's gonna try to push and able to get a pallet slam.
KZNK with that miraculous play, using the beast to his advantage, pushing the hunter into the pallet, getting that slam. Now he will see the hunter now. He's getting punished for what he did there. And looking at the ciphers, we see that the back gate is being pushed. There is no teleport. There is a warp though. Let's see if Shinami is able to hide it out.
Hametu, he's gonna see the chisel and able to spot out Hametu, but Hametu has already opened up the exit gate. So this allows the Gravekeeper from the graveyard to safely find his way towards that exit area. But Hajime is gonna try to spot out anyone here. He still has a little bit of time.
There is Tinnitus.
Oh, he's able to spot him out, but oh, he hits him out of the graveyard. No, the shovel form, not quite. He's gonna be so important. He needs to hit him out of it.
Dodge this.
Oh, he did get hit, but no, unable to get it. They fly wheel and get a tie, Chocho.
My goodness, a match coming from Hajime Sculptor. What a match coming from Zeta Division as well. I think they seem pretty happy with that tie situation. We saw them fist bump as well, all smiles on their faces. This is exactly what they wanted coming into this matchup. But can we just rewind a little bit? Because we saw how close Dolisu was to the bird, to having a second bird, right? He still had a flight wheel then. If he manages to fly wheel that hit, I do feel that it would have been enough for the second bird. Maybe the Cypher might be primed by then.
True. That was quite unfortunate, but regardless, I do also want to commend how Hajime played that, because it kind of went for an all or nothing build. It looked like it would have gone a little more on his favor, but I mean, Kazuneko was just so good at dodging those statues, even if it was tier 2. And that play where he just went into B form and pushed with Melly's body straight towards the pallet and slammed. That was big brain. That was pretty good. That was very godlike of Kazuneko. I think he definitely chooses violence whenever he goes up against hunters here.
Yeah.
So put that also in the highlight reel for Kazuneko. And oh man, so now the only win condition here is for the survivors to get a 4-man escape just to tie it out, just to force overtime. They don't even win it just yet.
I guess this is also the map to potentially 4 escape. We've seen how GR and Weibo Gaming yesterday tried to get a 4 escape. Unfortunately, both teams did not get the 4 escape.
Yeah.
But they did try though. So it's a great map for that team fight if they want to.
So now okay, if you're Peter and you know that these guys or your opponents are trying to get a 4-person escape, are you gonna play it conservatively, go with the Anne, go with the wax artist, Boar Snore, or are we gonna see the Joseph? Are we gonna see the evil reptilian? Are we gonna see the fancy stuff happening? The fan in me wants to see an off meta, but you definitely don't want to disrespect RD. But what are your thoughts, Chocho?
Mirror match Sculptor.
Dude, you're making Kuro cry right now. How dare you? Can you imagine if we are commentating a mirror match of Sculptor and Kuro's not here? Disrespectful, Chocho. How dare you?
All right, then Night Watch.
Night Watch. I would love to see the Night Watch here. Itakwa. Yeah. Has Peter been known to use? Actually, no. Peter. There was a bit of a stint where we did see a lot of Night Watches in IJL. In this map, it would be all right. You could actually. No, I feel like he's not gonna risk it. Might just go Anne, to be honest.
Yeah, I do feel that. I have the same sentiment as you. I do think that he's just gonna go for the end. It has been proven and tested, right, to just secure that 1A. But no, we will be seeing MK Mildy here as the Hunter switch coming from Zeta Division.
I think this is good. This is a chance or if you're a team owner or a team manager, you think? I think you'd want like all your hunters to kind of get some time on stage. So stakes are quite low for Zeta because of the condition that Peter was able to fulfill in round number 2. So now MKML Meldy is able to how do you pronounce that name, by the way? MK Meldy?
I call it MK Midi.
MK Midi?
Yeah.
Schmidi?
Schmidi.
MK
David the Lights.
Okay. Hey, whoa. Why you doxing someone here? David Delights. That sounds like an awesome channel. Like, share, and subscribe. But
Oh, I think they have a Survivor Switch as well.
Mie.
Yeah, they call it Mie Mie. It's like Mei Mei there, but it's when they pronounce it in the Chinese side, they call it Mie Mie.
Mie. Okay.
Yeah, I think Mie Mie.
Do we have any stats on Mie?
We do. Mie Mie.
Tell me about
actually
it.
appeared, I think on their first day when they performed.
Mhm.
And Mie Mie picked out the psychologist, so forcing CY into the rescuer role.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. So, I guess they're gonna try their best to just negate as much points as possible. 4-person escape is hard, but it can be achieved. But you're going up against, you're going up against a fresh hunter. That's what I was thinking. So it's gonna be a tough one, chat. How are we feeling in chat, by the way? You guys doing well?
Yeah, and I mean, I did some research on MK Midi. Like in terms of his specialty hunters, he has the opera singer, Ivy, Hermit, Dream Witch, and the Night Watch. So I would love to see a Dream Witch, but I personally want to see a Hermit here.
You want to see a
it's too
hermit
risky.
here?
Yeah,
You
but
know
it's
what? You're
too
really
risky.
living up to the BO3 queen here, because hermit matches, how long do they take? Oh yeah, I'm with the OT queen over here. Of course they take a while.
Hey, but you know what? Anything for that matchup, but it's too risky. You're right, it's too risky. Hermit bring into this mix. He just needs a 1k.
Yeah, I would actually, if he wants to go for a cipher control type hunter, Mad Eyes, but no. Have we seen Clerk come into the mix, or we saw it once and it didn't perform well?
Yeah,
because I don't recall a hermit match ever going past tie games, and I feel like we've gone. I think when you went to Thailand to commentate, that was we saw a bit of hermit meta and Night Watch, right? So those hunters we barely see here, so I'd really like to see that as well, but not sure if we're gonna see it in this matchup because it could be too risky to bring out.
Yeah, exactly. Might be the case. So, as for MK Mildy, we'll see what he ultimately goes for. I think they will still look into the team comp, but the safest bet here, right, as of now, is still in our hits. Is still the end.
Yeah, true.
And it's the Red Church, small map, easy to run around, rotate around. There is a lot of terrains that you can just stun, and then get that hit. Very hard for the servers to transition as well. So. But
go. Okay.
But yesterday when we saw the end, right? We saw how the end bend, which is like they bend out all the harassers. So even so, I think the survivors still managed to escape. Yeah.
I mean, that was Jin, right? And he just needed one survivor elimination. While Weibo Gaming was trying their best, they went with Embalmer, and then they made sure that they embalmed the painter, and then they made sure the painter could survive long on the rocket chair for them to be able to prime those ciphers. They could go with that type of strat if we see Anne once again, but we are just gonna have to wait and see because the picks and bans are about to begin, folks. Hopefully y'all are doing well. Sorry, this matchup got really intense, especially at the second round, but right now it's kind of settling into just tie or 2-2 territory. But it is going to be Miko Melody. I think that's what someone said in chat on ZETA's side. So we'll just have to wait and see.
And from MK Media Chat, we don't see the all harassers getting there. We see the Seer and the Knight getting banned out here. All these strong kiting characters. So yeah, I think from MK Media, I still feel it's still the end. And for Survivor side, should be standard. All the 4 S tier characters will be banned out here as expected. So RD Zyrus, how can they?
I have a question. You're a Survivor main, but have you ever played Hunter, or was there ever a Hunter that you?
I never had a Hunter arc.
You never had a Hunter arc, so you've never even played 2v8, or you've never actually tried playing Hunter?
I played that before. I played like X-Boy.
Okay.
way in the past. X-Boy.
You didn't have a favorite hunter.
I find X-Boy pretty cute, no man?
Whoa. with the king costume, that was actually kind of scary. The one where he is that crown king. Would you say that you are decent in? No, because like I always ask you questions as a Survivor expert, but I've always wondered what was your go-to hunter, or like who you resonate with, because mine was Wu Chang and Disciple.
Why
Wu
Chang?
Anne and Wu Chang. Well, I actually found it. I like going in blackguard form and just swinging really fast, because I keep spamming the hits. So that's why I liked it. But it was really hard to rank with him. So
mine's gotta be Bloody Queen, right?
You had a Bloody Queen arc. You had a Bloody Queen arc.
Never. My mirrors are all fail one. Like, I tried before and I don't know how it works. It's too complicated.
I use the mirror to go through pallets. That's it. I don't go mirror hits. I always switch. Oh, so okay. So I didn't know they used Axe-Boy. That's interesting. We haven't seen an Axe-Boy in the longest time, but we do have another entomologist prospector. Wow. So all the harassers are here. So I'm not sure if he wants to go Anne.
Yeah. That's why yesterday we saw so much harassers getting banned coming BO3. But yeah, if he picks an end here, he's just gonna get bullied straight up. It's just how he's able to gonna be coping. And whether he's able to use his cat to scare all of them, preventing them from using their items.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it's gonna be Anne anymore because of how scary this lineup is looking, and Gardener as well. The bubble could actually negate any of the, well, I mean, you could just have the bubble and you're still like stunned, even though it does give a little bit of time. It's still pretty good. He bans out Novelist, Fire Investigator, Knight, and Seer. Is he going Gamekeeper? Dream Witch? Or what?
Gamekeeper wouldn't be that good though. I mean, maybe my thing is good, but I do feel that the bees, right, as long as it's following behind the survivor that's getting chased, right, the hook is never gonna land on the survivor. You can only use the hook as a mobility thing to gain closer distance to the survivors. Let me think.
Hermit?
Hermit walks very slowly though. Yeah, Hermit walks very slowly. You can easily stun him as well. He's gonna get bullied though at using a Hermit. Okay, you know what? He can bring in excitement. He can bring in excitement, force the chair. We remember, right? We saw from Ever Slipping Town Meowpie, he also brought the excitement. He really waited patiently for the excitement before he actually take it and bring to the chair. But moment of truth, guys, it will be the Dream Witch.
Dream Witch. Okay. So interesting. Bring out the Dream Witch in a map like this. Hopefully he'll be able to kind of break the tie streak that we have been seeing of Dream Witch. Actually, wait. I think we saw also a couple matches yesterday where Dream Witch actually performed very well. So MK Meldy able to hopefully put his name up there as one of the greats when it comes to Dream Witches. In this lineup though, how are you favoring the survivors in a Dream Witch map?
I think Schmidi. I think MK Midi should chase the Prospector here. Prospector will be here easiest chase here. Coming into the match, Entomologist has that distance, able to pull with the beast, and also the beast can slow the spawn follow from moving along with her. Yeah, Gardener has the shield to work with the start. If you gotta get 3 hits on her, especially early game, if he does not have insolence at all, it's just gonna be very difficult. But I would still hope he brings a trump card detention alongside a patroller to play this team comp. So Prospector still my first chase here.
Okay, Prospector spawning over at the red carpet area. We do have the Entomologist right at the center, just to provide that beast support. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a standard persona build here on this Dream Witch because it has been tried and tested before. So let's see. MLDY does not have the pressure of getting a 2-man elimination or 3-man elimination. He just needs 1 out. So Insolence, Detention, and Blink. No Patroller. Yeah. Aggressive.
So this could just create an opening, right, for him to chase Meme over here. Because of the insolence. So look into the Red Church match between RD and ZETA survivors. This could potentially be the last half. So let's see what's it gonna be. I'm Chocho, join me is Posh Pies, and we'll be bringing the live commentary of the match.
Can the RD survivors get 4-man escape, or will MK Meldy be able to just get at least one out? We'll find out in just a bit. Hwanshe, the prospector, already at the crosshair of MKMLBY. So seems like, yeah, your prediction, Chocho, has come true. We are going to get a first chase onto the prospector. Nice block onto the window here, but we are going to see a sandwich situation from the main body and the leech follower.
Yeah, and it would be best if Hwanshe can eat his own follower leech, so that there's only one person that's following him until Insolence pops off. So Hwanshe is trying to play at the pallet, able to eat his own followers, so that's a good thing. Now only the main body will be able to follow along. Insolence almost ready.
Yeah, so Insolence unlocking the first. Actually, yeah, it's blink, I believe. So let's see if he's gonna get you, or if he's gonna predict the blink here, because usually it is that patroller. Blink hasn't been seen in Call of the Blink Dream Witch, at least has been seen in Call of the Abyss since I believe like Call of the Abyss 4 or 5. It's a little history lesson. I'm kind of dating myself with that reference, but Hwanshe able to hug some pallets here. He is kiting on top of someone's Cypher and gets a hit onto another leech follower. Again, MK just needs to be able to get one survivor out, so they need to be able to rescue here, and unfortunately they only have one tide turner and it's on the forward. Prospector has one, but he's on the rocket chair.
Yeah, and in a normal match where you see a trump card detention, if you're able to eat 2 followers, that's good. But because there is Insolence, the leech follower, it was so fast, you were able to get that second hit already. Would have loved to see if Hwanshe would have used his flywheel there and do a push situation so that he can create that distance, prolonging his first kite. Now Pinpin is here for that rescue. Should be pretty safe.
Yeah, Pinpin, oh, gets that hit, and now back to Hwanshe here. Hwanshe flywheels through, and
oh no,
able
he
to
threw it at the wrong one.
Oh, nice movement, but the blink is gonna be forced out here. So MK still playing to his strengths here. He just needs that one survivor elimination, and we do see that Mie might be the one off to the next rescue, but he does get leeched.
Oh no, might get a free hit here. Let's see if the flywheel will... Alright, we'll safely hit the other side. I guess the harassment coming from Gardener will not be happening here at all, with the follow-ups leech actually stressing Mie over here.
Oh my god, able to actually get the bubble going and trying to break the chair here. So now waiting for MK to actually struggle free, just so that he's going to hit him once again. And we're going to see a drop. Oh, he switched to the wrong follower. And now this allows Hwanshe. Does he have any magnets? No, unfortunately, he does not.
Yeah, and this is why Prospector struggled to go against a Dream Witch, right? We saw how he just threw it and then he went to his own follower rather than the follower that was chasing him.
Oh my.
So this is the kind of situation we see from Prospector against a Dream Witch, you know, heading down for that basement chair. I think they they can't sell, that's the thing. They can't sell.
And this is what's hard also. The ciphers aren't that threatening for MK yet. And this is the second time we're seeing the Prospector on this rocket chair. Pinpin can kind of go for the rescue since he does not have... Well, he's going to have a leech now. But yeah, it's not close, and they need to be able to support after this. Gardener in the mix here. Getting that bubble. We do see CY as well. I don't know if they're going to make it in time. The forward is actually removing his leech, and just like that, Prospector's out of the game, meaning that ZETA move on and they get the victory here. But we're still going to play this one out. Gardner does fall down, so let's see how much RD Survivor can get out in this matchup.
All right, so Entomologist still decoding that cipher. Dungeon will finally be available coming into this matchup. So forward trying to remove his own leech. Gardener might potentially want to use up her self heal, but this is a very tough match to watch because things have already been confirmed for the side of Team Zeta Division, but the dungeon has spawned in the graveyard area.
We do see that the forward was able to get rid of his leech, but Gardener now is the one that is on this rocket chair. Entomologist has barely enough bees left. Forward still has a full football for the stun, but you called it, Chocho. It seems like with a Dream Witch with so much followers, you know, it stun one follower, just go to the next one, or just harass the other survivor. It's multitasking 101 here with the Dream Witch, and Pinpin getting caught out here. He's gonna try to threaten the rescue, but time's ticking, and we do see that there are 2 ciphers remaining. Oh
yeah, and Oh, able to get a rescue pretty safely, but Mimie will be able to vault over. Oh, a little bit of misstep coming there from MK Midi, unable to vault before the Gardener. So this is the kind of situation that we're seeing Entomologies being our sole decoder here, popping the third cipher, in fact.
Yeah, so it seems like she will be going around and just decoding as much as she can, because right now the juiciest targets are the ones that are injured. So Gardener gonna get the leech removed, possibly by the entomologist, and now the blink down onto the forward. So now it's just a musical chair scenario for all these survivors.
Yeah, seems to potentially be a stalemate situation, because MK Midi, when it comes to cipher pressure, mech pressure, he's definitely got it all, and finally able to heal the Gardener. They're trying to pop the fourth cipher, so putting more pressure onto MK Midi. Let's see how MK Midi is going to be handling this. Is he able to catch CY off guard here?
CY making his way towards the shack area and trying to rotate the save, but he's not going to have much with him. He does have borrowed time, but the cipher is not going to be enough for him. Able to actually get the hit through the bees, and now this is going to give him a bit of a slow. We've already switched back to MK's side just to camp out the Gardener to see if they're... to camp out the forward to spot out the Gardener. But he's moving the main body here to be able to leech. So Chocho just really adding more pressure to Team RD.
Alright, and Mimie will be able to count for this rescue pretty safely, but now creates a situation where two of them are stuck here, and Mimie is forced to use that flywheel to prevent a free hit. So forward. Oh, able to miss that link, but it doesn't really matter.
I celebrated a little too soon there. But now, second time on the rocket chair. I don't know if he was able to save before half, but yeah, Gardener's going to see that rocket chair once again. We do have forward and entomologists that are still out and about trying to pressure some of these ciphers just to go for objectives, but MK has already fulfilled his win condition here, folks. So Gardener is on the second chair. Everyone is injured. And CY, unfortunately, if he falls down here, it's going to be much harder for them to come back from, and that's what happens. He's going to change back here to his main body and get more bodies or leeches on the map here, and it seems like Pin is the only one that's trying to push this cipher.
This is the kind of situation the RD servers have been placed in. Very tough to work out from this. So Mimie will see the manner soon, CY as well, since Pin has already been found out here by the Dream Witch. A bit sandwiched over here and missing that first swing. He has a ball to work with, so is he gonna be making full use of that, trying to establish that distance?
Doing a great job so far just using this pallets. He might have to go for it just to go for that stun, but we just switch back to the main body here, and they just go for the checkmate surrender here, because ZETA, ladies and gentlemen, are your winners for this matchup. Congratulations, ZETA, playing all the way BO3. But we got to give some respect and also some love going out to RD, because that was not an easy match to play.
Yeah, not an easy match to play at all, because I think this is a professional team, right? ZETA Division, professional team, and RD Survivors, I think, at least in BO1, right, they were able to tie things out as survivors. That's not a usual case against any teams, and also it's against Peter. I think it's definitely a very good job, well done. They did their studies right, the execution was good as well. So RD Survivors, I think they can gain from this is the experience. Maybe they might not have won, maybe they might not make it to the global finals, but at least the experience is counted to that, and they are always coming for a COA very consistently every year.
Yeah, and I'd have to say the competition is definitely rising, because I remember before when it was semi-pro teams going up against pro teams, it's usually a 2-0, but the fact that they were able to force a BO3 game up against ZETA, who has won the most IJLs, and have been super consistent in the Japan division circuit. I see the rise in RD and how well they're able to kind of communicate. Again, this is a semi-pro team. The fact that they perform this well speaks volumes. So once again, RD, great job. Hopefully we'll be able to see more matches. We'll see one more match since this is their third match. And with ZETA, yeah, you could say that they're leading the pack when it comes to their group here at Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, but then again, let's look into our match results because it's a very convincing win coming from ZETA, even though it's all a way to BO3. RD also did a very good job coming into this, so we can't discount them at all. 18-8, a 10 points difference.
Yeah, I think when it came down to match number 2, the 5-point difference really played into ZETA's favor. They played super confident, and that matchup alone up against MK Melody, you have to be able to kind of answer his Dream Witch, because it was quite on point, and people did say that Dongshen popularized the whole Blink Dream Witch. Actually, at first it was Blink Dream Witch, but then Patroller came out and he kind of surprised everyone with that for them to get the 5-point game. So back-to-back Hunter wins here, Chocho.
Yeah, but of course, with Midi having his debut stage finally in the group stages, I think as of now, pretty good performance. But pretty good performance, and from RD Survivors, but as RD as a team, they need to potentially research onto other hunters rather than just Peter. It does seem that way because their prospector pick was definitely quite out of place. There was still that psychologist that could have been picked there, or well-rounded kiting characters too, rather than prospector. But we'll head into the highlights and hear the VCs of these players.
先取りくん虫補助いる？いやもう向かうわ。いけだ。いいよ、地下ないからそのままいいよ。まあ一逃げてないと手なしていいや。いいよ、ナイスチェイス。いいよ。これ板当てるわ。止めれない。北毛行くよ、北毛行くよ。ナイスナイス。ナイス。なんだ。
And welcome back, folks. We're about to crown the MVP here. Let us know your thoughts on who do you think the MVP of ZETA Division is, either the Hunter or Survivor. I just checked the schedule, and RD has their last match played on the 18th, and it's up against ACT. So that's going to be a one to look out for, folks. So do send your love and support to RD. Fortunately, they don't get the victory here. It does go to ZETA, but Chocho, I'm gonna throw it to you. Any highlights you want to commend here in this matchup?
It gotta be Operator. Potential MVP player here actually. So because of that 4K gameplay, it was pretty clean. Really nothing much to talk about it. He was able to deny rescues here and there. So coming from my own opinion, I do think Peter is gonna be the MVP here. So this might potentially be his third MVP coming into the group stages, and ZETA Division looking very, very strong in their grouping. I think they are secured currently in the first place, and one more matchup with MRC, and they will be able to see if they're gonna be in top 8 or in top 12.
Nice. I wanted to raise my hand and say I like Peter, but I'll raise you Kazuneko. Hopefully we see Kazuneko. I mean, the amazing dungeon escape. We also have his amazing pallet stun as the entomologist. He didn't escape, unfortunately, but I don't know how. I mean, I know they go with deduction points, but those are pretty big highlights. I definitely want to see that. I would have said Dolisu. Who's the seer again? Was it Dolisu?
Yeah, Dolisu.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to get an. I mean, he performed very well, but once the tier 2 statues started coming in, it was just real tough. Lauren over here says either Peter or Miko Melody as MVP. Operator also, a lot of people are saying Operator definitely. MC Mona says Kazuneko, which I definitely vibe with. Hopefully we see a bit of a Survivor thing here. But you're right, when it comes to Hunter performance, Peter really did lock in round number 2. So hopefully we see a Survivor. Well, I'm hoping the Survivor would be, but I'm pretty sure if it's going to be the Hunter, might be Peter.
Actually, I would feel like it would be Dolisu today, you know. If only the Magician didn't get Terror Shock. If only.
Oh,
Then he would have the magician and the seer kite.
Why you bring up
so
the
good.
past, bro? We're supposed to bring highlights. Oh.
No,
So-
you gotta think about what you did potentially wrong, and then like try
my.
to improve from there. Don't make the same mistake, and we'll see an even greater version of Zeta.
Are we talking about
coming in the
IDV or
finals.
life, bro? That's pretty deep. Chocho with them talks. But yeah, you're right. Hopefully I mean, there's so much potential with that kite, and there's also so much potential with his seer as well. But just slight missteps here and there, able to get capitalized by Hajime. Shout out to Hajime, by the way. Great hunter performance. Going up against some of the strongest survivors out there. But you're right. When it comes to RD, I think they did their research and they were solely focused on Peter Hullabaloo, that they forgot everything else.
You still the Terra magician?
Okay, why you gotta bring that up? It's Dolisu. Let's go. The Terra magician.
But still a very good kite. We know that if he didn't get a Terra shot, that it would be such a long kite, 150 seconds at the very least.
At the very least. Yeah,
Yes.
that's true. Wow. Congratulations, Dolisu. So Kazuneko, Peter, sit down, because Dolisu's got this. And it's not about how much Terra shocks you get, ladies and gentlemen. It's about getting that best deduction. And we're going to hear for the Team Zeta in just a bit. So tune into this.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人月明。首先恭喜 ZETA 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请到了卡兹内沟和ミゴMelody来到赛后采访环节，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
まず本日勝利おめでとうございます。では一人ずつご挨拶をお願いします。
大家好、ゼータディビジョンのカズネコです。
欢迎欢迎。
大家好，ZETA のミコメロディです。
欢迎两位来到赛后采访环节，两位在刚刚的比赛里都有非常亮眼的操作。那我们首先来和卡兹内口聊一下，我们有一个非常精彩的地窖，那一波地窖其实拉扯出了非常多的故事啊。我们想问一下，其实理论上来讲，那一波监管手上是有技能的，想问一下卡兹内口选手当时的话，会不会有预料到，会不会想就是预设到这个监管可能会切兴奋来制衡自己的这幅画呢？
本日お二人とも素晴らしいプレーをしてきたと思います。でまずサバイバーのカズネコ選手に質問です。8逃げの試合なんですけど、通電、の頃に、ハンターは、スキルが溜まっている状態なので、ハンター選手が、興奮に切り替えて自分のなんか追ってくるっていうのは予想してましたか？
そうですね。どちら興奮は予想してなくて、どちらかというとその瞬間移動を警戒してたので、そのゲートが開くまでに絵を見せてゲートを開くまでの時間を稼ごうとしたら、なんか鬼没が後ろに行ってって感じでした。
就是他其实一开始没有想到会切兴奋，他们更多的是担心会切传送，所以他自己想的就是靠一幅画去拖更多的时间，让队友先开门。结果就是后来发现监管就是交了这个闪现，对的。
对啊，就是那个闪现，相信大家其实也有一点没有想到。那想问一下，当时交出那个闪现之后会做什么样的预案呢？因为当时其实还是要搏一波那个飞轮嘛，就想问一下。
その鬼没を入った後の読み合いはどういうふうに考えていましたか？
フライホイールあったのと、絵があったので、そのフライホイールはハッチの時に使いたいので、加速でそのハッチ開くまで時間稼いでフライホイールでハッチ逃げを決めるみたいなのを考えてました。はい。
因为他手里有一幅画，然后还有一个飞轮，他的飞轮主要还是想用在逃生前去使用，所以他在用飞轮之前就更多的通过加速，包括用画去拖更多的时间，然后最后用飞轮成功的逃了地窖。
确实可以看出这个博弈啊，这个决策是非常到位的。那其实也想问一下，在听赛后语音的时候，好像队友是发出了非常惊讶的呼喊，是怎么？这个队友是也没有想到会跳这个地窖吗？想问一下当时的队内语音会是什么样的呢？
その初音選手が無事8逃げした後の VC はなんかメンバーの皆さんがすごく興奮したように聞こえていて、実際その何か話していましたか？
アゲドリ君が最初、かましてしまったので、その分、その反動として引き分けになったのは、みんなやっぱり喜んでて、控室に帰ってアゲドリ君がありがとうみたいな感じで、あんま反省してなさそうでしたね。はい、そんな感じでした。
因为一开始的牵制就是多丽丝选手有了一些失误，那在这样的一个开局的情况下，顺利还拿到了一个平局，真的是一个非常好的结果。那到了他们的休息室回去之后，多丽丝选手就是跟卡兹内库说谢谢你，但是卡兹内库觉得他并没有就是没有在反省自己啊，但是这样有一个这样的互动。
哦，原来还有这样的小故事在里面啊！我们也是对那互动非常的有爱。那么接下来想问一下 Miko Melody 选手啊，其实我们是在第3把的时候轮换上来的嘛？那也想问一下，作为监管选手，有看到 Peter 在我们的第2局湖景村那里啊，是有一个闪现盲视野预判打下来那个猪，那个其实还是有一点点的小不确定性的。想问一下，作为监管玩家，在台下在备战间看到 Peter 这个操作，当时内心感受会是什么样的？
続いてMiko Melody選手、ピーターさんの試合を楽屋で見ていたと思うんですが、その苔村の野人の鬼没のシーンなんですけれども、正直野人の位置を完全に把握しているわけではないと思うんです。その状況での鬼没を見ていかがでしたか？
そうですね、あそこイノシシキャンセルが入る鬼没だったので、あれ打って当てた時点でもうみんなおおみたいな立ち上がって喜んでましたね。動物園みたいだった。
他们在后面看到的时候，因为确实是是一个非常非常重要的一个闪现，那么他们在备战间都是都站起来在欢呼，也像动物园一样。
哇塞哇塞，那个相信大家也可以想象到那幅画面了。那么接下来呢，想问一下卡兹内戈选手，在最后红教堂这一局，那个开门战的救人啊，也是有一些小故事发生在里面。最后那一波也是来来回回拉拉扯扯啊。当时我们昆虫其实提前有贴过来，也是做好了预案，但是好像出现了一点小小的意外。但是最后呢，还是有惊无险，以天秀的操作还是救下来，并且用虫把监管推到那个板里，砸了一个板，也是砸出了一个非常好的开门战。想问一下，那会儿在那么紧急的情况下，会做哪一些思路上的预判吗？
サバイバの最後の試合なんですけれども、昆虫救助のところで結構ハラハラした状況でもあったと思うんですが、それにもかかわらず、アドリブで、ハンターを、板の間に押し込んで、そして板を当てて、いい感じの通電シーンを、作れたと思うんですけれども、その時自分の中ではどういうふうに考えてプレーしていましたか？
まずその風船状態で殴られたのがまず1個反省点で、僕、その後結果的に攻撃をもらう形で救助ができたので、僕その怪力振ってたので、結果的には、そのいい結果に落ち着いたのかなっていう。はい、そうです。
そうです。
对的，就是他首先他自己说还要好好反省，就是被打到了气球刀这件事情。但是他因为有带巨力，所以说在吃刀开机救人之后，通过巨力也算是有个比较好的结果吧。
对，我们那一把那一个救人真的很漂亮，虽然有一点小意外，但是你就说这个人救下来没呢，对吧？也是砸出了一个未来啊。然后呢，在最后的最后有一个女巫局啊，我们也想好好的来问一下 Miko Melody， BO3轮换上来之后，我们是看到拿下了一个4抓，想问一下这一把的手感整体打下来会怎么样呢？
ではMiko Melody選手最後の魔女戦4釣り本当におめでとうございます。でも実際じゃあこの試合を経て今の心境いかがですか？
そうですね、久しぶりにその試合出て3戦目担当だったから、この今まで3日間試合やったけどあんま出ることなくてストレートだったんで、久しぶりに試合出て緊張したけど、4釣りできたので良かったです。嬉しいです。
好久没有，因为确实已经很久没有在参加这样的比赛，那么他其实还是比较紧张，但是能拿到这个4抓非常的开心。
真的非常优秀。其实从操作上没有看出来太多紧张，反而是感觉逃不出你的手掌心的感觉。我们当时看到是和前锋有非常多的拉扯，甚至好多次都下出了前锋的那个球，感觉每一次和前锋的博弈好像都是胜利了啊。有的时候也看到前锋会拉球去撞啊那一波，但是看撞的可能晕的另有其人啊。想问一下，这些和前锋的拉扯博弈过程中，会不会感觉很刺激呢？有什么样的感受？
実際試合中にオフェンスとのやり取り結構多かったと思いますし、オフェンスにボールを使わせたシーンもありましたので、実際読み合い中に何か気持ちよかったとか良かったなと思うポイントとかありましたか？
強かった。そうですね。最後じゃないな。オフェンスをオリジナルの鬼没でダウン取った時、中盤ですね。そこで鬼没読ませてボール吐かせてからボールクールタイムに入れてオリジナルの鬼没でダウン取れたのは良かったですね。
他觉得在中期有一个地方是先让前锋预判闪现去交这个球，然后在球 CD 的时候通过一个原生的闪现击倒了前锋，这个地方他非常的开心。
那一波打得真的是太秀了，真的非常期待大家未来更加精彩的表现，也是非常感谢二位来到我们的赛后采访环节。接下来即将进行的是今天的第4场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Where am I?
He's awake!
He looks so complete.
Hey, it's about time.
Anyway, welcome to the game.
I've been wandering this wasteland with the team for a while. Most are out scouting while I document the mutated entities. It is relatively easy work. Seeing her fills me with both joy and fear. I must find a new path for her, because I know this wasteland is no paradise. As we delve deeper, the relentless force of erosion is like a slow, steady hammer driving life down like a nail, reshaping it into something else. Guided by my companion, we reach a new area with far more strange entities than the outskirts. Our ailing frames can barely endure, yet none of us are willing to stop. I can't leave yet. The key to finding the way out might lie deeper within.
Watch out!
Huh?
来到第5人格深渊的呼唤8总决赛小组赛，我是主持人月明。下面有请2支战队上台喊话亮相。首先有请 RVL 战队登台喊话。
古纳拉黑暗之神，黑魔仙变身。
欢迎银铃、My Lag、Springer、Schmidi、Roland、Green、Anton。下面有请 FL 战队登台喊话。
Roman， 那大概 Roman 会加油的。
欢迎 Hasha、Bonio、Maegan、Sasori、Udo。今天的第4场比赛由 RVL 对阵 FL， 接下来的比赛让我们一起拭目以待。
Hey guys, we are back for our last match of day number 6. We have team RVL and FL for this matchup. Gosh, you know, we saw how they walked inside. I know you were excited about this matchup, but I know, but who are you expecting to do well here?
It's really hard to say because both these teams are looking to get the victory because they have not seen success just yet. So maybe a bit of a late start or a diesel start for both these teams. You'd think it's FL, right? That would be the favored ones, but RVL, they really took it to GR in their previous outing, and FL, unfortunately, also really, I mean, they still got to tighten things up, right? It's not the FL of old, which is kind of weird. So, you want to do that thing where count of 3, we say who's going to win?
Okay,
Prediction?
Sure.
Prediction? Okay, chat. What? I'm not going to jump ship. I swear to God. Me? Jump ship? Heck no. Okay, count of 3. 1, say it on 3, okay? Say the team you like or who's going to win. Okay. 3, 2, 1. RVL. Okay. All right. We didn't rehearse that, folks. So, we're thinking RVL is going to take this one. Okay, do you think it's like a 49-51 type deal? Wait, is that the right math? No, it's not right math. Yeah, is it? Yeah, it is. So what kind of percentage do you think they're going to win? Is it like 60-40? 70-30?
I feel that both teams are quite 50-50 now, right? You mentioned about them going all the way to BO3 with GR, which is amazing because they have such a great hunter, Sprinza, but also a Serara team that is sometimes able to come back from a very bad situation. We saw Schmidi at the Chinatown able to get a dungeon escape using the Acrobat.
Yeah.
And also in L with the Postman, great kite against the Wax Artist. So when it comes to teamwork coming in the later rounds in BO3, I am confident that RVL might potentially take this. And another reason for that is that FL performance is just not too good recently. We've seen them went up against FT. My goodness, it was a long match, but FT ultimately topping it all off there. It was potentially one of their biggest upset, I feel.
Yeah. Not to say that they can't turn things around, right? So we'll just have to wait and see. I like that the RVL survivors are coming out first. That gives Sprinter a chance to kind of adjust his game plan on what he's going to come in with. So we're going to introduce first Roland. He got the Tims on, by the way. Shout outs. Love his shoe choice. He is the main rescuer of this team. A lot of people call him like one of the slipperiest rescuers and one of the most stable rescuers in NAEU and also in Call of the Abyss. So I'm excited to see how Sprinter is going to perform here.
All right, Sprinter?
No, Roland.
Roland is gonna be.
Did I say Sprinter? Sorry, Roland. Oh, sorry, my bad. If I said that.
Maybe I heard wrongly, but now we'll be seeing Green, also one of the stable rescuers. He pulled out a whipping clown against their previous team that they fought with. Who was it? Was it GR or FT?
It was either GR or FT. Oh wait, no,
Yeah.
F. Yeah.
and then they got a 3 escape, right? And the Whipping Club really bring in so much support, helping INL to get to a safe place as well. I think when it comes to support, I think Green was kind of overshadowed with the performance from INL and also Schmitty, but Green, that matchup was also pretty stable.
Yeah. Can't wait to see how the tandem is going to go with Green, INL, as well as Schmitty, but we'll just introduce them in just a bit because we just introduced Roland. But yeah, Green, the additional kiter here, definitely adds a lot of value into the lineup. And as you mentioned, INL, a previous previous IVL player, has moved to NAEU, and now he's under the banner of RVL. INL, really known as the adaptable survivor here. Average containment time above 60 seconds, which is what you need, especially coming into round 1 Hullabaloo or round 1 Goatman. So trust that he'll bring out his trusty kiting characters to be able to buy enough time for his team.
Yeah, and I really admire RVL survivors because when push comes to shove, when we saw that matchup in BO3, they really managed to pull through, get that 3 escape. But just unfortunately, when it come to a potential 4-man situation, GR just had the better hand with their survivor lineup. Now, last but not least, we have none other than Schmitty.
Woo!
David Delights.
Hey, yo, stop doxing. Oh my god, but dude, like, share, and subscribe. David Delights. Yeah, tell me about Schmitty, Chocho.
Of course, we see him kiting sometimes as well. We do see an average containment time of 72.16 seconds, which means that he at least kites out one, or not one, but like two to three ciphers in total. So that's the kind of performance that we're expecting from Schmitty coming into this lineup here. But of course, we can't forget our opponents here. We have FL's Hunter, none other than Hasha himself.
Yeah, so when it comes to Hasha, in this big stage, unfortunately, we haven't seen him pop off just yet. Not much when it comes to 4-man eliminations at 20%, so it's not really the best. Note that he is in tune with the meta hunters, but I think that when it comes down to this, we need to see like a game-changing performance or like a really very stable performance when it comes to his side, because his survivor team also haven't been on the ball just yet. So coming into this with RVL, hopefully this could be like a warm-up for him to be able to warm up, because this could potentially go the whole BO3.
I think definitely, because if you're just going to compare in terms of performance, right, things are just looking very 50-50 right now for these two major teams. And actually, they're on the brink of getting knocked out here. If they're able to get this win, they might have a chance to qualify to the global playoff season in May. So that's something that you guys want to look out for. So this is going to be potentially their final matchup.
Looking, FL's final matchup will be between on the 19th against GR, while RVL has Weibo Gaming tomorrow. Oh wait, not tomorrow, 18th. So that's gonna be something to look out for. Also something to look out for, we got Ever Sleeping Town as our first match. So guys, I'm nervous as heck because, as Chocho said, this is a crossroads match with either RVL or FL to get on the winning column here. We're going to get 3 out of the 5 to move on to the playoffs. Both these teams still looking to get on the board. Can we get some emojis in chat? RVL and FL. What's FL?
Fennel.
Yeah, no. I what is a fennel?
It looks like a flag though, no? Like
okay,
a flag.
Flag. Okay, let's get flags and helmets. But are there helmets? Helmets. Can we go flags in the chat? Oh god, if we see a lot of red flags in the chat, that's a red flag. Anyway, can we see some red flags for FL? And I don't know if we have helmets. You know what? There are carrots. Let's get some carrots because Schmitty's here. So David's Delights. Carrots and flags for Rivals and FL. Wow, really quick, not wasting any time. We already have our full survivor lineup here, Chocho.
Yeah, pretty confident. It seems to be that RVL has this strategy or tactic coming into this matchup to just straight up pick these characters. Yeah. So in their BO1 matchup, right, in their first matchup of the group stages, they have a similar team comp, just that the dancer has swapped up with the coordinator. So we did see the coordinator getting banned out from Hasha's side, so they respond with the female dancer. But the female dancer haven't seen much success coming into BO1 because of their hula baloo. You're able to, pirouette away. But against a goat man, are you gonna pirouette into his face?
You will. Oh, there are helmet emojis in the chat. That's insane. I did not know that. So yeah, I want to see some carrots. A lot of the chat for RVL, but if you were supporting Fennel, I want to see those flags. Big adversity going up against either of these two players because but either these two teams. So you did break it down. Yeah, the Dancer can get countered by the Goatman. I do like that they secured themselves a Puppeteer. Gravekeeper definitely on Roland's side. Embalmer, though, in this lineup, I think, yeah, they just want to get that safety of just getting a tie game, because in round number 1, you definitely want to secure, at most, a tie, just because in this meta, a tie is so rare to come by. Oh, I see a lot of red flags. Red cards by Sasabella. Let's go.
That is not red cards. That's an Ong Bao.
Oh, it's an
Chinese red
really?
cards.
I thought it was like a red card.
It's definitely red card.
No, it's red card. Okay, it's red card. I thought it was. Oh my god, you gaslit me a little bit there, dude. I thought it was. But yeah, I see Elise Games with the red flag. I see Sasa and Icy Teapot. But everything, I see a lot of carrots in chat. Let's go. So now everyone is rooting for RVL to stay alive in this group stage.
Yeah, and also give that hashtag NAEU fighting for supporting RVL here. I think as of now, Team Con is looking pretty okay going the Hula Blue, but when it comes down to execution, once again, that is a huge problem coming into this match. So looking at our spawn locations, we have our Dancer at a very dangerous position at the center. So Hula Blue might potentially go for that.
Yeah, it could possibly be just that. Looking, I want to see the Persona builds on the Survivor side as well. Are they just going to bring one Tide Turner and keep it on the Gravekeeper while everyone has just a kiting build? That could play a little passively into the Hunter strategy of getting as much Survivors out as he can. But we are going to see Peepers, Insolence, and Trump card on the Hunter side, while we have just 2 Tide Turners on green and Roland. So guys, make some noise in the chat. RVL versus FL, our main event. Pot Spice and Chocho at your service for this round 1 first half.
Heading straight for the center, it seems like NL might be in danger, but nope, just gonna change targets to Roland, the Gravekeeper. So if he's able to get him into the red zone, he will be unable to get down. Get down, and that's exactly what happens.
I blame you, Chocho. Caster's Curse. Able to predict. Your predictions are too good. Now he's able to actually cancel out the shovel, but he's gonna have it online in just a bit, so Roland can use it. So excellent route that he's taking, but another white mark is actually gonna be able to actually injure the Gravekeeper. So now he's able to use the shovel, so that's actually good, but quite unfortunate if he's gonna get a down here. So Hasha really making sure that this down does count. We do have a slow box here.
Yeah, all this support coming from the Dancer, but it would be best if NL just focuses on decoding rather than be in this vicinity. Yeah, I mean, I do understand he's trying to decode the center cipher, but don't put yourself in danger's way. Now Roland will be able to cut it out here. Now will be standing up. The item has already been expended there. Is he able to survive? It seems like a terror shock. He will not.
Oh, the trapeze came at such a good time. Hasha looking real strong here, getting one of the best rescuers in the game out of commission here, forcing the rescue to happen on green side. So green already here, so it's still all good. We still have some resources on the Survivor side. He only broke 1 music box, so this does allow for some decoding to happen to push towards the mid game. Green's approach has to be very careful. I think he needs to pop Puppeteer's skill up before he gets silenced, unlike how Hasha was able to cancel out Green's shovel as he was trying to kite it out there.
And yeah, it seems like they were just... Are they going to sell this? Because the more Hasha rotates away, right, he can easily spot out Green here. So Hasha, is he going to come? It seems like he will not. He's just going to hit towards the center. He knows that someone is there.
Okay, this allows Green to go for it. He still has a chance, but no, he actually gets silenced out of his skill, so he's going to eat that hit. And now he's actually going to get cut off away from that rescue, so he's definitely going to be able to eat a little bit, but this allows the backdoor rescue to happen. So injuries are stacking up, But unfortunately, the Gravekeeper has no more items to work with, Chocho.
Yeah, that's the downside of this. Let's see how long Roland can kite it out here. No tight turner as well. So another rate mark and he will be down. Luckily enough, he's still able to kite it out here, but just a matter of time. Hasha is able to get the Gravekeeper down now. Look at the ciphers. 3 full ciphers and 1 survivor that's eliminated.
Yeah, the way he was able to switch the stage up was actually really masterful. I think they might have to go for a heal up the Puppeteer. Green is trying to make his way towards the graveyard area. Embalmer is repositioning his coffin. Schmitty is at the radar of Hasha now. Trapeze able to close the distance just a little bit, but he walks straight towards the Black Bomb here and going for a teleport just to catch out Yin L at the center.
So at least she is full health. She does have a flywheel to work with and still has a slow box as well. So now in a very good position to potentially not get an instant down here.
Okay, Trapeze able to actually go down with her, and we see that Yinel able to flywheel so that he's going to use this area to kite in. The Black Zone able to actually get a hit, and now 2 more the female dancers going to fall, but Yinel doing an amazing job avoiding the stage of this hullabaloo.
Yeah, doing a very good job indeed. And we do see that the ciphers are being progressed here, so things are looking pretty optimistic for RVL to potentially pop the ciphers. So now another red one, and he will be down.
Wow, able to cut him off right away. The tram, you know, actually forcing him to go into the alleyway. There was a bit of a pallet to work with, but now we're going to do a little bit of the cleanup on the dancers' boxes. Schmitty is here to pressure the rescue. And it is Green that is on Cypher Pop and duties. But, man, this is going to be a little tough for them to try and manage the mid-game here. We do see that there is, the teleport is still on cooldown, so Hasha still looking to where this rescue might happen while that Cypher and Graveyard is going to pop.
And last Cypher is at 75%, guys, so there is hope for Team RVL here. Yeah, so last Cypher is in this area. There's no more trump cut to work with. Green is distracting the Hunter here, allowing potentially a backdoor rescue coming for RVL again.
Okay, able to get the rescue, but Puppeteer... Oh, he's going to go back for it. And now he's going to try to cut off Schmitty as he's trying to make the escape happen. Green trying to push for that Cypher, but he's going to get caught out here. Puppeteer has a skill to work with, but unfortunately, he did get silenced out. So now they're really trying to push and push this Cypher. But Hasha, you know, the Trapeze able to be at 2 places at the same time. Schmitty, unfortunately, out here in the open, gets injured. So injuries are stacking up here, Chocho.
And Inel trying to push for a 6 Cypher, you mentioned, but still not quite enough. Hasha is just gonna let Dancer off the hook as of now. Potentially wanting to... Oh, but Green expanding the self-heal right in front of the Hunter.
Yeah, so I think this might be... Yeah, they're trying to push 2 Cyphers, but Yin L moving back and forth here. Teleport is ready, so they are threatening that. Schmitty is going to try to push for it, but the overextension here is going to allow some decoding to happen on both Cyphers. He's going to need to down him right away, and Schmitty able to kite for a little bit longer, avoiding the stages. Doing a great job staying at the corner here, but Green is going to get spotted out here trying to go for the Cyphers. These marks are stacking up here. Embalmer just needs that Black Bomb to drop him, and Green has the force to use the puppet form.
So Green, I will okay, we'll be able to get a black one, another red one, and he will be down, able to make use of... No, it seems like he will not be able to make use of the terrain. And last Cypher is gonna pop.
It is, but unfortunately Green does not have borrowed time, and Hasha, aware of this, he's gonna try to hunker down and go for Yin L. Endgame is already popped here, and Yin L is gonna try to avoid as much as he can. He's gonna switch the stages here. Good avoidance. Flywheels, Black Mark, unable to get it just yet. He's gonna try to go for the double surprise, but still doing an amazing job. He's gonna have to wait for the skill. And it seems like they're already opening up the exit gate. Still unaware. He still can't get the Black Mark on him. Yin L doing a great job just holding on to the fort. Wow.
And he will be down here as soon as the cooldown of it ends, and luckily enough, the Tram God blessing us over there for Hasha. But Schmitty able to get that door open, so this will allow him to get out, right?
He has to, able to actually get it. So 1 survivor escape is what they have to settle with, which is all good. You see a little smile in Green's face there. He's gonna try to crawl his way towards the dungeon, which is across the map, but I would have to say, good start. At least they denied the 5-point game from FL's Hunter Hasha.
I like the fact that RVL was able to pop those ciphers in potentially a dire situation, and I love all those backdoor rescues, and also in else whoever is commanding the team to actually decode a 6 cipher, even if it's nearby, they were able to pop it, and that's the main point of this game, is to pop all those 5 ciphers. And love the split push, and also great awareness of mind coming from In-L to give some time for Schmitty to open up the gate.
I also like, I mean, when you said split push, right? They were actually playing with fire there. The way that Green, you know, just darting back and forth, Schmitty as well. That was such a dire moment when they were all trying to push that. Both of them were trying to push that center cipher at the middle 2-story, and then over at the corner area near that school gate. You did see Yin-L be the last one to pop it. I think when it all comes down to it, they played very well, even though that start, you know, getting Roland out of the mix so early on, the stable rescuer. That was actually a great job on Hasha's part for him to be able to negate that stable rescuer. I think that's how he was able to dominate from the start to mid game, or at least a 1 survivor escape on RVL's side. So job's not done yet, because Sprinter is going to have to capitalize on this.
And we look into our first containment time. First Kaida here, Roller with 71 seconds of containment time. Actually, it would have been longer, honestly, if Gravekeeper didn't get denied of the first shovel. That's the one thing. Second thing, if his rescue was before half, maybe his kiting time might be around 100 seconds in total. So yeah, all these things really do matter, but ultimately, still good kiddos and good job coming from RVL's side. Yeah, because this is the 4 ST Hunters, right? You're expecting to get 4K left and right. The fact they're able to get a 1 escape, I think is truly worth celebrating.
Yeah, and over for FL's side, on the Survivor side, they want to try to duplicate that same type of magic, that, or at least even more, and just try to tie it out. That would actually be a win on the Survivor side. But going up against Sprinter, though, and knowing that Sprinter has been, I would say, has been adjusting towards the meta very well. We did see a little bit of slow start when we did see RVL in their first match, but come round number 2, he was actually in fighting shape. So his objective is to get just even, I mean, it would be good if he ties things out, but if he gets that 4K, RVL is definitely in this race, and they can try to gun for at least the 3rd place spot in this group stage.
Yes, absolutely. And for Spencer's side, let's see whether he's going to be picking out a Goatman or the Hula Baloo. But if we're looking at previous stats, he's mainly been picking out the Goatman. So we potentially will be seeing FL trying to counter the Goatman using the team comp there.
True. And also on FL side, I mean, we're going to introduce the survivors in just a bit, but I mean, FL survivors known for, I mean, still sticking to the IJL type of meta, so we might see certain counters to Goatman like Enchantress, Novelist come into the mix. We're going to introduce 520 first of FL. Containment time, not so much, but you got to look at the decoding progress here, and also his main survivors being the, well, based on these stats, the aeroplanist and coordinator, but he's also got an acrobat. He also has a fire investigator, so really playing that support character and really just kind of going behind the scenes to allow his other teams to his other teammates to shine.
Yeah, and that's the thing about FL now, whether they are able to potentially hit for that 1 escape to, you know, to nullify whatever advantage that RVL is going for. But then again, this is RVL's net selection, so we could potentially be seeing RVL being favored here in BO1. Now next up we have Megan as the rescuer player here for the most part of it. Average rescue of 1, and yeah, making his role of a rescuer pretty much okay, because we do see 103.2% on the decoding. At least a 1 cipher, even though it's a slow one, at least 1 cipher, and a okay containment time of 52.4.
And these stats are based off the group stage, and unfortunately FL aren't on the board just yet, and most of their matches they did face adversity, so these stats may be a bit lower, but if you watch them in IJL and also in the previous type of meta, you really see them as one of the most stable teams out there. So that is Mykin. He is the rescuer of the team. He does also have a psychologist, wilding, yeah, just mainly the rescue role. So now we're going to shift things over to the next survivor, Sasori. Sasori having a lot of decoding, so they really prioritize that. Here you do see the novelist and the coordinator, but he also is known for his puppeteer, postman, and he also brings out the dancer on occasions, but trust that he will possibly latch onto that coordinator if possible, or that puppeteer.
Yeah, yeah. Puppeteer has been coming the ranks in terms of like popularity coming into BO1 and BO2 matches. So yeah, highly likely we'll be seeing that exact same character. But last but not least, we have Yuto here taking on the Kaito roles. We spot the Puppeteer as well as the Prisoner. Yeah, but he has also played the Magician in their matchups, I think against WBG. So yeah, this is a pretty low decoding progress, but pretty good containment time of 19.23. So yeah, might be kiting once again, thanking everything for his team.
Note that I think Yuto coming into this during the qualifiers, he was actually the sub survivor. It was UGG that made his way into the mix, and Yuto was mainly the rescuer when it was the qualifying stage, but now I guess he kind of got upgraded to maybe be the kiter, since he does have that 90-second containment time. So hopefully he'll bring out more of that 90 seconds because he's gonna go up against Sprinter here. It's amazing to see Sprinter's journey. Him and RVL, the players here, they've been so consistent in being part of Call of the Abyss. That's something to admire. And also, if you guys have been watching them since their B4U days, you know what? Them getting picked up by RVL is just it's seeing hard work and timing and luck really pay off here for them to see their blood, sweat, and tears be rewarded by this org that got them.
Yeah, and also for the side of RVL, I think one thing we should really be looking out for is hopefully RVL will be able to get it in a 2-0 fashion, though, because we've seen Sprinter's end, right, coming into BO3. Wow, getting 4 escape by GR was definitely not what we were looking for at all for RVL.
Right.
So I think when it comes to BO3, Sprinter's character pool really becomes drastically reduced in terms of like his performance. So it would be best if they're able to take this 2-0 back home as soon as possible. But it's against FL we're talking about here. It's not going to be an easy task.
So now, guys, over in the chat, saying what's up to each and every one of you guys. I see Sasabella with the red cards still. Hexrad. Rennie, Fresh, who else we got here? FF, Silly, Horton Hines. Any shout outs you want to give out, Chocho? I mean, I feel like I'm getting a little nervous. I feel like we need to talk to chat for a little bit just to dissipate a little bit of the tension here. What shout outs you want to give out?
Shout outs to everyone in chat for making it so positive as well. I think shout outs to Chi, Ryu, Fiona, Kiki, Link Eyed Idol, Fifi, Soul, Mala, Ryu, Omen, M50, and Justico. Yeah.
Mala?
Yes, Mala.
Isn't that like
Mala?
spicy? Isn't that spicy or like hot pot Mala?
Yeah, it's the 小辣, 中辣, 大辣, the thing you asked about spiciness, remember?
Yes, I am terrible with spicy food, guys. But in Singapore, they love spicy food. It's crazy. Okay, but Chocho does not like spicy so much.
I do like the flavor, it's like additional flavor to the flavors I already
bitter. You like dark chocolate. You like the bitter taste.
Yeah, because it's sweet and like bitter at the same time, so it complements each other.
Okay, quick question. How do you like your coffee?
I like when I went to Korea the other time, I always drink iced Americano every morning.
Americano, really?
Yeah.
Okay, just straight up, just no cream, just Americano.
Yeah, I
Wow.
like it like that. Yeah, like the more bitter the better. Like yeah.
I'll send you there was a study that was done for people that like black coffee. It's it's very interesting. It has a personality. I know me and Cho talking about personality types. For surprisingly, I'm an introvert, guys. Like I don't know why people think I'm an extrovert. I'm totally introverted.
Really?
No, I'm kidding.
You guys like me there. I kind of got it. Yeah.
Chat, are you more introverted, extroverted? Let us know as we round out the picks and bans here, as the first officer is going to be the last pickup. Really wanting a team fight here with Antiquarian and Enchantress. So they're preparing for a Goatman here.
Goatman, you are right. But there's no but. I've never seen Sprinter on the Hula Blue just yet in this group stages, but he can. He totally can use it here. And yeah, going against this team comp, the Hula Blue might be his best bet here. So we'll
Is
see
it
his
ready? Yeah, we haven't seen it yet, right? We've seen it in the NAU qualifiers, but he can definitely hard counter a lot of these and goes for silence on most of these, especially like the Enchantress or Antiquarian with those red bombs. Yeah, the question is he confident enough to bring it out to get a 4K?
Yes.
Next question.
I'll answer for Sprinter. Yes, I think he is confident enough. And actually, you know what? What he needs here, right? Even if he doesn't get a 4K, 3K would work too, but for RVL side, it would be best to 2-0. Yeah, I think we will see the Goatman here still. Right, Sprinter?
Yeah, right. See, you're talking to him. So this is, I mean, because this is round number 1, it is favored on the hunter side here because we are going with the meta hunters, and only in round number 3 that's when the survivors really pop off. So the fact that FL is able to lock in these stunners might actually force a response on Sprinter's side to bring excitement, because he doesn't want to get stunned too much, and the fact that he doesn't have any silence means that he might have to eat a lot of these bamboo flutes or the enchantress stacks.
Yeah, and he can't be choosy here. We've seen hunters being choosy and didn't end up well at all. So ASAP, whoever you see, just chase. That's the whole thing we're gonna be going after here. But for our small location,
out of context, if somebody listens to that, like, and they don't know IDV, that sounds like whoever you see, chase them, chase after them, guys. Don't be choosy. That sounds really like out of pocket, or like what is Chocho talking about? But yes, I do believe that whoever is in front of you, or as in Sprinter's case, if it's either, well, maybe not the first officer, because we've seen that. I'm not. That's me. I'm being choosy. Don't be choosy. Don't be like me. Just go after whoever you want. Sprinter, we trust. We trust.
In Sprinter, we trust, and show your support for RVL as well with the hashtag NAEU fighting, as we see the handshake from the coaches. What will matter now would be the personas. Are they prepared for this? It seems like they are, with the double flywheel from the Antiquarian as well as the Enchantress. And full kiting build, in fact. So Trump detention as well as the excitement on Sprinter. So there's something to look out for at Everest Living Town BO1, second half between RVL versus FL. My name is Chocho, and join me, your Splash Spice, and we'll be reading the live commentary of this match.
In Sprinter, we trust as he tries to hunt down 4 survivors of FL, but FL, they want to stay alive in this competition. They want to be able to get at least a tie just to win this game out, or at least, win this game out. But we do see that Maiken is going to get spotted out early here. Doesn't want to chase after him. He's going to go for corner house, and it's Sasori that is in the mix.
Alright, I just want to confirm that he is upstairs. It seems like he is. He will drop down. Sprinter will take the route as well. The basement is here, though. If he's able to trust the story and kill him here, it would be good for him.
Oh, he traps him outside, so now forced to go for another cage just so that he keeps him in the vicinity. But Sasori now building the stacks, able to get 1 stack. But note, he does have excitement ready, so Sasori might be in for a bit of a surprise here. He's gonna have to play it very carefully here.
Awkward.
Awkward placement of the cage here, because he did get I'd say put out here, but now we see the Sprinter gonna go back and forth here, but Sasori doing an amazing job. High wheels through.
Amazing stuff coming from Sasori. Fast reaction time, and now we have triple stacks on Sasori. Is he gonna use that immediately? But we have the excitement on Sprinter. Is he able to surprise him?
I'm not sure if he's gonna use it right away. Just 1 stack just to transition, and go back and forth, waiting for anything, waiting for the cage to happen. Just goes for the hit. I'm pretty sure he's already mentioned to this. Yeah, he's got excitement, guys. We got to be very careful here, because there was moments that the blink could have happened, but there was nothing. Now it might be a chance for them to see if they have abnormal, but yeah, excitement is on the table for Sprinter.
Yeah, but first officer will be coming for the rescue, but Yudo Cypher will be pressured, which will slow down the coding process by a slight. Now Maiken ring his first watch here, wanting to put the cage to trap him. Let's see. Don't hit the chair. Okay.
Able to actually get the swing and the hit here. Sasori is gonna have to kite for as long as he can. We do see 520 actually getting chased out of the cipher that he was working on, but Sasori tries to double back here for that pallet. Unable to get it. Trying to bait out some activity here. Able to actually get it, and now baits out the excitement. So Sprinter putting all his cards on the table here, and Sasori, the Enchantress, has fallen for the 2nd time, spending the 3 stack. So it's quite the heavy spend there.
Yeah, but because he expended his excitement, right? Antiquarian with the flute and also a tech turner can now come and rescue safely and harass. So that's a huge problem that Sprinza will be facing the moment the rescue happens. So let's see, he's gonna be pressuring Yuto Cypher once again, but he will just give up on that.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, Cypher progress looking kind of decent here. Sprinter really needs to try to stuff this rescue attempt from happening, or at least try to put the cage down and get the hit.
Oh,
nice.
rescue.
Able to actually get it, and now we see that the Antiquarian comes unscathed here. Tries to go for the silence, but unfortunately doesn't get it. So Sasori has a stack to work with. He's gonna be able to try and block off, and now he's really blocking off the windowed area here and just goes for that last effort.
Yeah, but an Antiquarian, we see that she is nowhere to be seen. So will not come for this support. Oh, I don't feel that if he comes for the support, maybe the ciphers might be enough.
Possibly. But yeah, it seems like they're gonna... Oh my god, the tram! That was so unfortunate. So this allows them to actually pop those ciphers without it moving. I did not see that. That got everyone in chat. Everyone there did not see that tram. The tram gods, unfortunately, not the side of Sprinter.
Yeah, that one time you decide not to, see the roads, but and then 5-0 will be seeing the next hit here. Does not have 3 to work with though, but they will just pop that cipher regardless.
So now might force Sprinter to go for that trump card because he will be chasing after... Oh, Mike in, nice usage of the watch, but he was actually able to hit the first officer, so that's a detention hit, folks. He does get a bit of the pallet slam, but that is a downed survivor, meaning he still has his trump card trait to just switch over to teleport. So, oh my god, the tram, be careful. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Now 5-0 is trying to force the other side of the gate. Can the cage reach all the way there? Another one.
Okay, he has to break it just for 520. He's still holding on to the excitement, by the way. Tried to go for a hit a little too early. Tries to go for the blink as well, but he does get silenced, so 520 able to kite it out for a little longer for the backdoor rescue to happen.
My goodness, and we'll be seeing the down now. He does not have enough resentment though to hit to the other side, so that's a huge problem now coming into this. Now Yuto will not be staying at the gate, will stay around the center area just in case Sprinza decides to do anything funny.
Okay, so now exit gate slowly opening, resentment is building up, and the exit gate is gonna open in time. He's gonna try to backstep his way, but exit gate's already open, meaning it is gonna be a tied game. FL in the lead here, folks.
Yeah, FL with the comeback. Amazing stuff coming from Team FL. Able to win the round point by 2. 5-3.
Yes. 3-1 at the start. Tied game here. I'd say good effort on Sprinter's side, but I think the lineup, they were just really comfy going up against his Goatman, and they actually forced him to go for that excitement. A lot of the kites could have been shut down with either a blink or like a teleport, but the fact that they brought a stunner lineup kind of focused his attention on just bringing that excitement. Chocho, talk me back through the matches, to the match and how you like the performance of FL and RVL.
Yeah, FL, we can see that they are actually playing a lot more conservatively. We have seen, like as mentioned, I would like to have seen the Antiquarian to come for the harassment. Maybe ciphers would have been enough, though it was looking like 4 ciphers, but actually all of them were almost done. So that's the good side of things, but at the same time, from the side of Sprinza, like after he changed to Blink, he did not immediately swing as well, right? So this gives opportunity for 5-0, the Antiquarian, to react, stun him quickly, and also 5-0 did an amazing job. We can't discount him of that. That was amazing reaction time.
Even the way that they were able to force the rescue, I mean, that was a 2-person rescue by Maiken and 520 to get Sasori out of there. The fact that they had 2 people off the cipher and it was Yuto that was doing all the cipher progress, they were still able to pop and push for endgame. So I would have to say, job well done managing all those ciphers. Look at that chart. They popped the ciphers towards the end. So Sprinter thought, he was like, okay, we still have 4 ciphers remaining. I know they're shaking, but how far along are they? Oh, we have 1 cipher left. Oh, hello, tram. That hit me. Okay, and then now he's kind of forced to kind of go through different things. So it's just a little unfortunate that he wasn't able to stack up his momentum. A tie game is all right, but in round number 1, a tie is a win for survivors because of how strong the Hunter meta is. So you got to give it up to FL for them fighting that valiantly to secure themselves a tie and securing themselves that round 1.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think one thing we should mention also is that Sprinter's cages at the start against the Enchantress seems to be very awkward. It comes down to whether the cage was a little bit too big, because it wasn't just one time, or I think it was multiple times he did the same thing, and Enchantress was in the same area, just kiting it all out. But so like, I think good job, well done from the side of Sasori. The Enchantress was amazing, and yeah, Sprinter, my goodness, what an awkward position with that cage.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe it's him kind of warming up to it, or warming up to that Enchantress. I think he also was. I think he might have wanted to get a little more, or like tried to go a little more aggressive. But let's check out the highlights first before we talk about round number 2, folks. So stay right there.
You didn't go Jim Paper? No. How much is under 2 still? Maybe become worse than what? After, but he's gonna die on it.
Nice, Jinling. Nice.
50. Attack. 1や。あ、うまい。うますぎ。入れるわ。ナイス。でかすぎ。いや天才それはマジで。これ離れる。ハッチない。引かれたか。手ぶさわい。あ、じゃあごめん。あ、熱い。
And welcome back, folks, to our main event, FL versus RVL, in a close battle here, with FL getting that first round, but point difference isn't too much. So Chocho, now that we saw a bit of the highlights, the tension of round number 1 kind of dissipating, how are we thinking about round number 2?
Well, I do feel that it might still be a 2-0, mainly because coming into BO2, FL will be having the map advantage.
What? Are you jumping ship?
I am not jumping ships.
You just said 2-0. Oh my god. See that, chat? Caught in 4K.
Why do you do this? Like
caught in 4K, my guys. Me? Always loyal. Loyal Posh. I'm kidding. But yeah. So tell me, map advantage on FL's side. It's not looking good for RVL just yet, because they do have that type of advantage. But I will bring this. RVL does shine as the rounds go on. So Sprinter needs to get a little warm. I feel like he's actually more attuned to the Ivy and Opera Singer matchup. So there is that bit of hope, but you can say the same also for Hasha, because I was looking at the notes that I prepared for Hasha, and he basically has the same type of lineup of hunters as Sprinter. He has the Hullabaloo, Ivy, and Goatman. Then he also, if he goes round 3, he has access to Spider, Gamekeeper, Dream Witch. So that is something to take note of.
Yeah, this is the thing. They have such similar character pool, but if you look on the bright side of things, because they have such similar character pools, then they are able to train each other. You know what I mean? Like their own hunters are training the survivors themselves already to be prepared for this matchup. But we will be seeing the Red Church at BO2. So
I'd like to say this. Whenever we go for IVT or a qualifier for NAEU, Red Church is a map that RVL loves choosing. So that's an advantage on their side. I think that'll help them try to win this one back. And if you think about it, Chocho, point difference isn't too much. So if they still tie this one out and go for best of 3 because you're here and they want to show you a good time for you to go overtime, they can do that. It's not like a 5-point differential, right? So we're still in this, chat. We're still in this for what RVL. But as Chocho did say, FL has a chance of closing this one out. They can 2-0 this, and this will shoot them up in the leaderboard. Even though it's that one win, if they're able to 2-0, that's still pretty good when it comes to net wins.
But listen to the interview first for Team FL.
ハンターのスプリンツァーがめっちゃ強いので、警戒してます。印象はやっぱ昔から出てるチームなので、そうですね。やっぱ強いです。はい。
That's Mike and folks calling it as they see it. A very experienced team they're going up against, and Team RVL, and saying Sprinter is one of the hunters to look out for. So, Chocho, you were saying?
What was I saying? I'm
sorry. I thought. Yeah, sorry. I was saying that FL could close this out 2-0. So there's a possibility. There is a possibility for that. We can't discount that.
Well, there is that possibility to do that. And you know, if you look on the bright side in terms of RVL POV, right? At least the points is not so big. We don't see like a 4K for escape.
Yes.
So they don't have to like, be very aggressive when it comes to this round. They just need to perform normally and see how it goes. So with this 2-point lead, it is possible that, you know what? RVL Sprinter will be able to, return a 4K. Then you know what? The point system just shifts dramatically. I feel like just
Drastically
combine
and
together.
dramatically. Yeah. Dramatically.
Dramatically. So
coming up with words, chat. Oh yeah, we didn't do the Hasha Baloo and Sprinter. Well,
Sprinter is a
Man.
goat, yes.
Sprinter Man.
Sprinter is goated.
That's true.
And this is probably
Hasha Baloo's really good. But anyway, sorry.
Hasha Baloo. Yeah, Hasha Baloo was actually pretty good. What do you mean? Wow, we missed that.
We missed that. Dang it, chat. Sorry. Oh, we apologize as commentators for not give you any puns or collaborative efforts here, but we won't miss out on this. Sprinter with the Ivy or Sprinter with the Sangria or the can't think of anything. Sprintria. Sang Sprinter. Sand Sprinter. Sand Sprint. That sounds like a very refreshing drink. A sand Sprinter.
What are you making up, bud?
A sand Sprinter, no? Anyone have Saratoga water and wake up at 3 a.m. and
Now we
dunk
need
their
to
face
ask
in-
Chat. Chat is good at making up names.
Okay, we'll leave it to chat to come up with a name for Sprinter as we put up the survivors. So locking in a prisoner round. Okay, first pick prisoner and first officer. I think they want to really pressure Sprinter, and the fact they picked up first officer at the start, very stable rescuer. I think they want to try to go all out with the survivor team in this first half.
Yeah, and I could foresee the prisoner potentially having a full kiting build also, just in case Sprinter decides to go for him. Gardener, yeah, I think they are gearing up for that potential. Regardless, opera singer or opera singer or Sangria, same thing. Opera or the Ivy potentially being picked out here. Acrobat, maybe it would be best to have him spawn at these.
Not spawn at this map at all because it's a magician. We got tricked by the magician. That wily magician. But yeah, so magician, where would you want him to spawn?
Magician? Honestly, he can spawn anywhere. He can cut anywhere because when he uses his item, he becomes invisible for like a few seconds.
Yes.
So I think should be fine. I think Gardener should be the one that is being placed at potentially the more dangerous areas, alongside with the first officer. Yeah, that's my feel on this, but we could be seeing a semi-T-shaped spawn here.
Could be. I'm just really scared that they allowed, prisoner to. Well, they locked in prisoner to start out in first officer. Usually want to save the first officer around 3, but I think they want to pressure Sprinter because they might kind of opt for. I think they might be predicting it might be an Ivy, just so that they can get the cipher progress going. Yeah, I think that's my inkling, and I'm looking at chat too. Rennie and the others also think that Sprinter might be thinking going Ivy in this matchup, but we have seen how well his opera singer is as well. So Sangster,
I think opera
Sprinskria. Sorry, looking at
actually, you know what? I do feel that the Ivy would be kind of good here.
Sorry.
Because of like all the Ostracorn being spawned here and there, allowing you to map pressure, cipher pressure. But since Sprinter is still gonna go for that opera singer for that strong chasing ability. Center.
So I guess he wants to go full aggressive right away because you kind of have to set up the Ostracon areas and also the phantoms and whatnot. But I actually thought that was Sprinter's type of playstyle too, because he was a dream. He's so good on the dream, which he knows how to multitask. But here, Seems like an all gas, no brakes type hunter that just wants to go for 4K right away. No frills, just make sure your execution's on point with the shadow leaps and the shadow dances. So semi-T spawn here. Magician actually spawning over at the red carpet, giving first officer the church, while we have the shack area for the prisoner, gardener at the broken walled area. So will Sprinter go left or right? It seems like he's going to complete the T shape here.
Yeah, this kind of opens up for a prisoner to get chased out here in the shack. Since it's the fastest decoder, I think would be Sprinter's first choice, followed by the Magician. So let's see what's it gonna be, because when it comes to Sprinter, sometimes it might be hard to predict, and question remains as to whether he's gonna be going for Blink, which helps in more aggression, or yet normal to prevent those suckers from popping.
Ooh, that's actually a good, interesting call, especially if you're going after a prisoner. So now looking at it, it's going to go for the Blink, Detention, and Trump card. Well, we do have 2 Tide Turners on the Gardener and the First Officer. Note that a full kiting build on the prisoner, so he has to be ready for this first chase. And we have him borrowed time on the Magician. So once again, folks, Potch Spice and Chocho at your service, but this is round 2, first half of RVL versus FL.
Let's not waste any time anymore. He's gonna go straight for that prisoner, the fastest decoder within this team comp. But Sprinter, I think he already see Yuto out-rotating him already, so he will just speed things up, jumping straight into the red church, forcing the first officer to back off.
Yeah, so great route that you're taking here, just to buy a little bit of time now. The survivors are working on ciphers. Yuto playing a bit of mind games here. There's a pallet to work with, but he gets to it a little too late. So early hit on Sprinter's side. 30 seconds still remain before he's able to kind of get that blink. So Yuto, a lot of pressure on his side to make this kite last, but he's actually kiting on top of 520 here.
Fighting on top of his teammates, we've seen this twice already, and now Yuto successfully vaults over, and Blink will be up in about 10 seconds. Let's see how Sprinter is gonna make use of that, or if not, actually able to close the distance. Is he gonna use the electric now?
Oh, has to use it, and now flywheels through, able to get the swing, not quite. Yuto playing the mind games with the pallet, really hugging the pallet and forcing out the blink. Sprinter, great down. FL, I would have to say at least he forced out that blink trait, so now they know they can just work on ciphers without getting abnormaled.
Yeah, and Sprinter on the upper hand here coming into this matchup. Let's see how he is potentially gonna be coming back from this, because after the rescue, prisoner has no shock, no flywheel, so it's gonna be a very tough ask for Yuto to rebound kite here.
The prisoner might just go for just connecting the ciphers and just kiting with his persona build here. So able to actually get the rescue going. Yuto now forced to go into the corner area here, and the last effort does pop. They connects those ciphers just so that they'll be able to move on along. He can go for a rebound kite, but Sprinter kind of forced to just chair here without being able to harass any of these ciphers as they push for their 4th cipher.
I think the saving grace here, I guess, would be that first officer is full health. So he could potentially come for the second rescue, but at the corner we do see Sasori slowly working towards this chair. So is Sprinter able to spot him out here?
Oh, it's quite close. Sasori doing a great job. He wasn't able to get spotted out, so Sprinter shadow leaping back into his main form, and now Sasori is gonna get found out right away. He's actually real far, so now Sprinter could actually stop this rescue attempt from happening. Might be a double down situation. Good shock just for Yuto to hang behind these pallets. No throwdown just yet. We're waiting. Yuto has the patience of Job here, able to wait out 3 hits. Oh, but the last effort gets punished there. And now Yuto, unfortunately, on his last legs. But Chocho, they are working on their last cipher though.
Yeah. So things are actually looking pretty optimistic for FL to potentially pop out the ciphers, but Sprinter still, I do feel that he has the upper hand. Let's see if he's able to snowball here. Sasori is all the way at the back gate. Sprinter, is he gonna go for that?
This is gonna be a little tough. Sasori just tiptoeing his way, trying to make sure he's not gonna get found out. No scratch marks on the floor, but the respect has to be given to Sprinter here. You got to be able to move on away from these ciphers. That's what Myken's doing. He's going to get caught out actually trying to approach the cipher. So now Sprinter may have his next target ahead of him here, forcing the pocket watch to actually be used just so that Sprinter can go back to the center here. So ZETA dropping down that pallet over here at the back exit. They are going to pop one cipher, so 2 ciphers still remain. This is going to be a little tough. He blinks before he's able to get the bubble trait. So now a decisive blink for him to switch traits. Now we're looking at a teleport endgame.
Teleport endgame, that's right. So last cipher is being pushed by the Magician. First Officer has 3, but Gardener does not. So sorry, that's the huge problem that they have here. Somehow First Officer needs to body block, or they just go for the pop immediately after the rescue.
Okay, we see Myken not wasting any time. He's already here. Cypher's already primed. Sprinter just has to avoid getting a chair hit here. But Myken just going to buy a little bit of time. He gets the rescue. And now the bubble actually able to get it. And now they pop. And they're all at, well, I would say ZETA not at full health because there is detention. So no more bubble for ZETA to work with. Does he have a flywheel? Able to flywheel? No. Baits it out. And Sprinter, unfortunately, does not have teleport to work with. He's going to have to chair. And the exit gate and the at the red carpet is opening. So now it's a foot race. If he's able to cut off the First Officer, he's already at the red carpet. So Chocho, it's looking like a tied game.
Yeah, looking at a tie game. We do see on the bottom left that First Officer is a few feet away from the gate and will exit accordingly. So this will secure a tie game for Sprinter as well as FL survivors.
Great job on the survivor side. I have to say, there were a lot of moments there where Sprinter could have caught out like the Gardener. The first chase also was really well on the survivor side. Yuto just having the patience and the bravery just to stick by the pallet. Like just, okay, let me just go AFK for a bit and just stretch my thumbs. We're not going to touch the pallet. But once he did, that's when Sprinter was able to punish him with that last effort. So FL still playing for that tie. It's still looking okay. Now the pressure is on the survivor side to just maintain that tie and not get a 3-person elimination.
Yes, and if RVL is looking to bring back some points, RVL survivors kind of need to get 3 escape into this.
Yikes.
Yeah, to equalize the point system so that coming BO3, it might be the deciding factor for them.
Yeah, this is a little tough on their side because we're still playing with meta hunters. Tying is already a big feat, but getting a 3-survivor escape up against either an Opera Singer and an Ivy, it's kind of rare. It is possible. They can do it, but stars need to align and they need to play flawlessly for them to get that going. And that would be a huge relief if on Sprinter's side and also the survivor side if they're able to do that and push that for that game number 3. Here we have the match stats, folks. Again, it ended in a 2-2. I would say though, I think this was FL's plan all along because they didn't really overextend. They were just playing for a tie basically. I think they just want to let Hasha kind of pick up the pieces from here.
Hasha to pick up the pieces from here. Yeah, if the goal for Hasha, of course, he would want to 2-0 so that he can get as many wins as possible, which means is a 3K. But for the side of RVL, I would love for them to pick an Embalmer up here. We've seen how LWBG survivors, right? They pick up the Embalmer, they let the Embalmer kite all the way through, use his coffin, so it allows for full decoding progress coming from all the 3 other survivors. So I think coming into this, RVL need to kind of try and go for a team comp for 3 or 4 escapes.
Yeah. So wait, you're saying that you want to see an Embalmer or you don't want to see an Embalmer just because
I would want to see it.
You want to see it. Okay. I would maybe take a page out of WBG's book with an Embalmer Painter because they did really well there. But unfortunately, they were going up against an Anne. So, and that Anne was playing for just a 1 survivor elimination. You have to be able to draft a lineup for a 3 or 4 survivor escape going up against an Ivy or an Opera Singer. Ivy or Opera Singer. So let's hope the Coach Aaron here can kind of help our friends at RVL to draft that composition because Hasha could be looking at a victory here for his team early on. So that's going to be a bit tough when it comes to net wins.
Yeah, and if we're kind of trying to predict what RVL is going to pick here, I would love to see, as you've mentioned, the Embalmer Painter, but also potentially Defy Investigator as well.
Right.
maybe the one stable rescuer, or if they decide to go for Cypher Rush, maybe they could have a coordinator into the mix as well.
Right.
Yeah, we do see that RVL, they love their coordinators. They've been picking it time and time again when it comes to tournaments. So definitely possible coming to his mix.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Man, this is gonna be a little tough. Not gonna lie, with how RVL is gonna try to face this one out. I'm trying to remember which survivors they locked in with round number 1 that they don't have access to anymore.
Everything but the dancer. What was it?
They kept the dancer. Okay, interesting. Yeah, okay, so man, I'm thinking about the Enchantress. So Hullabaloo, the embalm. Oh no, they used the embalmer round 1.
Already? Oh yeah, they
remember
did.
it was
Schmitty.
Schmitty.
Oh no.
Big yikes. Okay, so that's off the table. We also have. Did they use Acrobat? Was Acrobat in?
No.
Yeah, I think it was Yinel. No. Yinel was Dancer over at the corner. He was the last one to get eliminated.
Roland was Grave.
Gravekeeper. Puppeteer? Is it Puppeteer?
I think
Or was
Puppeteer on green. Yeah, Puppeteer on green.
Oh yeah, he was the rescuer. So no access to first officer, Puppeteer, or Embalmer. Man, they might have to go like a risky comp here since they don't have like an Embalmer or someone to self-rescue.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing from the chat, they seemed also quite maybe disappointed that we are not seeing my legs still coming into the potential final few days of the COA:VIII global group stages. Yeah.
True. I mean, my leg possibly, just in the back, giving that moral support and also adding more to the insight of the team. Hopefully, there's still more days to come. This is only day number 6. Maybe at their last match, my leg will be coming in. But I think now at this stage, I think they've kind of focused their attention on this lineup. So if they change it up, it might kind of ruin synergy if ever. But I'm sure my leg is definitely there cheering the team on. So back to Hasha over here. Win condition for him.
3K.
3K, or if he just ties it out, we continue on and they're still in the lead.
Yeah. I think best case scenario for Hasha, I mean best case as in worst case scenario, would be if it really comes to a 4-man potential detention period, try and secure at least one. At least when it comes to BO3, there is still a chance for them to come back from. But worst scenario is 4SK. That is the worst scenario for him.
True. Oh, are you speaking that to existence here? Look at the caster's curse, but no, we just have to call it as it is. So yeah, how you feeling about FL's drip right now? Like, where would you rate this in their uniform? They have a pretty cool windbreaker.
It's pretty cool. I'm just not too sure whether it's too hot. Yeah, because the rest of the people that's working behind the scenes, they're like just wearing short sleeves. And then we have FL wearing like.
Asha built different, bro.
Maybe.
Man's never hot. He just always wears a jacket.
Yeah, I think so. I guess they're
What's
also like.
Chocho, what's your favorite color?
Pink. GR.
Well, then why last night? Were you?
Why? Yeah, exactly. Why did I? Why?
And you were the one that watched this match, and you knew that GR would pop off at Survivors round 3. But
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Are there any other teams out there with pink as their color aside from GR?
I don't think so. Right?
It'd be cool if FT, because South SCA kind of was given green as their color. I don't know if we chose green, but it'd be cool. I wonder what if we asked FT, Survivors, or any other or Sky, hey, what's your team color, or what would you want it to be? Would you like it green, or would you like it another color?
Because of the identity, I feel like they would say green. You know what I mean? Like because the identity that has already been developed around that color, they've been wearing it as well.
Yeah. I can see that. Speaking of which, Green is about to pick his next survivor here. They do have the Mercenary and Prisoner. So, okay, I like this lineup so far. They got a Seer and also a Mercenary. And also adding more pressure with that Prisoner. Taking a bit out of the page of FL in the previous match. So, looking quite good so far in their drafting.
Yeah, looking good. It just feel a little bit flimsy as of now because we don't have someone that could potentially turn things around, you know what I mean? Like in terms of like rebound kite, like where is the Harasser, Antiquarian Prospector, or Aeroplane is coming to the mix? Because Aeroplanes is still available, I think this could be their best shot to bring that out. We have a Decoder, we have a Kiter, and we have Aeroplanist that can kite well too.
True.
Yeah, though we don't have a harass. So that's the huge problem, right? If they were trying to aim for a 3 or 4 escape.
Yeah, it's a bit passive unless they're able to secure. Ooh, okay, so they're just going full sustain here. Only harassment they're going to be able to accomplish is from the prisoner's shock and pallets. But Hasha doesn't have to even think about bringing excitement here, so he can go full abnormal if he's going to be able to use the opera singer. He can go blink just to secure himself a quick down at the start. It's really up to him because he's the one that's kind of leading this dance between the two because he has more of the options because he just needs to get a tie.
Yeah, and at this point, we're seeing Schmitty on the Seer, right? In the previous matchup, when we saw the matchup between RD and ZETA, they also played at Red Church, and it was Dolisu that was on the Seer, did an amazing starting kite. So yeah, Schmitty somehow need to channel that right now. He needs to channel all of that right now.
So I would say that Schmitty might have a little harder because he's not going up against a sculptor. He might be going up against either Ivy or opera singer. So he needs to channel Dolisu times 2.
Dolisu times 2.
Yeah, because like the stakes are pretty high here with this matchup. And Hasha now, you know, it tastes a little bit of that 3K, but he definitely wants that 4K victory for his team, just so that they have a stronger standing in the group stage. Because right, net wins is actually brings you up a little higher. So now let's see who he's gonna lock in with. It is gonna be a mirror match of Ivy.
Ivy?
Oh, sorry, opera singer. So it.
You know, you looked and then you said something different.
I know. Yeah, it's just a lot. Sorry, chat. My bad.
All right, and we will be seeing the opera sing here. That's right, at Red Church. So let's see if Hasha is able to mirror the results, or if not, do better, claiming the victory.
I wanted to say
for our team.
Hashivy, but yeah.
Hashivy.
Hashivy, but it's Hasha opera singer. Hashagria Sangasha. Sasha.
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 Sangria Hasha.
Another person's name already, but Sasha.
Any Sashas in the chat? I got Sasha here. Sangria Hasha with, yeah, we'll see a spawn location here. It seems like.
Still in the center?
Okay, Seer in the center. Wow, okay. Huh. Seer at the center here. So
I think he has channeled already. He's channeled
Dolisu times 2.
That's why he's
okay,
so
okay.
confident to just spawn at the center right now.
Dolisu times 2. Here we go. But I think the prisoner might have to take this first chase because we see over at the graveyard area, opera singer is gonna make sure either go straight ahead or take a diagonal left to go for Schmitty. But yeah, you want to just stop those ciphers from moving. There you have it, folks. Those are the spawn locations. We're about to see the persona builds. The coaches are about to do their handshake here. But yeah, do or die time for Team RVL.
Exactly, and looking at our persona, we're looking at standard build for the IV as well as Blink. For Survivor side, we are seeing a full kiting build on Schmitty. He is ready to cook here, and also in L, full kiting build. So they do know they will be the two that will be tunneled down here by Hasha. Let's see who decides to opt for at Red Church BO through second half between RVL versus FL. My name is Chocho, and joining me is Posh Pies, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Do or die time for RVL survivors here as Hasha has already made his way towards this middle area here to try and spot out where the prisoner is at. Prisoner probably made his connection. Yin L is going to get spotted out, unfortunately, with the track marks on the floor. So Hasha has his first target about him, uses the pallet just to drop down. Does have a little bit of skill, a trait to work with, but it's not yet online. Seer's Owl is already on Yin L just to get that observation, and it seems like he's going to get the shock just to get onto this pallet.
Yeah, great kiting route coming from INL as of now. We're looking at all of the ciphers being progressed. So Prisoner, I'm not too sure if he linked the cipher initially at the start.
Right.
Yeah, so now missing a swing and able to kite it out here, but teleporting over the Seer's support coming at such a timely hour.
It's actually really good. So Yinel still able to kite for a little longer here. So doing an amazing job. But yeah, now that you pointed that out, Chocho, 3 ciphers are being worked on. Oh, wow, gets caught in the process. Able to actually get the flywheel, but unfortunately, more traffic jam situation happening. And now the blink down.
Oh my goodness. 2 quick hits within like 5 seconds. And in L will be seeing the ground. But can I just say, what an initial, what a great starting kite, starting from the back gate all the way to the graveyard. I think in L as of now did a good job, but I think he just did not expect the blink at that point in time, just where he just stood there.
Yeah.
Now Mercenary is nearby though, so he will be able to come for this rescue and then continue decoding the cipher.
True. We do see that the Mercenary already able to use the elbow pads and also unscathed. That's Roland in a nutshell, folks. Able to get that rescue a little early, but it's all good. At least it gives opening for Yin L to actually make his way towards the broken walled side of the map so that they can push some ciphers here. Now the connection is going to be made, but he actually gets hit out of it, but he's still able to get it. All right, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good. So, we are decoding a 6 cipher.
Maybe that's when they connected. I'm not quite sure because that's the one that's moving, the new cipher, but I guess they just want to have their they just want to be able to cover all grounds, but Hasha just destroying that connection. Green having the tide turner is going to try and make his way for this rescue. Hasha is going to try to his best to try to stuff this rescue attempt from happening. Spots out Green out in the open. Gonna just try to injure the psychologist just so that the stress mark will go away. Prisoner does have that shock to work with. So Yinel needs to be able to survive here for as long as he can.
Yeah, does have a flywheel to work with. Fire also on the cooldown, unfortunately, but the pallet slams on the other side. Hasha will not get the pallet slam, but an In-L will be getting traded off with that single hit. So he will be seeing the mana now. We are seeing 3 other survivors full health. Ciphers are looking pretty healthy, potentially gonna pop, and but as of now, Hasha still have the upper hand in this.
Yeah, because the cipher is looking healthy, but 3 survivors, 3 ciphers needed. It's gonna be a little tough because he's gonna try to focus on 1 survivor. Note that blink cooldown is about to be in 20 seconds, so I'm not sure if he's still gonna use this. Everyone looking real healthy, by the way. So it's still looking real good. Uh-oh, Schmitty.
Alright, teleporting back, so Schmitty will be out of harm's way as of now. Roland will be seeing the target. 2 elbow pads though. Hasha, do you really want to commit to this?
Not quite sure. I think maybe he's going to try to expend the elbow pads and then go after Schmitty. But yeah, if he keeps going back and forth and being choosy with this, it's going to cost him a lot of time. This could be RVL's opening if he does chase out Roland.
And expending the last elbow pad, Roland is now itemless. We'll try to roll kite this, but look at the cipher, right, guys? We are seeing the 4th cipher gonna get popped, and the last one still on a standstill.
So now we do have blink available for him to be able to use. I don't know if he's gonna go for trade swap or try to down. No, going for trade swap immediately just for the injury, and now going after Schmitty, who does not have an owl to work with. He's gonna have to farm another one. Gonna try to go towards this window. No, he's not gonna try to go for it because it's too risky of a vault. And he's going to chase Schmitty out, at the back exit of this map.
Yeah, so we'll be able to get the next hit pretty soon.
Pallets are not working out in favor of Team RVL. That's the 2nd time. The first one was at Yin L side, so unfortunately unable to get the pallet slam. And unfortunately, we don't have borrowed time on Schmitty, so he's going to have to pick himself up using that exit path. While they still try to push for that cipher, Green now has to move on away from that graveyard cipher just to kite it out.
Yeah. Oh, yikes. And the swing while the pallet slams down. Green, another hit, and he will be down here at the last cipher. Mercenaries opening the 6th cipher, and Green. Now we have 2 person that's on the ground, 1 person that's half health that is trying to push a cipher. This is becoming a very difficult position for RVL to come back from.
Yeah, injuries are stacking up, and this is what Hasha wants ultimately, right? Just to get rid of the resources. Not sure if he's going to make it in time, but he's still able to get it. Ciphers are at a standstill, and 1 hit down is going to, just change the game here. Schmitty still was actually forced to use his exit path. So now Roland can kind of go for this rescue, but is he going to fully commit to Schmitty? We'll find out. I'm not sure if he's going to make it towards this window. Able to actually use the flywheel to get there, but the Terror Shock meets him at the end. Hasha is going to try and stop this rescue from happening, or at least go towards that rescue. Unable to get that Shadow Leap, though. So now it's up to Green to kite, or whoever he decides to go for to kite this one out, but he's going to catch out Roland.
Yeah, Roland does not have any items to work with. He's just gonna mind game at this pellet, but I think against Harsha, you're just gonna get the hit ASAP. Now, Psychologist was able to capitalize on Harsha's attention onto Roland to pick up the Seer, and will be whistling Seer as well, so allowing Seer to be full health, coming for the rescue.
So really forcing out the exit path of Green here, because Green has to use up the exit path to get up, while Seer does have to make this rescue happen. But at this time, they're just really just trading resources with Harsha. Harsha's still on cooldowns here, so Schmitty gets caught out in the open. This is going to be really tough. And is he going to spot out? Oh my god, he spots out the Psychologist, so he can trade chair for chair here, forcing Seer to... Oh, and also the basement is here, Chocho.
Yeah, and after the rescue, right, he could potentially, if in time, right, teleport to the chair, but I think the rescue, still happened, so Harsha has to manually glide all the way there using the shadow form now. We do see that one of them is running towards the Cypher, which is Roland. But Harsha, I don't think he spots him out. Schmitty trying to go for the rescue though.
Uh-oh, it's so hard because he's already cut so much distance, and the fact that it's at the basement is going to be a little tough. So Roland getting caught out in the open here, so just trading damage after damage. Roland still has a self-heal to work with, but Psychologist is about to expire. We do see that Schmitty was not able to make it, and the win condition has already been fulfilled here by Harsha, getting a tie at the very least. Once he gets one more, that's going to be a victory on FL's side.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? There was actually blood trace on the floor, but Harsha didn't see. So Schmitty ended up leaving for another day, but not for long, because we see him here once again. Does not have anything to worry with other than a flywheel. I don't think his bird is ready as well. We do see on the bottom left only 50%.
Okay, Schmitty unable to get it, but the flywheel bait once again to try and go for the window. And just like that, Harsha getting a 4K up against RVL survivors, taking the game here. FL finally on the board on the group stage.
Yeah, congratulations to FL, finally winning in their group stages. And also, unfortunately, RVL falling slightly short against Team FL. We thought that this might be the fighting chance for them, but it was just really unfortunate.
Yeah, it was, it's a tough pill to swallow, but we want to find the best of the best here at Call of the Abyss, and RVL doing an amazing job in their previous match, and in this match they tried their best, but I think the fighting spirit of FL was definitely there because he felt that urgency on Harsha's side. Him getting the 3-man elimination at the start and the 4-man elimination here, and the Survivor side as well. I think they were just kind of setting up Harsha to get the victory here, so... two sides of the same coin. We have to be happy for FL, but we also feel for RVL. It is what it is because this is the highest tier of competition for Identity 5. So victory is going to go towards FL.
Yeah, so congratulations to FL. Same time for RVL, there is still another match that they have to go for, which is against Team WBG. Another powerhouse in the group.
Big yikes. So hopefully you guys can tune in for that and give your support there, because they definitely need it, because you definitely want to go out of the group stage with a bang and you want to be able to make a huge mark here. FL finally on the board. They got to feel happy about this type of performance. Here we have the match results, folks. Again, big shout outs to RVL. Can we see some carrots or some helmets in the chat? But we also have to give our flowers and our congratulations to Team FL, because they also had a pretty rough road ahead of them. Well, at the beginning. Maybe this is the start for them to get back on the win streak since they have one match left each.
Yeah, so this is their last potential opportunity, especially for Team FL, to climb up in ranks and hopefully see the light of day when it comes to the global playoffs season. But as of now, that is our last matchup of the day, but we have to congratulate FL once again and think about who our potential MVP is gonna be.
I think it might have to be Harsha. That was such a clean game he played. 520 was also really good. Who else was good? Maiken also with his rescues were really on point. So it's really up in the air, but for me, the cleanest performance was that opera singer. The way he was able to handle the adversity that RVL put in front of him, and for him to get that 4K. But that's just me. What about you, Chocho?
I think I share the same sentiment as you. The survivors of FL actually played very conservatively today, so there weren't very spectacular or OB harassing happening. So I think I would have to give...
Dolisu times 2 for you? No.
There's no Dolisu times 2 for me, unfortunately. But Yeah, Hasha with that opera singer, a very, very clean match that we saw there. Really nothing much to comment there because when it comes to the kiting route of RVL survivors, especially in L, it was also very well done. Hasha was just keeping up, yeah.
Yeah, it was. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break and check out the highlights, but when we come back, we're going to award that MVP, so don't go anywhere.
How much is under 2 step? Maybe we can force it.
But he's gonna die on it.
He's tachtしない疲れたかナイスナイスあってごめん熱いいやいやいや当たったら熱いわあ、ナイスナイスナイス惜しい惜しい全然いい全然いい
He's gonna blink.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the blink.
Keep blink.
I got to save, bro.
I can't pause it. What's the situation?
The server's 9.
Yeah, I love the fighting spirit coming from RVL, coming all the way through till the end of the matchup against against FL. But at the same time, you know what? We'll be seeing MVP really soon, and this is actually our official last matchup for day number 6. We still have 4 more days left in our global group stages, so you guys don't want to miss that out.
Yeah, I feel Yuto there. Like the one time I choose the pallet slam, I get punished by the hunter. So you saw how well they were performing. They wear their hearts on their sleeves. And I would say also, like, cool, calm, and collected. You know, what's the situation with RVL? Like they tried their best. We can only commend that. Again, you're going up against franchise-based teams here. I know RVL also are a pro team, but they don't have access to weekly matches like they do in IVL and IJL. So we got to commend them with how they were able to navigate their way through this Call of the Abyss group stage and hope for the best when they go up against Weibo Gaming. Are we going to cover that match, by the way? Is that us?
Tomorrow?
Wait, hang on. Let me check it out real quick.
Weibo, yeah, it says I am.
You are.
Are you?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not. It's not. It's Chocho and a special guest. But tomorrow,
FT.
FT versus GR, last stand. Well, not really their last stand, but undefeated versus undefeated. Woo! And that's gonna be our last match. So you guys are gonna have to. I don't know. I feel like that's gonna go all the way.
Yeah, I don't think FT is also gonna give chance. We do see that. From the side of Hershen as the hunter, right? Also Miao Pai, very, very strong, very stable as well. FT survivors, we can't discount them. We saw Adi. You saw Adi's kite. MVP, by the way. MVP player also. So
also,
I think,
best interviewee. Like he's
yeah,
always...
and also the best VC behind the scene. What the hell has been pretty iconic coming up. It's pretty iconic throughout the COA season. So, yeah, I think when it comes to FC's matchup, I am super excited, and that will be our key highlight for me coming tomorrow's matchup.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that one. We will be covering the second half. I know that we will have a graphic for the other matches for tomorrow, but I'm just going to highlight it just so I could see. So for us, we're going to cover ZZZ versus MRC. That's going to be an interesting one, and FT versus GR. But we're also going to cover this and give it to Hasha, the 4K opera singer. Sasha, yeah, Sasha, able to get the average deduction points at the max with this opera singer, and I'm so glad that he's able to kind of get that 4K going because FL faced a lot of adversity in this matchup, or at least in this group stage.
Yeah, but then again, RVL really plays a great fight. We can see it was pretty close in BO1, but let's hit into the interview phase for Team FL.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人月明。首先恭喜 FL 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利，我们邀请到了 Mike 和 Gonyo 来到赛后采访环节，先来和大家打个招呼吧。
まず本日勝利おめでとうございます。一人ずつご挨拶お願いします。
大家好，大家好。
你好，你好，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节。
你好。
非常感谢二位选手非常可爱的打招呼啊！今天非常漂亮，拿下了这个2-0，我们也是拿下了净胜。其实我们的晋级情况在还没有完全确定的情况下，每一个净胜都非常的关键。也是想问一下选手，在比赛之前有想过自己会这么漂亮拿下这2个净胜吗？
本日ストレート勝利おめでとうございます。で、試合始まる前にもうこの試合がもうこんないい感じにストレート勝てるっていうのを予想していましたか？バイケンさんです。
ストレート勝てると思ってたっていうか、もう自分たちは、ストレートで勝たないといけない状況だったので、頑張ってストレートで勝てるように頑張りました。
就是比起说提前预测会不会2-0，其实他们现在的状况就是一定要拿到这个2-0，拿到这2分才是最重要的。所以说他们这场比赛也尽了全力，就为了拿到这个2分。
可以看到目标明确，我们也是做到了，就在今天。那么接下来呢，想要问到我们对局中的一些问题啊，我们的公牛选手啊，可以看到那一波古董救人真的非常关键啊。我们在独栋下那一波，不仅云门折了一刀之后，然后在救下人之后，快速的和咒术打了一波配合，我们咒术赶紧去拆龙，然后他来攻击监管者。想问一下，公牛那么短的时间内打出这么秀的有操作，然后有排兵布阵，那一波是怎么跟队友沟通的呢？
ゴニョ選手、本日永民町での試合は呪術師を救助するシーンがすごく素晴らしかったと思うんですが、その救助をした後に呪術との連携もありまして、その時はメンバーとどういうふうに話し合ってやれますか？
ケバブさせた時にめちゃくちゃナイスナイスっていう声が聞こえたので、その後も自分の気持ちいいプレーをしようと思ってショーでつきました。
首先让他打了椅子之后，就是成员大家都说 nice nice， 然后他自己的话就是想打得更爽一点，然后就用箫然后去打了一下监管。
我们也是确实啊，当时在赛后那个语音也是听到，大家都非常的激动啊，这波打的真太帅了。那紧接着在开门战那一波，其实跛脚羊2波那个笼子拉到脸上的时候还是很关键的，因为我们看到最后其实也是比较极限的走出那个门，差一点点就让跛脚羊给赶上了。那所以呢，公牛在双11的那一波蛇吊闪现也是拖够了时间。想问一下，那一波蛇吊闪现的时候怎么跟队友讲的呢？我拿下了。
先ほどの先ほどの試合ですが、通電シーンでは正直結構ギリギリではあったと思いますし、足の羊も結構近くまで来ていたと思います。で、その前にゴニョ選手の鬼没よけが本当にとても大事なポイントになりますので、その鬼没をよけた後に自分がメンバーに何か言ってましたか？
鬼没吐かせてちょっと粘った後に折り出してたので、折りあるけど多分いけるみたいな感じで VC の中ではなってました。
就是监管交了闪现了之后，他又牵制了一会儿，然后当时是监管交了笼子，那他就是觉得他其实还可以再坚持一会儿，然后这个他就只语音跟队友说，我还可以坚持。
所以是意料之中的，然后坚持住了，然后也是扛住了这个压力啊。接下来来到 Megan 这边，有一个印象非常深刻的地方，就是在救园丁那一波领导开门战了嘛。当时把园丁扯下来之后，还让园丁续出来了。当时前一波没有续出来那个盾嘛，最后也是很刺激的拖出来自己，因为当时是用的大副嘛。然后最后走门那一波也是有一点极限。想问一下那一波的时候，因为救园丁的时候感觉局势还是比较的焦灼的，想问一下那一波会不会做一些什么预判呢？比如说万一这一波下来没有这么保到这个無傷，那会怎么办呢？
続いてマイケン選手、第2試合赤の境界でのサバイバ戦の結構後半のところで、サソリス選手の庭師を救助するシーンなんですけれども、救助する前にもし肉壁ができなかったら、無傷救助できなかったら、どうしたらいいかというのは少しは考えていましたか？
肉壁できるように頑張ってました。はい、すみません。
他当时只是一心想着我一定要扛到，一定要救下来。
只要有这个信念，做什么都会成功的。我们也顺利的扛到。其实我们发现，每一个救人位，他在救人的时候，脑子里面其实还是会想很多事情的。那么最后的最后呢，我们其实监管者这边也是扛住了压力嘛，拿下了非常漂亮的成绩。想问一下，公牛选手这边啊，在后台的时候看到哈莎最後这一把歌剧啊，打到什么时候的时候就觉得 OK， 哈莎你拿下了，我们的勝利来了呢？
ゴニョ選手、本日ハシャ選手もすごくいいプレーをしてきていただいていると思うので、 実際楽屋で見てどのタイミングでよしこの試合は勝てるっていうのを確信しましたか？
傭兵ダウン取った後に墓ラスト 20% ぐらいやったんですけど、そこで心理のダウン取り切れたところあたりでこれはいけるかなって思いました。
首先击倒了佣兵的时候，目的还有20%左右的。当时在那个情况下击倒了心理的时候，觉得这一局我们应该拿下了。
确实，我们的胜利是离不开每一位队员的努力的，也是非常感谢二位来到赛后采访环节，也是再次恭喜 FL 战队拿下本场比赛的胜利。最后恭喜今天获胜的所有战队。接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
And there you have it, folks. A great ending for FL, but RVL still want to get on the board here, and it's their last match coming up. So I hope you guys can support that. Chocho, you broke the streak too. Look at you, not getting a best-of-3 game.
Finally. Yes.
Yes. Chocho could sleep early tonight.
Yeah, I think as of now, I do really like how the group stages are going, right? We have teams that are dominating. If we're gonna look into our Group A, right, we have AXIZ that is winning every single one of their matchups.
Right.
Is there any for Group B?
Hang on. I put down my screen real quick. Group B. One sec. Group B. Wolves, RC, GG, Omni, Sky. I think actually GG have gone undefeated. But we'll just have to wait and see that, because today's results, AWG versus AXIZ. The winner being AXIZ Wave going undefeated. RC versus Omni. RC taking the victory there. ZETA versus RD going the full 3 matches, and with ZETA getting the win there. And our last match, it was Team FL to get it. So here we have it. It seems like GG in 3rd place, because when it comes to net wins, Wolves and RC are on top in Group B. Okay. So that's I mean, Group B seems like the group of death at this point, but Group C got ZETA, ACT, RD, and Group D, GR, FT, and WBG.
My goodness. So we are seeing MRC potentially at the brink of getting eliminated in Group C. Wow.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
And the AWG as well in Group A. Wow.
Yeah.
Because of that one loss against AXIZ Wave this morning. Wow. Okay.
So yeah, the group stage are definitely shaking out. Tune in for Group A and Group C. I think tomorrow we will have ZZZ versus MRC. So that's going to be a battle of 4th and 5th to try and jump up to get back into the winning column for Team MRC. But MRC, if I recall correctly, they only played one. Oh no, one. They won one and lost one. So dang, this can be their 3rd match for tomorrow. So that's a little tough. I mean, so far it seems like the safest ones are AXIZ and ZETA, because they got 3 wins each.
Yeah, I think they are kind of confirmed already, right? In some sort that they're gonna be in top 8, so they will have a easier matchup, I believe, coming into the playoff season. But looking at tomorrow's matchup, you guys don't want to miss this. Day number 7, we have TE versus ITZY, GG versus Sky, ZZ versus MRC, and GR versus FT. We have 2 of our SEA team representative that is gonna be there tomorrow. So I mean, I won't miss it. So
I mean, you have to work tomorrow. Please don't miss it, Chocho, because I'll be doing solo, bro. You gotta be there. But yes, I hope to see each and every one of you guys there, either in the first half or the second half or wherever it is. Just show your support, guys, because Call of the Abyss keeps growing each and every year. I feel like the level of competition as well. It's usually we kind of relegate it to like, oh, you know what, we're gonna see the IVL, IJL teams dominate, but we've been seeing a lot of amazing moments come from the semi-pro teams out there.
Absolutely.
And we have some semi-pro teams for tomorrow. You got both Sky and FT from Southeast Asia making their way. Also ZZZ. So I'd say that's a bit of a David and Goliath matchup with ZZZ versus MRC, because MRC, I mean, they were honestly the favored to actually make it out in their group stage because they just won IVL, but here they are at the brink of getting eliminated.
Yeah, that's the thing. So you guys don't want to miss that out, right? And of course, ITZY, one of fans' favorite. I love to see Palu's performance once again. It's been pretty consistent coming into this. And TE also coming back with a very convincing win going against their opponents recently. So it will be a very tough fight, I believe, coming in the first match of the day tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you guys don't want to miss that out. It's gonna be at 1 o'clock if you guys are in UTC +9, but for our time zone, it will be +8 at 12 o'clock.
true. Just want to give some shout outs to people over here. Again, big shout outs to Rennie, Paulins, Mothy. Also have Nico, Caro, Chia, Calypso. So thank you so much for joining us. Chocho, any final words before you sign us out?
Thank you guys for being here. The positivity is really good and I love you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow, right?
Yeah, see you guys tomorrow for day number 7. Good night. Keep playing.
壁は？ガーいらん。なんか楽っての。あ、で、あと10%と10%。影見せた、影見せた、影見せた。倒れる、倒れる。汗いく、汗いく、汗いく。汗でいいよ。そう。あれ。無理や。無理やな。続けて意味ないよな。まと。これか、オッケーオッケーオッケー。未来してきますんで、北壁か、境界内かな。オッケー、境界内でいいと思う。境界内振ってく。ないってないってない。境界に One still alive.
I'm alive a bit.
He might die here though. あー、当たった。
It could be TP, it could be TP. He found me, he found me, he found me. He found me. I'm gonna do 2-story. What? Is it the second or third? It's under third. Yeah, third. I still have stress, I still have stress.
Maybe next year, guys.
Maybe next year, maybe next year. Good work. So he's going for now. I just surrender.
40秒钟可以卡血。
卡血换位吧。
我死这。
OK。大門。調節どうするこれ。で釣りズッパで絶対いける。つけたい。あ、緑くん虫補助いる？いやもう向かうわ。
あ、いけだ。
いいよ、地下ないからそのままいいよ。
まあ1、2件出ないの立て直しでいいや。
いいよ、ナイスチェイス。
いいよ。これ板当てるわ。
止めてない。北撃よ。
ナイス。
ナイス。Green, you have to save. It's paper. How much is under 2-step? Maybe we can force it. A lot. Have to, but he's gonna die on it. Let's use Smith.
ハッチない。
疲れたかも。手伝わいて。
あ、でもごめん。熱い。
いや。刺さったら熱いわ。
投げまさいた。
ナイス。
惜しい。全然。Let's go, blink. Okay, I'm gonna pick up the blink. You blink. Mark save, Mark.
I try to find my own cause, forgetting what it was. Then I hear all your voices calling my name. When you're all out by my side, I feel a sense of pride. Using dreams as our guide, they shine so bright. Every setback is a push to move forward.